Heyo party people, welcome back to the bar with the next for a little bit more LEGO Star Wars. It's been a hot minute. It's because the last time we played this game was last year. And by last year, I mean it was like 3 months ago, I believe. Anyways, I'm sure you've taken notice of the vast number of bottles I've got on my bar, so it's time to announce some new inventory here. If you didn't know, I did a little bit of traveling over the weekend, and I grabbed a couple more stories to put into my hat over here, met a couple more people, and obviously brought some more booze back to the bar. As we're playing LEGO Star Wars today, we're also doing a Star Wars themed drink pulled right out of the Geeky Bartender book, one of my favorite inspired drink books of all time. Actually, one of my first inspired drink books of all time. And of all time, I obviously mean in general, wherever it was. In any case, let's go through these new inventory updates. The first one being, I restocked Rumplemints. That is not a new spirit around here. I just got the glass bottle now. I know somebody out there has been hoping to do an infusion for this. It's zesty, by the way. I got the big mints. You're right. You're absolutely right. So that's available for infusion because I actually have enough of it now. As a reminder, for the most part, the things that are available for infusion here at the bar of the next are whatever spirits that I've got that I've reliably got 200 milliliters or more of. The amount of things that we have over there that are 200 milliliters or larger, it's obviously up to my own discretion. For example, chartreuse is hard to come by, so I'm not letting you guys infuse chartreuse yet, not unless I have 3 whole freaking bottles of it. So contributions to the bar of the next can be received in the form of green and or yellow chartreuse going forward if you guys really want to infuse it. As a reminder, for a full list of what you can infuse on the channel via using your channel points during infusion time, you can go to cameroxn.com/stock. There should be a button on there for infusions where you can find infusees. Those are the bottles that you can infuse, and infusables, those are the things they can infuse into the bottles. Without further ado, I stopped at Lancaster Distilleries over the weekend to speak with head distiller Nate Boring over in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and had an awesome conversation with him about everywhere apart the distillation process, from literally where the fields of grain and whatnot grow to all the way to the bottles itself and the way that it interacts inside of the still and whatnot. It was an excellent, hospitable experience that I've got a couple of things in here to expand upon a little bit further. But while we were up there, we picked up a few bottles that Nate sent home with us. Starting off with these 2 bottles of whiskey. We've got Lancaster Distilleries Bourbon Whiskey, the Roaring Brook, as well as Lancaster Distilleries Rye Whiskey, Bethel's Run, both named so for the fact that during Prohibition, they were running whiskey and whatnot underneath a creek that ran below the distillery, which kind of inspired the names of these 2 bottles here. We do definitely know that they were smuggling rye at that point in time, which was a very popular spirit here in the United States, especially before we got everything else going. In addition, I also grabbed a couple of their their rums. They have a silver rum that they infuse into their oaked rum over here, which is essentially rum that's been aged ever so slightly. They actually put oak wood chips inside of the barrel that the rum would age in, and then the spiced rum over here is rather citrus forward and has, at least according to Nate, at least 18 different botanicals. Of the ones I know, clove, cinnamon, citrus peel, and a couple other things as well out there. There was something else about the rums that was a cool little factoid, but I'll tell you that once we get to it, if you ask me about my trip a little bit later. In addition, Nate sent me home with this bottle of eggnog that he sampled for us while we were there. Cracked open the bottle right in front of me and was like, "Would you like to take this one home too?" So I said yes, because it's really, really good, and it's a combination of their bourbon and a couple of their rums. It's got cinnamon in there, nutmeg in there, obviously milk and cream as well, and it should be kept cold, so I'm gonna put that in the refrigerator. But yes, it is a part of the stock, and yes, you can use it for cocktail orders. I'm gonna keep it over here for now, otherwise I'll put it in the big refrigerator downstairs at some point because I'm running out of space and whatnot up here. The last one that we got from Lancaster Distilleries is a fun one. This is a gin, a rose geranium gin. This is a gin that has been infused with rose and geranium, not just the geranium flowers, but also the geranium leaves, maybe a bit of the stalks and whatnot as well. But you might notice that there's something fun about this gin. It's actually green. Interestingly enough, the way that the still at Lancaster Distilleries is set up is that their gin basket, which usually allows vapors to rise up through it, capturing infusible and compounds and whatnot, actually is on the downhill side of the still. So heavier reagents like chlorophyll, for example, and capsaicin, I know we've talked about that on the stream before, those heavier molecules that don't typically rise up the still have a chance to be captured into the spirit on the way down because of the make of the still itself, which I think is really, really cool. It's green, dude! It's green! I think it's freaking awesome! Anyways, I got that over here from Lancaster Distilleries. In addition, I've met up with my pal Josh over at RPG Distilling, who I found based on my Google searching for other inspired and nerdy people out there in the spirits world. Turns out, if you Google, like, nerdy distillery, you'll find many places that are breweries. They're not distilling things. There are a lot of nerdy breweries and whatnot out there. They're making beers, they're making wines and whatnot, but I found it very difficult to come across a distillery that was a distillery, as in like somebody who is distilling spirits imbued with the power of, you know, what you might encounter at a D&D table. So Josh, I wound up picking these bottles up from Josh. Not only do we have their what is this over here? The Imperial actually, this is the order I should be doing these in. This one over here, right? Not only did I pick up RPG Distilling's Rum Rollers rum, a rum that he developed based off of a celebration of 5 years of their gaming podcast called Metagaming, which I think is still going on now. You'd probably have to ask Josh. I'm sure he's hanging around here somewhere. I've also got their Dragon's Huge whiskey, named after the still dragon that they've got over at RPG Distilling. And we've also got this Imperial Dragon over here, which is actually a collaboration between RPG Distilling and Hightower Brewing. They effectively took Hightower Brewing's Imperial Stout and turned it into a whiskey. It reads similar to this one, but has some lingering notes of like coffee on the end of it, which I haven't gotten in so far any whiskey that I've tried that wasn't specifically flavored. And this answered the question that I had of whether or not you can or cannot just literally take beer and distill it into whiskey. Evidently you can. And a small shout out to the folks over at Lancaster Craft Spirits. We stopped there for a little bit, didn't take any bottles home with us, but they also do something very similar there because they're attached to the same location as the Lancaster Brewing Company. And finally, Chad, I hope you're gonna be intrigued in this one. The other spirit that I picked up from RPG Distilling was this custom distillation that they ran just for the boys here, the boys, the gals, and those in between or beyond here at the bar of the next. In this bottle, this special unlabeled bottle here is what I'm calling an onion eau de vie. Josh quite literally took onions, caramelized them, 75 pounds of onions, one into one bottle, one into the other. This is an onion brandy. An unaged onion brandy, if you will, but brandies are mostly for fruits, so we call this an onion eau de vie, or an onion liquor, or an onion spirit. Kind of the first of its kind, from at least what I can tell, aside from a Reddit thread that was open about a year ago, and also 6 years ago. This is 50% alcohol by volume. It is totally clear, and it is absolutely infinity eligible. When I grabbed this from Josh, he told me that he thought he couldn't think of any other place that it might get the most use out of, aside from right here at the bar of the next. So I'm gonna put this behind the bar until somebody has a bright idea of what to do with it. Preferably, if it comes down to infinity, I would still like to see that so tall from last week get into the bottle. But if the onion spirit gets in there first, I wouldn't blame you for it. In any case, that's all of our new bottle updates here at the bar of the next, and a little summary of where I was over the weekend. What's going on, everybody? Who's joining me in chat before we get into our Star Wars themed beverage right out of the Geeky Bartender's book? The Geeky Bartender, or rather the Geeky Chef's book. This is Cassandra Rita. This is her book out here. It's called the Tatooine Sour, and it's supposed to look something like this. But you also have a recipe card, so you can follow my image. The actual photo on the screen up there is a screenshot from the last time I did this drink on stream, which was before I rebranded, when we finally found a way to combine the drinks and everything else and whatnot together. To the folks who are joining me at the bar this early, let me give some shout-outs to Bliss and Ferb, Firewolf, Lee, Saki, Cypress, Jarvin popping in as well. I caught a Lego from CJ out there. Who else is joining me here? If you want to say something, I'd be happy to give you a greeting right here at the door before we head into our drink this evening. Trying to think of anything else that seems righteous to say about Star Wars, but I really got nothing aside from this lightsaber, which I think still turns on. I think, maybe. Yeah, it does. Nope. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Heyo, Zesty, Blue Bunny, Lily, Hector, and I see Rose Witch. Lily, Brick Puncher, Entropy, Raimundo, CJ, Danny DeVito is the person who accidentally called you and sent the cat image. I appreciate the cat image. I thought you were going to call about mixology. I got so excited for a hot second there. Levy saying the snails haven't come yet. Oddly enough, the snails had a shipping problem, so they are not coming. Raimundo has been, Raimundo The person who got it off the throne should have been refunded. Let me know if you haven't been, by the way, Raimundo. This is the first time that this has happened with the throne. There was something up with the snails, so they weren't able to make it. I hope everybody got their refunds. I hope that's the way that it works. I'm seeing KT out there saying, I'm here. I'm the guy who put cheesecake in a blender earlier. I'm proud of you. And I see Sherman out there in chat as well. In a chemistry manner, is there a big difference between chlorophyll and chloroform? Why didn't you Google it, dude? Of course there is. What about the jerky, says Entropy? The jerky's already here, and it's already made its way into one of the infusions that you might have missed the other day. Speaking of infusions, I almost forgot. I almost completely forgot. What was it? The burger infusion that I put into the freezer the other day to hopefully strain out all the solids and whatnot. Bliss, are you hanging with us already? I wanted to show you before I did anything to it. The burger base, dude. I wanted to share it with you guys before I did anything with it. It's frozen solid. This is the pickle moonshine and a little bit of the pickle vodka. Evidently, it froze solid. So that's not fat washing the way that I usually intend things to fat wash. It's actually kind of incredible. So what we're going to do is let this thaw at room temperature before we officially bottle it off. I'm just gonna kind of keep it on the bar for a little bit. The idea behind putting it into the freezer is because this was infused with some buffalo jerky, some bacon, as well as there was something else in there, and I just don't have that in my brain right now. There was some stuff in there and whatnot. We're just gonna let this. Usually, when you put things into the freezer, you allow the fats to solidify, but not only the fats solidified, everything else did too. And it was Applewood Smoke. That's what it was. Applewood Smoke. That's what it was. Was it Tinker or Bliss who did this infusion? I forgot to write it on the bottle. You two are equally weird in my mind, in the best of ways. Oh, it was Tinker. Excuse me. It was Tinker. Bliss is weird for a different reason. That's because they've been up till like 3 o'clock in the morning, like almost every single time for the streams. Not me. You had the gin. That was it. You had the gin. You had the gin. It's clearly labeled on the bottle, except when it's not. I'm gonna label that for myself just to make sure I don't forget that the next time. Whoopsie daisy. This is from Tinker. I can't write on it because it is super freaking... You know what? I can't write on it actually because it's super darn whatever. I will say this. There is some liquid that is coming off actually rather... Oh, actually, that's coming off rather quickly. Wait a second. Hold up a second. We have new developments. I have new developments. I think it's happening right now. Hold up a second. I need a container for this. I have this down here. It's actually thawing as we speak. Hold up a second. I wasn't expecting that to happen that quickly. Hold up. We're going for it. I need to grab I need to pre-wet a coffee filter. I could also just put it back in the freezer, but I'm having too much fun with this already, so let's just go with it. Let's roll with it. It's a live stream. It's a live stream after all. Let's see what we get from this. A lot of the fats have literally solidified, so let's see if we can get something relatively clear out of this. What is happening, says for Mixology. Stop the presses, says Autumn. It's currently thawing. I thought freeze distilling was illegal. No. I'm not freeze distilling. I'm trying to do is infuse flavor and take the fats out of solution. If what I did here was try to concentrate the alcohol by way of freezing, which I don't intend on doing, that would be illegal. What I am trying to do, though, is separate the fats, which are solid up on top. There we go. There we go. And I'll do a little bit more of this. There we go. Oh, hello there. I don't want you to fall. The last thing whoop! Okay. Okay. That's all on there now. That is all on there now. Tinker asking, how did it taste on Wednesday? Lightly meaty. Savory. Very savory spirit. So as you can see, chat, it all came out. And it would be illegal for me not to let all of this melt into here. So I'm going to let all of this melt into here. What's going to wind up happening is the fat that came off of the bacon is going to wind up also becoming a liquid and falling back into here. It will not be a totally clarified spirit. It's honestly not a very clarified spirit right now anyways, so it doesn't really matter. But to the point of who pointed it out, yes, freeze distilling without a license is illegal, which is why every single piece of this ice is going to thaw. I can't have anybody thinking that I'm trying to distill things without a license here at the Bar of the Next. This is just kind of a precarious container to be keeping it in, so I need to wedge it between two large objects. Two large objects so that I don't wind up causing an issue. I'm going to use... Actually, we're going to use... This is what we're going to do. I'm going to take 2 of the bottles that we got over the weekend. And I'm going to let it sit over here so it can completely thaw. Bishop, welcome back, by the way. Same smell, significantly less smell. Because it is cold now. And my senses don't work as well when they are cold. Alright, stay right there. Stay right there. Don't move nowhere. Don't move nowhere. And we'll take one from Rum Propelled Gaming, right? One from Rum Propelled Gaming. You guys are going to hang over here, and you guys are going to protect the infusion. There we go. Now, don't fall over. Don't fall over. Won't fall over now. There we go. Mixology! It's happening live. It's happening live. Gotta sharpen those senses. Especially when things are cold out there, hacker. Anyways, I'd like to do a cocktail before we get things any farther around here, so that is what we're going to do. That is what we're going to do. Ferb asking, how expensive is it for a license? Depends on the state. For me in Pennsylvania, it's expensive. Like thousands of dollars expensive. Thousands of dollars. Get out of here, lightsaber. That's Anna. She wanted it back anyways. Finally have enough for infusion, says Saki out there. That's exciting. It's very exciting. Let's make this cocktail, shall we? This one, again, coming out of the Geeky Bartender, themed to Star Wars. The Tatooine Sunset is actually one of the first drinks that I made out of that book over there, as it pertains to the stream itself. It's very pretty looking. That photo up there is my photo. A lot of them are my photos or doctored images of things that I found on the internet, but that's neither here nor there. Anyways, let's make our cocktail. What we have to do first, effectively what we're doing is we're building this right in the glass. We're layering this right in the glass over a bit of crushed ice. Not smashed ice, cracked ice specifically in this one. We're not getting out the wrench for this one, unfortunately. But what we'll do first is we'll combine 2 layers together first so we can pour it over on top. We've kind of done this before on the stream where we take different layers, we process them individually, and then we stack them on top of each other. That is kind of the idea that we're going for here. Let me grab a glass, this one. Let me get our camera set up in such a way that we're focused on the subject at hand. Do this one over here. Make sure that is all focused in on the spot that we want. I'll lock that into place. And I think we're good. I think we are good. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This one's also got a mustache on it. I think it works pretty well. I'll put this over to the side. So, how do you want to start this? How do you want to start this? What we want to do is we want to combine the top layer first. We're going to combine our blue Curaçao and our Blanco Tequila together first in a separate container to make it easier to pour over top. That was 1.5 ounces of Blanco Tequila and 1/2 ounce of blue Curaçao. So I need something that can hold at least 2 ounces. I got beakers for that very purpose. 2 ounces is going to be about 60 milliliters. So I'm going to use this one over here. Grab a separate container and pour into this 1.5 ounces of Blanco Tequila and 1/2 ounce of blue Curaçao and set that container aside. Bonus points if it's one with a spout. That'll make things easier for you. Right? This is what... Look at the little tiny guy over there. Teeny little guy. Grab one of these guys, put him over here. Bliss says, Cam, a question. Have you ever tried or heard of a drink called Bumble, originally made in Russia? And it tastes pretty good, especially if you grew up drinking it. I've never heard of that one before. Tell me about it. Tell me about Bumble. Not the dating app, obviously. Nice pop on that one. Very nice pop. In a separate container, add 1.5 ounces of Blanco Tequila and 1/2 ounce of blue Curaçao. Give it a little mix to incorporate, and set it to the side. That is the idea. That's the idea. That's the idea. Nice wigglies out there, hacker. I see that out there. Bishop asking, does the filtering of that infusion count for the infusion of the stream? No. No, it does not, because that's a rollover from the last stream. Fresh infusions every stream. Fresh infusions for the stream. Better snag it before Zesty gets it. I know he wants it today. 1/2 ounce of blue Curaçao. We got that in there. This is the blue of the sunset. Kind of how that works. Kind of how that works. Nice and blue. It's pretty much already combined together, but let's just do a little... There we go. Set it off to the side, right over here. I'll put that right over here for now. Make sure we got everything in there. And I don't want any of my colors to bleed, so I could either grab another measuring jigger or just clean out the one that I've already used. And we lack resources here at the bar, so we're going to clean this one out. I have a water cooler now. It makes it easier to get water. Very nice. Thank you to all who contributed. It's very, very nice. Blue dabba dee dabba da. You got it. You got it. Gotta love the rusty one. It's actually not rusty. It started brown and it's been tarnishing. The tarnish is actually silver, if you believe it. It started copper colored. Wild. Absolutely wild. All right. So now what we'll do is premix the Curaçao and the tequila, layer in order in a large glass. This is what we're going to do. Now, grab a large glass, and on the bottom add... What do you need? Pomegranate liqueur, or that not? There we go. Grab a large glass, and on the bottom layer, add an ounce of pomegranate liqueur and half an ounce of Rose's Grenadine. That's what we're doing. Ugh, come on, dude. Open up. I haven't opened this one in months. Oh, hi there. It eventually worked. Once again, bottom layer. An ounce of pomegranate liqueur, half an ounce of Rose's Grenadine. Then we'll crack some ice in here. And layer on top of that the next ingredients. The next ones. Gotta get this thing... Oh, also kind of hectic. Got some good ice sounds. Yeah, that's coming straight from our editor, by the way. You know it's gonna be good if it's coming from the editor. Ooh. Ooh. I'll mix this around just a little bit too. Just to make sure. Just to make sure everything is nice and incorporated. There we go. Gotta get some ice over top of it. You aren't the guy with glasses? I'm not the guy with glasses. What are you talking about? Ooh, speaking of things with glasses and otherwise, I see that we've had some contributions here at the bar of the next. I'm gonna cut the music for a hot second because Star Wars doesn't play nice. I see Entropy out there has gotten the Bean Boozled beams as well as Epazote leaves. Hojas de Epazote cortadas. Very nice. Oddly enough, I just added that to the throne literally last night because I've got some drinks I'm working on and it involves bugs, chat. It involves bugs. And that is one of the herbs I specifically want for that particular drink that I want to make that uses bugs. Not the ants we already have. Other ants. More traditional ants, honestly. I was doing some more research. I'd like to play some more Hollow Knight, if I may. Thank you, Entropy. And Jarvan out there with the sub as well. The Witch sighs softly. It's a pity we're back to 2 p.m. streams for me, but it will. Here's the good times at the bar of the next. It's always a good time when you're hanging around, Jarvan. Thanks for popping in, as always. Now let's crush some... it's not crushing. Now we'll crack some ice over this. The E's are the next part of our layering. I have some large cubes that I'm going to sacrifice for the occasion. Here's a large cube. I don't know exactly how much ice we need, but I'm going to crack them, just like the instructions say. We're going to try to take these 2 ice cubes. These ones over here. It's kind of like the twin suns of Tatooine. Suns typically aren't icy. Not in my universe. Not in my universe. Now, let me get a fat spoon over here. The fattest spoons are the ones that work the nicest. Whoa, shit, dude. What the heck were you doing in my mixing glasses? Get the fuck out of here. Anyways, crack some ice. That's what we're doing. Crack some ice into the glass. Put that over there. Let's see if this works. Note that clear ice cubes are easier to crack because they're less dense in the middle, so I don't know if this is gonna work. I've always been really bad at cracking ice, by the way. But I gotta practice somehow, right? Whoa! That actually worked pretty well. That actually worked really well. Shall we do another? Okay. Let's get some of those other pieces in there. That's the thing that I hate about cracking ice. Doesn't go when I want it to go. There we go. Another one. That's enough ice. I don't want any more ice. I don't want any more. That's enough for me. All right, get out of here. Yeah, get out of here. Anyways, now we'll do the thing that goes up on top. I might use this bar spoon to assist me in that, by the way. Now let's see what we'll do. Our middle layer will consist of an ounce of lemon juice and 3 ounces of orange juice. I gotta clean out this thing again because it's got colors. It's got colors, chat. It's got colors. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it works. It's not the first time I've done this. It's not my first rodeo, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see nonetheless. Alrighty then. If I didn't say it already, crack some ice over top of your first layer, and for your second layer, add an ounce of lemon juice and 3 ounces of orange juice. Depending on the size of your glass, you may add a little bit less of these. I think my glass is pretty big, so I'm going for it. That's what I'm going for. Here comes my lemon. Here comes my lemon. I'm gonna pour over top best as I can of this. All right. Now 3 ounces of orange juice. Autumn saying, since we're playing it, do you have a favorite Star Wars race? Mine are the Bothan. I don't know. I don't know if I have a favorite. There's a dude walking around with that looks like he's got a slug neck, and I'm gonna pick that guy. You can't see him right now though, because we're doing mixology right now. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't really like the Yoda alien. That doesn't really do it for me. That doesn't really do it for me. I'm trying to think. I'm also not I'm not much of a Star Wars fan, guys. I don't know much about Star Wars, honestly. As much as I probably should. As an inspired mixologist. Anyways, 3 ounces of OJ. Again, a little bit less depending on the size of your glass. Be gentle. Be gentle. Otherwise it won't work. Here's some more. I might actually need a little bit less of this. Fake nerd. Is that what you're calling me, Snipers? Wow. Trust. There we go. Before I put that other layer on, I'm gonna go grab our garnishes real quick. We need the twin suns, of course. Kalino, good to see you, friend. And Ducci, hey, it's Landon. What's up, Landon? Good to see you during the live stream. I'm just dropping over here for a second to get some cherries. I need cherries for my sons. Where's my son? I found my sons. So we'll get to this, right? We'll get to this, right? We'll get to this. Carefully pour that layer from earlier over top and garnish with the twin suns of Tatooine. Mine are moonshine maraschino cherries because suns are hot and so is alcohol, right? That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm gonna skewer these first just to make sure that I got them already. I rearranged the bar for a little bit, so I might be moving a little bit slower than I usually do. That or it's the same exact speed and I've been slow this entire time. I've been slow this entire time, chat. It takes me like 40 minutes to make an singular cocktail. Don't tip your bartender if he acts like me. Unless he's tending to an inordinate amount of guests at the same time. In which case, tip him handsomely. Tip him handsomely. I'd say don't forget to tip your bartender, but I don't really care, to be honest. I'm just glad you're here, chat. I'm just glad you're here. You're making a Star Wars drink? I'm making a Star Wars drink today. It's true. And somebody out there is making a reference to General Kenobi. All right, let's put that final layer up on top. Does it work? I hope so. I hope so. Ooh. It's so pretty. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Wait, that's the wrong music. Dun 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 dun. Ba, 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 ba. Anyways, Kalino with the sub. Thank you, sir. There we go. And let's get our two suns on there. Actually, let's move them a little bit farther up. So that balances perfectly. So it balances perfectly. It's not balancing perfectly. All right. Well, you know what? I tried my damnedest. I tried my damnedest. I want the two. Oh, here's how we're gonna do it. This is what we're gonna do. There we go. That's so much better. So much better. So much better. Anyways, that's our drink. That's our Tatooine Sunset. Got it. Always give your bartender tip. Always give your bartender the tip. Unless he specifically asks you otherwise, in which case, just like, I don't know. Always ask consent first, chat. Always ask consent. Oh my goodness gracious. Is that everything? That was all I needed. That was all I needed. Tips a Hondo. Thank you, Autumn. Where is it? Anyways. Wouldn't the 2 red cherries represent the twin suns? I literally said that already, KT. Literally, like, instructions unclear. I tipped my bartender over. Hopefully, at least help them back up again. Anyways, this is our cocktail, right? Isn't that pretty? This is so cool. Oddly enough, chat, a little bit of behind the scenes. Right before the stream started, I typically tend to tag anybody who makes these recipes before we actually get into the stream. And I got a little tidbit from the Cassandra Rita, the geeky bartender, that this was actually the first layered drink that she developed. And you know what? It looks so good for a first drink. It looks beautiful. Definitely better than any layered cocktail I ever developed. Except for that Castle Oblivion one. That one was pretty good. That one was pretty good. Anyways. Let's see. Ooh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Hey, you know what?
How are you? And then go back to it.
It ain't May 4th yet. Or actually, let me see how we're going to intro this. Doogie with the follow. Appreciate that. It's not May the 4th yet, but it's time for a Star Wars drink. This is the Tatooine Sunset by the Geeky Bartender. Dude. I see the inspiration here. The twin suns, the blue of the sky, the yellow of the dunes, and whatever red lies beneath the pit. I'm gonna say it's the Sarlacc, or the victims. Let's try it from the top. Let's try it from the top first and see where we get. That's tequila forward, with a hint of orange to it. Now, the question would be how each of these layers drink on their own. And honestly, I'm going to put this up. I'm going to bring this up to my level for a hot second, chat. Because the way that these layers look when you move them around is a completely different experience. Like, some of the layered drinks that we've done on this stream before showcase how cool layered drinks can be if they are stabilized properly. And this one is stabilized properly. And I want to show you that. Let me get this up to the level that I want it to be. Right here. Let me autofocus the camera. Autofocus. There we go. I'll lock that in. There we go. I just want y'all to appreciate how these layers move. All right, let me sip a little bit more elbow. Tequila. Look at how these layers just like... I don't know, there's something about the way that the layers like oscillate that is so pretty to look at, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Gotta love science. Gotta love the science. Gotta love the science. I don't know, that I'm mesmerized by that, dude. I'm freaking mesmerized. Then again, I'm mesmerized by cocktails in general, so. Kit Kat, welcome back, by the way. And Ozzy L, I see you out there as well. Anyway, so let me grab a straw so we can taste each of these layers individually. I'll use a brightly colored straw so we can see where we're at. There we go. Hey-o, Howie, what game are we playing? This one. I'm pointing out my screen over here. If you're on vertical, you can't see this. That's okay. It's Star Wars. It's Star Wars. Let's see. Can we get in? Can we get in there? Oh, sorry. It's not in the right location anymore. I gotta un-autofocus it again. Hello. All right. Let's see. Let's try to get down to this level. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? I want to try the mid layer. There we go. Yes. Let's try layer number 2. It's like tangy orange juice. Yeah. Tangy orange juice. That's what it is, by the way. It's literally lemon juice and orange juice, but at this point in the edit, they don't know that. Now for the bottom layer. All the way down to the bottom. Simple, easy, awesome. That's pomegranate, dude. So we got tequila, orange, pomegranates. But what happens if we mix it all together? Oh no, I lost one of my sons. I don't want to lose my son. No. Let's see what happens when we mix it all together. I don't know about you, chat, but this sunset is beautiful. Wow. In a way, it is still quite pretty. Still quite pretty. Ayo, Maz, what are these straws? I need to know. Look up Heroes of Barcadia. Rosewitch, it's not just the bottom layer that I killed. It also feels like a sandstorm. The sandstorm is hit. That's so true. All right. Now let's try it all together. It tastes like a tequila sunrise. That's effectively what it was, right? It was a deconstructed tequila sunrise. No, it wasn't a tequila sun. It wasn't deconstructed whatsoever. It literally was a tequila sunrise with a little extra blue Curaçao with the tequila up on top to keep it all apart. That's delightful. Yeah, dude. It tastes like a tequila sunrise. But like only after you combine it all together, as opposed to other tequila sunrises. This one's got a boost of pomegranate to it. The extra pomegranate flavor, though, I think is well-deserved. Beautiful recipe. Even when it's all mixed together. KT, by the way, I'm thinking for the edit for this guy, we'll save the combining everything together until the very, very last part. I will also be following up with you in post on this. Yeah, that's right. We're giving feedback during the live stream now. We're optimizing our processes. Anyways, chat, as what we usually do before we get into the game around here, if you've got something that you're celebrating or want me to cheers off to anything, I'd love to give shout-outs to the people out there who are celebrating something. Excuse me. Birthdays, achievements in chemical and or physical science, whatever we got going on over there. This is typically what we do here. I like to do stuff like that. Zesty out there saying with the Grenadine on the bottom, it was more of a Tequila Sunset. No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. It's called the Tatooine Sunset, so that does actually kind of make sense. Dude, like my first time watching the stream, yeah, that's worth celebrating. All you gotta do is type !cheers space exactly what you just wrote, and I would encourage you to get practice now, because if you've ever watched the Infinity Bottle or Chat Orders a Drink, you're gonna have to get familiar with commands, and if you ever run into trouble, you can always ask me or the people sitting next to you. And by that I mean, you're on Twitch, the Twitch people. Or just shout across the void to YouTube. Sometimes those people do respond. It's true, it's true. It's true. As a reminder as well, this recipe came out of the Geeky Bartender, a book! An actual physical book! You don't see a lot of those these days anymore. Maz is like, hi YouTube! Hi TikTok! TikTok can't see me right now. They have policies specifically against regulated goods like alcohol, so we don't stream on TikTok this show. Fuck off, TikTok! Unless you came from TikTok, in which case, thank you. I cannot stream on your platform. They have taken me down because of it. They literally have. Actually, the last time we streamed games on TikTok, they said this guy's slinging inappropriate terms. We were talking about being gay, and TikTok took us down for that. And newsflash chat, we're a very queer-friendly community. TikTok didn't feel that way, though. Anyways, Boo Clock app live feature. Get him out of here. Put the middle finger in the edit. No! You don't report to them, KT. You report to me! Unless Scarstout's paying you, in which case, that's a different story. Let's see what our cheerses are off to. Also, this thing's kind of sour, so I'm about to do something absolutely fucking gross. I know, disgusting. I've been fighting a mild cold, by the way. Thank you for asking, chat. Joe, welcome back. That Disney glass is a big part of my childhood. This one over here, it's one of the reasons I keep using it on the stream. It's called engagement baits. It's not because I'm really trying to bait you. I really like being able to engage with people, but I have to cast my line, right? And not everybody responds to a worm on the internet. Anyways, let's raise a glass to those who are raising it with us. I've got water. Because there are commands for that. I've also got alcohol. Got cheers to Lily out there who is celebrating your weekend off from work. A very relaxing and much needed break. Everybody needs a break. We are not machines, chat. Even still, machines need to be taken care of every once in a while. My computer decided to freeze at 5:20 p.m. yesterday. Want to know how I know? Because at 9 o'clock p.m. I looked at my computer screen. It wouldn't move and it said 5:20. Fucking ridiculous. Saki out there, cheersing off to Skylar, as always, the character from Date Everything, but also their wife, Pony Girl. I appreciate your support out there. But to also hopefully getting to do the Aria drink soon. They are adding another update to Groove Coaster. I will be in touch with you about that. I'm currently looking at the honey cream soda on my desk right now. Not a single one of them have been opened, and every single time I look at it, I'm reminded that I want to work on more original drink recipes and whatnot. And want to know the reason why I haven't reached out? It's because I moved my decanter, my Brita filter over there, and it mildly obscures it. And for some reason, I am very tunnel visioned. Keep bothering me about things I've promised to you guys. To CJ, random BS go, cause why not, and watching good wrestling next month, and also more pink lemonade. That's CJ's thing, falling asleep during our streams, and also drinking pink lemonade by the bucket full in terms of the powder. It's actually quite impressive. Hey Orion, welcome back by the way. I'm seeing Rosewitch out there saying, I have huge news! You can tell it's huge because it was submitted in all capital letters. I've gotten my first ever live 2D model that I'm getting to debut this upcoming Sunday. That's exciting! To all you fellow content creators out there, I'd love to hear what milestones you're celebrating out there. That's cool. I thought most VTuber models were 3D, but I guess 2D, that's a PNG tuber model, right? That's cool, dude. Congratulations, Rosewitz. To Cow King, currently you're still eating 10 pounds of crawfish. Also remember, all hail Yarel Poof. Robot chicken? I don't know what that is. By the time that was spent making the drink, you finished all of the 10 pounds of crawfish, and you're cleaning up. Also, it's actually 13 pounds in total. How in the world did you eat 13 pounds of crawfish? That's insane! Almost as insane as the 30-something pounds of onion that are currently inside of this bottle of 50% alcohol solution. That's wild. But then again, we experience wild things on the stream. It's always a pleasure that you're part of it, Cow King. That's impressive. To Lee, 2 friends. Cheers to 2 friends remembering to take out the raisin syrup to thaw at the beginning of the thing so we can use it later on. Wink, wink. Oh, you don't have to remind me to thaw it beforehand. I can thaw it in 5 minutes, I say, winking. Because we're 2 friends, right? Wink, right? To Bliss out there, you guessed it, for the good vibes on the stream, just as usual. Always, and always worth recognizing. To KT, our editor, to treating my mom to dinner later tonight. I hope she enjoys it, and I hope you enjoy it too, by nature of the fact that eating with your parents should involve things that you both enjoy, at least in some regard. Kelly out there, welcome to the stream, by the way. Kit Kat, cheersing off to 49 days to graduation. You're almost done with the ideals of the mass-produced curriculum system that is education in your local jurisdiction. America. To Massifer out there, cheers to a raise and a bonus. You've earned it. I need not know what you do. You've earned it. To Brick Puncher, to beating Canto 7 in Limbus Company, or rather Canto Siete, that's 7 in Spanish, just like Canto is. To good tunes and good booze. To Bishop Cheese out there, to one step closer to automobiles and my eventual lessons. My first time driving a car with my then, what was it, a proverbial? No, not a proverbial, but what was it? Probationary license. I failed to merge on the highway, and I didn't drive for 3 months after the fact. And now I've been driving for almost 10 years. So there we go. It's one step at a time, chat, right? Just stay safe while doing it. To Cyprus, to getting my truck ready for a road trip, pouring one in my mouth because it's going to be expensive to fix. And then to hard-boiled eggs. Wait, are you pouring the hard-boiled eggs into your mouth? Because I actually follow up to the hard-boiled egg we made on stream a few weeks ago. I managed to dial in the exact amount of time at the exact correct temperature to get a hard-boiled egg that is a little bit liquid on the inside. Just a little bit. Not a fully hard yolk. I think it's 192 degrees at exactly 10 minutes. I think. And Ferb's asking about red beet eggs progress. I forgot about that since the last time you asked me. 0 progress whatsoever. Defer to what I said earlier about bothering me about things that I promised you. I was literally at the store earlier today, Ferb. It's okay. One thing at a time, right? To Doogie out there, my first time watching the stream. You know what's funny, chat? I have a little chat automator that happens now. Every single time you follow the Instagram account, a pre-drawn message gets sent out to every single person who follows and says, by the way, effectively, you should join the live, because nobody joins the live stream! And it's my job to market it. Anyway, so Doogie out there was just like, oh my god, I wasn't expecting you to actually respond. Admittedly, it was a bot automation, but I did respond after the fact, and we were chatting up until the stream actually happened. And they actually showed up! That is a person who is committed to the bits. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You'll be soon to find out that I also commit to the bit, and we'll also do most things for charity. A big cheers off to that. To Blue Bunny, to you getting well soon, Cam, thank you, thank you. I know I'm getting well because what is in the bucket right now is a disturbing shade of yellow, and that's usually a medical good sign. It's getting out of my body, and not staying in on the inside. To Scar out there, to our gracious and amazing bartender, keep up the good work, boss man. No problem, I am reporting for duty always. I live to serve, or do I serve to live? I'm not so sure, that's philosophy. To Tinker out there, to Dinner Eggs, naturally, and Ryan, of course, baby out there, and I hope you're wearing your kilt today. 1 week without a cigarette. Oh, you're trying to quit, dude? That's tough, dude. That's tough. Big razor glass out there. And Ferb as well, to me thinking about an infusion I'm thinking of redeeming. You'll get there, bud. You'll get there. In any case, cheers to everybody who was cheered along with me. We had a long list of cheers today. It's nice to be able to celebrate with you guys, so thanks for hanging out with me. Salute, cheers, slancha, gesundheit, Saudi, and otherwise. Kampai, chats. Let's play a video game. Oh no! The video game's dead. Just kidding! I brought it back. Heyo, Sapphire! How's it hanging? How's it hanging? And where is it? It's the infusion! It's infusion time. Cheese got it. Bishop got it. Whoa. Zesty. Oh my gosh. I told you if you weren't quick enough. Oh no. Anyways, Lego Star Wars, you got it, Doogie. Ryan saying, Cam, can I request that you obtain a handful of pine needles for my infusion? I can get pine needles. I just need somebody to suggest it. You know how to do that, Ryan. You've been around the block. Anyways, what is that infusion time? I didn't catch it. Hold up. Hold up. I gotta take a picture of it. Cognac, and then lingonberry jam, strawberry jam, and the stone apple candies. Stone apple candies, a small handful. Throw them in a jar and then do it Doka style. That's really cool, actually. It's really cool. Those, what do you call them? Stone apple candies. That's cool. I like that combination of things. Strawberry jam, lingonberry jam, and then cognac. That's a fun one. That is a fun one. Sorry, the music keeps going in and out because Star Wars does not play nice. Any case. Doogie, like infusion time, I'm a bit out of the loop, honestly. No, it's okay, Doogie. You're not behind. I'm the one who's behind on that one. I needed this one. Since the beginning of the year, I've been allowing our chat here, utilizing the points that they gain during the stream, to make custom ingredients, custom infusions, custom syrups, custom cordials, custom shrubs, custom liqueurs, custom spirits, by using everything that I've got in our stock. Because you're new, I'll pop the link out there. These are everything, this is every single ingredient we have to work with here on the stream. There are over 1,000 different items. 1,000 of them. And so I've been editing them, but I've been very, very behind, and I owe you guys that. I was thinking about that earlier today. Thinking about doing them? No. Thinking about how much I failed you guys.
You could never fail us.
I could never fail you. I know exactly what I need to do to fail you guys, chat. I know exactly what I need to do, and it's not appropriate for Twitch or YouTube or anybody.
Is it propose?
Propose to who? I'm already married.
You talk to chat more in your sleep.
I talk to chat more in my sleep than I do my own partner.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're literally... Anyways. Chat, apparently I try communicating with you even when I'm sleeping. I hope...
Oh my god, I think the best one was last night.
What did I say last night? What did I say last night?
You told chat that we had to dance on the cheese in order to get the monkeys out of the cage.
I told you guys apparently in my sleep that we needed to... What did you say?
Dance on the cheese.
Dance on the cheese to get the monkeys
like,
out
hey,
of the...
chat, we need to dance on the cheese to get the monkey out of the cage.
Chat, I think you guys are giving me nightmares. I think you guys are giving me nightmares. We need to dance on the cheese. Yeah, I guess. I guess you do. Tag me when you do on social media at CameroxnWithAnX. Nobody tags me on social media. Nobody does. It's probably for good reason, by the way. I want to see what you guys are up to. We need to dance on the cheese. I love how many guests are saying we need to dance on the cheese. We just gotta. There's no reason why. You just gotta. Oh no, it's because we gotta get the monkeys out of the what?
Read the monkeys. You have to get the monkeys out of the cage.
Gotta get the monkeys out of the cage.
You were definitely thinking Donkey Kong.
I don't know, dude. Was I thinking of Donkey Kong? Is that a foreshadowing to a Donkey Kong stream,
I
chat?
don't know.
Chat, make sure to use the suggest command if you think we should play a Donkey Kong game, because honestly, I've got a lot of banana cocktails I'd really like to try. What is going on here? Alright, cool. I broke something. Oh, hi there. Okay. Oh. Oh, hi there. Dance on the cheese. Cheese dance on the cheese. Even cheese out there is saying, dance on me. That's incredible. That's incredible. Oh my god. Oh, Bishop out there saying too, for your infusion, the name, if I may, would be Food Hub's Fruit Drop Cognac. Fruit Drop Cognac. Oh, I died. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. I need to keep track of a couple of things. First of all, I died. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. I keep track of that now. And I also... Food Hub's Fruit Drop Cognac. Food Hub's Fruit Drop Cognac. Excellent! Thank you, by the way. Thank you, by the way, Bishop. I do appreciate that. Yeah, by the way, chat, you guys can give your infusions names if you want to. I'm literally not stopping you. Anyways, I died. And yes, there's been a lot of deaths so far. There are 2 other streams that happened, and I honestly don't know how we got here, to be honest. Pelvic circles! Let's do it! Yeah, I honestly don't remember how we got here, chat. I don't remember. But we are here, and so they say, when you're here, you're family, but you know, you should definitely call your mother. If she was a nice person and she's still around. If she's not a nice person, then, like, I don't know. Call people that make you happy. Fuck! I am moving my hips, by the way, chat. And I am wearing pants. I must tell you that. Otherwise, it is against TOS if I lead you astray. It is. It is indeed. Anyways, that was kind of catastrophic. That was very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? When you pop into a situation and immediately have to fend for your life? Dire. Like the wolves. Dire like the wolves. Bliss out there asking whether or not I've got a tumble glass that I can use in my order, or some fresh orange juice that I can use in that same order as well. Well, I do have some fresh oranges still remaining, and we can juice it. And by a tumbler, you mean something like this? Is this the tumble you were looking for? He said, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Verbal confirmation, confirmation. Does it look good? Does it look good? It's about to fall. Oh! That's cool. Oh, sorry, Yoda. I didn't mean to do that. I assume that's pretty good. Gosh, let's see. Bitter out there saying, just made my own drink and oof, too much whiskey. Just revise it for next time. That's the fun of mixology. You figure out what went wrong and then fix it for next time. Iteration is key, chat. Iteration is key. You're not necessarily going to get it on the first try. Forgot how to jump in this game. Ryan saying, just suggested pine needles and provided sources for later reference on quantities. I'm thinking pine needle infused gin. Really get those pine needle flavors going? Dude, I dig that. I've always wanted to make home fermented pine needle soda, and I think we've talked about that on the stream before. Effectively, what you do, Chad, is you take pine needles and put them into sugar water and just let the yeast go for it. But saying tumble is round, wider at the bottom, thinner at the top. Oh. How does this tumbler feel for you? It's got facets. It is wider at the bottom than it is on the top, right? How's that one for you? Doogie out there saying, sadly I must already go. I'll be back though for the next one. No problem, Doogie. Thanks for joining us while you could.
I broke it.
Anna broke it. What did you break, love?
Container for the floss.
You broke the container for the floss. Can I eat it?
No.
Nope, you can't eat floss, chat. Don't do it. Don't do it. Whether or not. Whether or not. My poor floss. Oh no! Our floss!
It's broken.
It's broken! It's the internet, love. That's where it came from. One of my favorite memes on the internet, chat, or rather, is it even really a meme? I don't know if it's a meme. It's a thing, chat. It's that video of the kid being like, oh no! Our table! It's broken! I do not know the state of the table, chat, but I feel for that table. It was a vine. Of course it was a vine. Oh, man. Let's see. Bliss out there saying, this one looks fun, not gonna lie, might use it. Can I ping you in Discord with the glass that I have? Maybe you might remember something that'll fit it better? Go for it. Go for it. Live updates. Live updates. You can send pictures to me via the live updates channel, but you must let me know, otherwise I don't look at my Discord during these streams because it puts my identity at risk. That's bullshit, by the way. There's nothing stopping me. There's literally nothing stopping me. KT saying the table is still intact, but emotionally will never be the same again. I think the table needs therapy. Our table's not intact. Oh my god, no, actually, our table is broken. I forgot, chat. I broke our table. I literally jumped on it to break it apart, dude. I was so fucking frustrated with our table. So I broke it while watching Disney's Iwaju.
You add that part.
I do need to add that part. Anything that gets the mouse's attention. Can we have the story from the hat? Yes, let's have a story from the hat. Oh, hold up, I'm being shot at. Only stormtroopers can access this area. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, can you? Story from the hat. Let's see what's in there. Aha! I grabbed 2 of them. Let's do this one. I got a sticker from the folks over at Misguided Spirits while I was in Chicago. While I was in Chicago for Tales on Tour, I got a chance to talk to a variety of different brands. Fuck. That was not one of the brands, by the way. Oh, one of those brands that I had a chance to speak to at length was Misguided Spirits, who did wind up sending us a bottle of their tequila by the time that we got back. One that I specifically had asked for because of a specific cocktail that I'm working on. Over at Misguided Spirits, they make spirits inspired by the misguided, the quote, misguided of humanity. The people at the historical figures out there or otherwise who were otherwise not quite fitting for their time. In particular, the spirit that I took back with me was themed towards, actually, hold up, let me go get the bottle that I'm specifically talking about. It's over here. It's over here, and it's in the tequila section. Microphone! Fuck off! I was talking to the microphone, by the way, not my dearest partner. Not my dearest partner. This is the bottle I'm talking about. Misguided sent it to the Bar of the Next after the event was over. It's inspired by Chavela Vargas, the, quote, infamous ranchero singer that challenged machismo stereotypes by wearing men's clothing while singing about women with incredible passion. None more famous than her rendition of Black Dove, a.k.a., what do they call it? La Paloma Negra, right? In Spanish. The ballad of a young woman who goes out partying all night and breaks the heart of the singer. I love the idea of, so when I do inspired recipes, one of the things that I specifically look out for are ingredients that specifically embody the character, concept, item, or otherwise that I'm specifically developing towards. Even when it comes down to the base spirit itself, I think all of our ingredients can tie back to something about the character, but obviously embodied in real life, right? I had been thinking, I had an archetype specifically picked out for a character from Date Everything, specifically the toaster, Miranda, who I think we've talked to once, I believe, so far? I think we've talked to Miranda like once or twice, maybe? Got it. Totally worth it. So Miranda, Miranda de Dulce de Tostadora, I believe is her full name there. Oh, I have an ad running. Ah! I was in the middle of my story. Remind me to tell you about the toaster, and we'll pick up back on that in a little bit. Bliss was asking about a Tumblr! A Tumblr! Is it in the live updates? Is it in live updates? I see it! Oh, I have something like that. Yeah, I got something like that. Hold up. I have a stem. I think the stemless wine glass is the best thing that I'm gonna have that's similar to that, Bliss. Let me grab one from down here. I have this guy. Isn't Tumblr a website? And a glass! There are many ways to play. Have another Tumblr over here? Let me go look around the front. Bliss, the only one that I've got is the stemless wine glass that I got from Taste Philadelphia, where I actually got the one of my first bottle from Lancaster Distilleries. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like a little bit, not with me in the way. Possibly. Possibly. I'm gonna put this guy back over here, clean up the bar for a hot second. I'm also gonna grab that straw that I had from earlier because this drink is hard to drink. It's hard to get through because of all the ice in it, but it tastes really good. It's a sweet beverage. It's not too crazy, right? What's the volume of it? I'd say that's probably like a 6 ounce, probably. Maybe 6 to 67 ounce, just by eyeballing it. That would also include ice as well. I might have more tumblers. Let me look real quick. I have to go to the other side of the bar for this because I do have extra glassware in the front. Boom! Okay. Looking for tumblers. Looking for tumblers. Oh, not in there. How about in here? Nope. How about in here? Nah, that's the only one I got. Alright. That's pretty much the only one I got. Yeah, microphone Blue Bunny, I got you. 6 ounce might be a bit too small. Well, if it's a bit too small, we can always make the recipe as is or just dial down the ratios. We could always do that. I want to get one of my cherries. Oh, I lost one of my cherries. Oh. Moonshine cherries. With the potency of a collapsing sun. Where's the other one? Nope. 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 What was that? Anyways, that might work well. Hey, work with what we got, right? Work with what we got. Just in case we get to it. I'll also give it a bit of a wash down because we haven't used this one in a hot second. So I'll make sure it's all nice and clean for you. Just in case. Welcome back from the ads chat. I was in the middle of talking about a toaster. I remembered. So, I was talking about the folks over at Misguided Spirits who gave me a sticker as well as a shirt. By the way. That was another part about Misguided Spirits that I forgot to say. They also gave me a shirt. After I stopped at their stand, Gina, who I spoke to at length from Misguided Spirits, approached me as my hands were occupied with the super camera, the sexy cocktail angle. It was the first time I took it to an event, and I was trying to be very, very gentle with it, so I had it in one hand while I was holding a book in the other, and I had a bunch of stuff in a teeny tiny backpack that was way too small for what I would eventually get from the event, and Gina comes waltzing over with, "Do you want a shirt?" And in my head, I'm like, "No, I don't want a shirt. I'm struggling to get my bag closed as is." But I'm like, "Oh my god, so much. Thank you so much." So I kind of hold it over my arm as I'm even more over encumbered. Come to find that on my way home from Chicago, I wore that shirt, that misguided long sleeve shirt, on the plane ride back. And it kept me very, very warm during my travel, as I lost a water bottle too. But that's a completely different story about how I lost the water bottle. Not for the reason you may think at the airport. But when I go through inspired recipes, I try to do it as much as I can to find base spirits and ingredients that specifically map particularly to this character. You would think for a toaster that bagels or Pop-Tarts, for example, might be really easy tiebacks for what to include in a recipe inspired by a toaster. But like, what about the rest of her? Well, so Miranda from Date Everything, the toaster, is a singer who comes from Mexico and has a great appreciation for Mexican mariachi song culture. So I had been on the lookout specifically for a tequila because I determined that her being of Mexican origin would use either a mezcal, tequila, or maybe a combination of both that embodies that aspect of either mariachi culture or just as it pertains to women singing in Mexico kind of culture. And this one specifically called out to me, and I basically gave the whole pitch for this character to Gina, who I spoke with at Tales on Tour Chicago. And on my way back, I was like, "By the way, I'm still thinking about that tequila bottle." And they're like, "Well, we'll send it on over to you." And that's how this bottle came to be at the Bar of the Next. So shout out to the folks that I saw at Tales on Tour Chicago from Misguided Spirits. They got a bunch of other options as well. One of which was I think it was a spicy triple sec. Nobody else, to my knowledge, makes a spicy triple sec. But they did. They did. And it was pretty tasty too, by the way. Pretty tasty. Anyways, Daichi, welcome back, a local death god. Let's see. Bliss out there saying too, "Can you look at the order, by the way? Changed it for the Bumble one, so maybe you can rate it." Does anybody else have an order they'd like me to look at? I'll batch out my consultations. And you don't even have to pay anything. Isn't that crazy good value, chat? Free cocktail consultation from some guy who's just having fun. It's because nobody's paid me to make a cocktail yet, so for now, I'm just having fun. Cocktail consultation, by the way, Chad. I do cocktail commissions. I'm open and available. Reach out to the guy with glasses for details. Also, did this work? What is going on here? Can I actually get up? Can I actually get up there? Oh my god, I can get up there. Oh my god, I can get up there. Okay, hold up a second. There's a way to do this, but I can't change my camera anywhere. Oh, actually, if I swap to Yoda, right? Can I swap to Yoda? There we go. He's got double hops. Yeah, there we go. No, okay, we got this. We got this. Tinker out there saying, next idea might do is look at... Oh, hold up a second. I'd be curious if you look at mine. The next idea I might do is making a drink specifically based on Cheeseburger in Paradise. Cheeseburger in Paradise. Will you move? Yoda, can you please move? You were doing so good before, Yodi boy. Yodi boy. Yodi lad. Young and spry, Yodi lad. Nope. Gosh. No! Bryce out there saying, I like my cocktails with lettuce and tomato. I'm proud of you, bro. Or do you mean you burger cocktails? Alright, don't go anywhere. Hold up a second. Liz says, anything you do has crazy value. Otherwise, I wouldn't wake up at 1 a.m. to watch your stream. See, chat? Value. Tis valuable. Oh, you know what? I got an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea, but I gotta get up there first. Okay, can I? Okay. Oh, no! It was going so well. It was going so well. I didn't know what I was doing. Oh my goodness gracious! All right, get up there. Just a single. Just add. Gosh. Ryan out there asking, who here is old enough to remember Cheeseburger by VeggieTales? Dude, chat, we were just talking about VeggieTales over the weekend. Anna, do you remember Cheeseburger by VeggieTales? That's okay. I don't remember Cheeseburger by VeggieTales, but then again, VeggieTales was not the way that I had Christiocentric beliefs shoved down my throat when I was younger. For me, it was church. Was there a song about cheeseburgers? I actually, they did a lot of music, come to think of it. No! I love how the Force knocked Yoda off. I know it'll work, dude. I know it'll work. I have faith. I have faith in a Jedi Master. Jedi Master! Master! Damn it. This might not be the way to do it, chat. This might not be the way you do it. Maybe you're supposed to stack them one at a time. If I could get the one on top down, I totally would. But I can't. Well, actually, if I go... Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. I gotta go out of the room and back in, right? Nope, it doesn't reload. Okay. So, the thing is, I would stack them one by one, but I have to get the one up on top down. And I don't know if I can do that. I tried it, but it didn't work. I did make it up there one time. Oh. Gosh. Oh my goodness. Ryan saying with confirmation that there was indeed a cheeseburger song and it was sung by the cucumber. Did the characters in VeggieTales have names, or were they just named by their vegetable? Oh my gosh, they're okay. All right. Okay. Delicioso. Bob the Tomato and Larry the Cucumber. Larry the Cucumber rings a bell now that I think about it. Larry the Cucumber. That makes sense. Wasn't Larry the Cat? Alexa, what are the names of the major characters in VeggieTales? I thought it was Larry the Cucumber. That rings a bell.
VeggieTales.
Yeah.
Where vegetables become more interesting than most humans. The main cast includes Bob the Tomato, Larry the Cucumber, Junior Asparagus, Laura Carrot, and a bunch of other produce with more personality than your average fruit bowl.
This is fair. Yes. I thought it was Larry the Cucumber. We were right about that. Very good. Very good. Thank you, Alexa. Oh, and these guys need the 50
You're welcome. Now go forth and impress people with your vegetable knowledge. Hell, you might be the only person who can name more than 3 VeggieTales characters without Googling it.
I literally Googled it, but I used defunct sassy AI instead. I guess defunct might be a little bit too harsh. Ayo, Charizard, welcome in. The good Lego Star Wars game. Are there any bad ones? I wouldn't know. I've only ever played one. This is the only one I've ever played, and the last time I played it was when I was a mere child. A mere lad. Just a mere little lad, with no drinks to speak of aside from water and over-sugarified, high-fructose corn syrup beverages. Not a bad thing, by the way. Still quite tasty. Even then. Whoa. Where are the other ones? I hear them. Oh, there's the music. When the music happens, we know that there are bad guys nearby. We know there is. Oh my gosh. What are we talking out there? Bishop out there saying, not sure it's a global thing, but Tom and Jerry is what you had when you were younger. Postman Pat and Scooby-Doo. I definitely got Scooby-Doo and Tom and Jerry. Postman Pat I'm not familiar with. VeggieTales I'm only mildly familiar with because, again, they were trying to teach me about the Bible at a young age, and did successfully on occasion. On occasion. Scooby-Doo wasn't teaching me about the Bible, but it inadvertently was teaching me about aliens and critical thinking skills. And then Tom and Jerry was teaching me about what I should do in case I ever see a mouse or a cat wielding hammers. And what I should do is sit there and watch. Because it was downright entertaining as fuck, dude. Oh, and also thinking that my cat could all of a sudden scream like a grown-ass man. That was educational to me. In any case. Charizard out there saying, was up, but in my opinion, Skywalker Saga felt tame, kind of lackluster compared to the complete saga. Nah, I appreciate the perspective there. I considered which one that we should stream here, and I think Skywalker Saga, like, I got confused for a second, because I didn't realize that there were 2 sagas, and I was scratching my head wondering what the heck is the difference between the 2, because the complete saga covered everything. But I guess one is sort of a remastered version of the first couple episodes, or... Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure we could all use with a good reminder. I see Beans popping back into the chat over on the YouTube side, and I was expecting drink mixing. What a lovely surprise. Oh, we still got drink mixing. We always do, Beans. We always do. But we also have Star Wars today. Speaking of Star Wars, Obi-Wan's back in chat. Hanging out, saying hey, screaming Star Wars, being that Jedi master that everybody knows and loves. To my knowledge, at least. To my knowledge. I get out there, and then oh, hold up. I could be Yoda-ing. I probably should be Yoda-ing. Yep, Yoda feels a very good idea. Oh, what is this? Okay. I don't know what that did, but I'm happy we're here. Oh, come on. Double jump! There we go. In any case. Ryan out there is saying, do y'all remember Wallace and Gromit? I remember watching one of the Wallace and Gromit movies, and I don't remember which one. Levy popping back at the bar saying, how's the X-Bar? It's clean. It still has a couple of glitters over top of it. Remember when we played Little Misfortune Chat and Shadon became a thing? The bar with the X remembers because it still winks at me every once in a while in that sort of starry, glittery, plastic, physical herpes kind of way. Craft herpes. The herpes of the craft world. Is that what people... That's what people call it, right? The herpes of the craft world? Yeah, we still got it here. We got it bad, chat. We've got it bad. And I'm not hot for teacher, by the way. Unless that teacher is... Star Wars. But I don't know what I'm learning. Beep! Oh, it's a force field! That makes sense. Let's see. Charizard out there saying, Skywalker Saga speedruns all the films, so it takes about an hour per episode, but it also made some changes, like the Coliseum had less enemies than the complete saga. It wasn't bad, though. And each episode was only a single level compared to the complete saga. Oh, so, okay, it's a condensed version of the original. doesn't that translate to, like, less playtime and less fun for the end user? Like, a piece of me wonders why? Why do that? But I get, you know what? I guess I get it. Some people want a little bit less, you know? Some people want a little bit less. Let's asking how many orders are there, by the way. You can always check by typing !num orders in chat. According to my count, it says 12. That's not always accurate, though. My count has glitches. Bean's saying there seems to be quite a bit in the Infinity bottle. Yeah, 118 different editions. Everclear for the, God, 7th time, by the way. That was impressive. All right, come here, Yodi. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. That was very disrespectful of me. That wasn't very nice of me. And then I get up here with Yoda, 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 Yoda man. No, it doesn't work that way. For the 7th time, Beans. 7th time. That was what we topped the bottle up with, by the way, Bishop. More Everclear. More Everclear. I've got an idea for what I want to do with the Infinity bottle today, chat. I was thinking we do a Tequila Sunrise with the Infinity bottle because I don't think we've actually done that before. I feel like we've made it this far without a Tequila Sunrise. Actually, I can check that. Hold up. Have we done a Tequila Sunrise? I'll nip that in the butt right now. We haven't. No, we've never done a Tequila Sunrise. Not yet. Infinity Sunrise? No, Infinity Sunrise. Infinity Sunrise. We've never done that before. Never done that. Okay, so how do we get anything else that we can do in here? Aside from break these things apart? Cause mass mayhem and vandalize the places that we call home? Oh, apparently Cypress says I need Jar Jar for that one. That particular one, because he's got the hops. Oh, can I use this guy? Nope. Can't do that one. Whoopsie! Didn't mean to do that. Trying to switch back, because he's faster. Switch back, because he's... Alright, well, I'm moving on. Obi-Wan out there sharing the contents of his Infinity bottle that he started recently. Eagle Rare 10, Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Strength, E.H. Taylor's Small Batch, bottom and bottom. Good shit, Obi-Wan! Sounds like a tasty bottle. But what do I know? I've never even tried it. Actually, I have tried an Eagle Rare before. It's pretty good. I recall it being pretty tasty. Bless you, Cameron. No, bless you, Cameron. Oh, thank you, Cameron. You're welcome, Cameron. Anytime, Cameron. Of course. Oh, chat wanted me to check their orders. I just remembered that. Let's check our orders so far. The music is going to stop for a hot second, but, you know, that's probably fine. Thank you, Bliss. I appreciate that. A bless coming from Bliss. Calking asking, what's your favorite Bond film, Cameron? None of them, because I've never watched a single one. And I wouldn't pick a favorite based off of limited information. Goldfinger. I would never do that. I'd never do that. Anyways, I got orders from chat right now. Tinker wanted me to check out theirs, as well as Bliss. Bliss, you have 2 of them. One is called... Oh, specifically the Bumble one. Bumble calls for... Oh, a Bumble. This is the drink. A drink that I grew up drinking. So it stayed with you over the years. Orange juice, espresso shot, cinnamon... No specific measurements. Do by feel and try to follow the order. Add 5 to 6 cubes of ice into a tumbler glass. Fill 3/5 of the glass with freshly squeezed orange juice. Pull a shot of espresso right into the glass over the orange juice. Sprinkle some cinnamon over the coffee. Nothing else needed. Can be mixed or drank without mixing. Doesn't matter. I prefer not to mix. Espresso and coffee doesn't sound like a very bad combination, to be honest. With a bit of cinnamon in there, too. A bit of cinnamon. I imagine... Oh, the cinnamon goes over top. So, like, grated cinnamon over top of orange juice and espresso. Not bad. And a spirit-free beverage, too, to boot. That sounds tasty. I've been meaning to try to get more use out of the espresso machine, and if you guys don't do it, I'm going to do it first. Brick asked me to look at yours. No problem. No problem. Let me look at... where did Tinkers go? There we go. Berg drink, 2 ounces of the burger base, still filtering, by the way, so we'd need to wait on that. 2 ounces of brown butter bourbon, half an ounce of cocktail onion brine, tablespoon of onion powder, tablespoon of cheese powder, and then toasted sourdough as a garnish. I don't have any sourdough, but I do got other breads. So I'm thinking that burger base is pretty damn savory. That bourbon is pretty damn whiskey forward. I feel like we're lacking a bit of body in here. And by that, I mean, when I say body, I mean something that is heavy enough to make it not viscous and thin, like a syrup, for example. Granted, the cheese powder is going to add a thickness, right? But only if it's fully incorporated. And if we mix it the way that it is right now with onion powder and cheese, I think it's going to get clumpy. It's going to get clumpy. Unless we try to make a syrup with the cheese powder first, for example, just to add a little bit of like body and stuff to it. I'm also wondering too, for a burger-inspired drink, how we can get it even meatier. And a piece of me thinks that smoking it might help with that. Like a smoked burger. Unless we're thinking like McDonald's level burger, in which case that doesn't smell smoky at all. Those are my notes so far. And then Brick has got some questions. 3s and 7. Wait, we looked at this one already. Oh, you made some modifications. You made some modifications. So, what exactly are the modifications, by the way, Brick? This is from last time, right? I know we need more Ancho Reyes. I think I have enough for like just one of these, because I think a half an ounce we've got left. Cinnamon syrup. Actually, what was the difference? I have both of these recipes here. The spiced rum. Oh, you swapped the Lancaster rum into it. I'm curious. What's your reasoning for that, my guy? I see that swap out. Are you just going to the next pretty looking spiced rum on the block, ain't you? Ain't you? I got no problem with that, by the way. I got no problem with that. We added the, it looks like the, is the vinegar still in here? I see the pumpkin ale still, ignite a cinnamon stick, drop it, the shot, and, oh, there's a shot with it too. Oh, wait, hold up a second. Oh, there's a shot in here now. Change the glass too. Yeah, I see that now. Oh, okay, hold on. Spiced rum, Ancho Reyes, cinnamon syrup, shaken with ice. Try to get that into a shot glass. Shot glasses are typically going to be 1.5 ounces or 2 ounces. You can't fit 3 ounces in there. You are going to fail. Unless you use 2 of them. In a tall beer glass rimmed with turbinado and cayenne, pour a can of the pumpkin ale, ignite a cinnamon stick, and then drop the shot into it. And a light bulb with a silly face. I had a light bulb with a silly face in the glass. I can draw it on the glass. Remove the light bulb. Sip it with a smile. My boy. I referenced the line of the song. Sip it with a smile, my boy. Yeah, quick notes on this one. Your typical shot glass is going to be about 1.5 ounces. That's about it. That's about it. You don't really have much else to work with there. If we did a whole can of the Dogfish Head, the pumpkin ale, I think it's is it 8 ounce or 12 ounce? Let me check that. I think it's 8 ounce. 12 ounces, 12 ounces. So it's effectively becoming a drop shot now with that spiciness from the Ancho Reyes and the cinnamon to get in there. Only other question I would have is that rim, that cayenne and cinnamon rim, or excuse me, that cayenne and, was it cinnamon? Cayenne and turbinado sugar. Okay, gotcha. That cayenne and turbinado rim needs to adhere to the glass somehow. So think about whether or not you want to use something sour like lime juice or lemon juice, or something sweet like a thick syrup, something like a corn syrup, for example. Both of those are going to get you something that adhere onto the side of the glass. You could also do honey on that as well, for example. Could do that. That's what I got. That's what my notes on that. And no, Infinity hasn't happened yet, but I do owe somebody out there an infusion. Who was it again? I'm looking at my notes. I got it. It was Bishop Cheese. I owe you a Bishop. Oh, molasses could work too, says Beans. I like that. So that's going into a jar. So Bishop, if you're cool with it, I'm going to wait until Infinity procs, and then we'll set up the infusion first. And then we'll go with it after the fact. If you're cool with that, I'm cool with that. If you got places to be, places to go, I can always do it soon. Let's see. Heyo, crabs, welcome in. Please don't spam my chat. If you do, I'm going to roast you like the crab you are. And then eat you by cracking your legs first and slurping out gently. Hopefully you heard that, and if you couldn't hear my voice, then that's probably for the better, honestly. Oh, actually, we're at the end of the level. Ah, we're gonna do it right now, Bishop. We're gonna do it right now. We literally just got here. Yeah, I'm just gonna swap to the bar for infusion time. Bop! It's infusion time! Woohoo! Let's take that recipe off the screen for now. Actually, we will get that up there. Crab says, I mean, Star Wars game, have no talk. Yeah, that's how it was designed, Crabs. That's how it was designed. Duh! Anyways, we got some stuff happening. By the way, we got a couple infusions happening right here today. Over on the stage right side, the left-hand side of the screen right now, is an infusion from the Knitting Tinker. It is currently filtering into its end container. What we have here is a combination of pickle vodka, bacon, buffalo jerky, as well as applewood smoke that has been combined into a custom spirit that actually does have a bit of a gradient to it. Now, I'm not sure if y'all can see that. There is a subtle change between the top and the bottom in terms of how cloudy that looks. I'm not sure if y'all can see that, but I can certainly see that. That looks pretty cool. That's more or less filtering as it is right now, and when that completely filters, we'll have it ready to use in possibly a cocktail by Tinker themselves. Bacon and jerky? Oh yeah, dude. Bacon and jerky. And I thought I spilled something, but it's just... Oh, I see. I know what's happening here. I see what's happening here. Here's a fun little teachable moment, chat. Am I spilling things? Ah, yes. I have actually been spilling things. And I know exactly why. Chat, here's a fun lesson for you. Think of it this way. I'm trying to put things into this bottle, and what's already in this bottle is air. Unless the air can adequately come out of the bottle, nothing's gonna go on the inside. I had found that as soon as I picked this thing up and put it down, I got a little bit more liquid, and I saw some sputtering up here because although this funnel has a... Let me see if I can find it. This funnel actually has a little vent in it that's supposed to allow... Oh, you can't see that from here. Hold up. Let me bring you up. There we go. This funnel has a vent in it, a little notch over here, that should allow air to come out as the stuff is trying to get into the bottle. But, depending on the situation, if I have it down like that, the air literally can't escape. And if it can't escape, filtering can slow to a complete halt. It's too low down. And honestly, I haven't figured out a solution to that. I thought that these notched funnels would be my solution. Notice that as soon as I pick it up, it starts going. When I put it back down, it starts to slow. Isn't that intriguing? So in any case, now that I'm aware that that's happening, I'm going to take care of that. The air was wicking through the filter paper, I'm assuming. Very slowly. You got that right. Maybe a slight bit of cheesecloth wrapped around the bottom of the funnel. Yeah, you could probably do that. Or we use it as a teachable moment, right? Now, I do need to grab a couple of ingredients for Bishop's Infusion. So what I'll do is... Oh, actually, I have an idea. I have these little thingies. Do I have these little thingies? Oh, I thought I had these little thingies. I thought I had little thingies, chat. Turns out I don't have the little thingies I thought I had. So I can't do the thing that I... Oh, I found them! I don't know if this is going to work. I have these wine labelers that you put, like, at the bottom of wine glasses. We're going to see whether or not I can use these as a means to, like, add a little bit more, space to the thingy. You think it'll work? Yeah, it kind of worked. Yeah, there we go. We wedged it in there. Don't fall over. That would suck. Okie dokie. We managed to makeshift a solution. Shout out to Bean for giving me that idea. That was a good idea, dude. I see Killa out there lurking with hydration. Thanks, Killa. Killa man. Let me go grab the ingredients. What do we say? Killa Clown saying, I'm stoked Grogu and the Bounty Hunter are getting their own movie. Are they really? Excellent. What do I need for Bishop's Infusion? I need a little thing. I need the cognac. Oh, actually, I need to get a couple of ingredients. Chat, I'm gonna send you on ad break, and then I'll be back in a little bit. Peace, love. Thanks for supporting the X-Bar. The X-Bar supports you. It's only fair. I'll be back. I'm off to get some lingonberry. Lingon these nuts, chat. Lingon these nuts. These nuts. You have the right to say no. And if you do, I completely understand why. Not many people are interested in Lincolns these days. Not many. Some of them are! Some of them are. Really is. Phone candy. Look who's coming. Oh, Fruit's right. Not fruit at, chat. Wait, it's not fruit. Right here. Got it. Whoops, something fell. It's okay. Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. Whoa! I'm all good. I'm okay. I'm good. We're good. We're good. I got the cognac. I got the cognac. I got the nuts. I mean, Lingon. I got the berries. We're all good. We're all good. I have it all. Nobody was harmed. Nobody was harmed. Hi, everybody. I got everything we need. Oddly enough, chat, I picked up this stone apple candy at a random Indian food mart. It looked interesting, so I brought it to the bar. Anyways, let me clean this up a little bit. Was I actually losing infusion over here? Let's see. No, that's just water. It was just condensation. Okie dokie. Well, that makes me feel better. That makes me feel better. What did I miss? Smoke one for the bean. Beans out there. Perfect time to pack a nice little bong rip. That's the sound a bong makes. A stoned apple? No, silly. Stone apple. Bell candy. This thing. They taste pretty good. They taste pretty good. It's called Food Hub's Fruit Drop Cognac. You're damn right it is. Damn right it is. Let me actually get the thing up here. Because I can weave a story while you're sitting here. I can. 200 milliliters of VSOP Cognac Claude Chatelier. Food Hub's Fruit Drop Cognac. Whoopsie. And we got a couple other ingredients in here. This was infused by cheese. On behalf of Food Hub. I like that. Not inspired by Star Wars, by the way. Not inspired by Star Wars at all. Actually, significantly not inspired by Star Wars. That's incorrect. Okie dokie. And we know we're going to add in here. We're now going to add lingonberry jam by, I think, Felix. That's Felix brand? Felix brand, lingonberry jam. Then we also want to add strawberry jam, which I actually picked up for a Stardew recipe that I couldn't do because I don't have any rhubarb. That's Polinaire, all fruit brand. And then stone apple candy. And that is Patanjali brand. There we go. We got it. We just need to add our amounts now. There we go. Obi-Wan says, Cam, for science, I need you to make that sound one more time. Nah, you gotta pay extra for that, bud. Sorry! First time's free. Every other time, that's different. Ryan saying, can you give me tasting notes on the Balic Winery Red Raspberry Wine when you have a moment after the infusion? I haven't tasted that in a while, so my tasting notes are going to be very, very inaccurate. Or very, very old. Alright, I'm gonna take Tinker's Infusion and put it off to the side over here. We got a little bit more space to work with. Anakin, welcome back, dude. Hey-yo. Levy's saying, too, when I get enough points for Infinity, I'm thinking Bison Grass Vodka. Ooh, Zubrovka for the second time. That'd be fun. And Bean out there asking if anybody's ever mixed Jägermeister and Dr. Pepper. It's basic, but it's a world of flavor. Yeah, I agree with that one, dude. I agree with that one. I like Jägermeister. I actually thought about doing a Jägermeister cocktail this week, chat. Did I? I didn't actually. I went with a different recipe. Anyways, it's infusion time here at the bar with an X, so let's see what chat's... actually, what are we doing for this one? We're putting it in a jar, right? Putting it in a jar. It's infusion time here at the bar with an X, so let's see what chat's mixing up next. I forgot the fucking jar! I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna get the jar. I need the jar. You shut up! That's the wrong jar. Nothing's broken. Nothing's broken. Just severely misplaced. I was in the middle of organizing these this morning. I didn't do a very good job. I got distracted. As always. As always. I got one! Got it. Rain check? Nah, we got it. Whiskey in the jar. Not just whiskey in the jar, my friend. Cognac in the bar. That's what we're doing. So what are we putting in here, actually? VSOP cognac. And then here's the angle. Right, here's the angle. We're figuring it out, chat. We're figuring it out. Lingonberry jam. And then, get out of the way. Bitch. Ooh, oh, it's not focused. Hold up. I got you, buddy. There you go. Ooh. Lingonberry jam. Lingon these nuts. I'm sorry, you really don't deserve that. But I deserve that. Strawberries. Where's the strawberry at? It's where is the hi there. Strawberry jam. Ooh. Ooh. Levy asking, what is lingonberry, by the way? I believe it's a Scandinavian berry. To me, it kind of tastes like cranberry. It's like a creamier cranberry, in my humble opinion. Swedish. You can find it in the Swedish areas. And then, there we go. And stone apple candy. That's this stuff. Stone apple candy. Exactly what this is, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Ooh. Whoops. It's chill. I got all the footage we need. Now let's do the infusion. Bishop, question for you. In terms of balance... How do you want these flavors to balance? Do you want this to be very lingonberry forward? Do you just want this to be berry forward? What are you thinking here? And in the meantime, we're going to learn what a stone apple is because not even I know what it is. Alexa, what is a stone apple, aka a bell? Educate me.
Ah, the stone apple, also known as a bell. It's like nature's own fruit-shaped rock. This thing's so hard, you might need a hammer to crack it open. Want to hear about its superpowers?
I'd like to know what it is and its typical uses, especially as a candy.
Ah, the stone apple, nature's own candy-coated rock. This fruit's so hard, you might need a hammer to crack it open. When it comes to candy, the stone apple's pulp is mixed with sugar or jaggery to create a chewy, sweet treat that's popular in India. It's like a fruit that decided to become a dessert mid-evolution.
Cool. Do you think it goes well with lingonberry? Bet it does.
Stone apple and lingonberry? That's like asking if concrete goes well with cranberries. The stone apple's sweet, chewy candy texture might actually complement lingonberry's tart bite, but honestly, you'd be creating the world's most obscure flavor combo. Go for it, though. Someone's got to be the pioneer of weird fruit pairings.
Huh. Thanks, Alexa. You heard it here first, folks. Like cranberries on concrete.
Now go forth and confuse
Alexa!
people with your stone apple expertise.
Like concretes and cranberries. Everything fruit. If you think lingonberry will overpower every other flavor, half the amount. All the fruits. It should taste like all the fruits. And we'll see what happens, right? We'll take 200 milliliters of this VSOP cognac and put it in a jar, along with a bit of lingonberry jam, strawberry jam, and a few pieces of stone apple fruit candy. That's the idea. That's the idea. Let's get 200 milliliters, measured by the meniscus. Because we're exactomites around here. What does that mean? I don't know. Ask your doctor. Exactomites. Or consult a dictionary. Let's tilt you down a little bit. There we go. Oh, and we also want the jar. We also want to get the jar in there. Let me adjust this camera. We're working on embracing and embedding our secondary cocktail camera system. Yes. Focus. Yeah, that's perfect, actually. Wow, it looks really, really good. 200 milliliters of everybody's favorite cognac. It's not. That's about 200 milliliters. Maybe a little bit more. A little extra for good luck. Why not? Makes everybody feel special. A little extra for good luck. It makes people feel special. Because you're special! Every single one of you. Anyways, so I guess let's put shit in the jar, and I'm also going to measure along the way so we can reproduce this exact same experiment another time if we want to. If we want. We'll put it right in the jar. There we go. Oh, but we went like Food Hub's Fruit Drop Cognac, aka Concrete and Raspberries. Hey, don't forget the strawberry! Don't forget the strawberry. That's still in there too. Don't forget about it. Don't forget about it. Gosh, let's see. Car. Cognac. Car? You mean like apples? I feel like I see where you're going from here, but I don't know. Anyways, lingonberry jam. Ugh. Yeah, there we go. I got it open eventually. Atrophy, welcome back, friend. Where'd my spoon go? Where'd my spoon? Actually, how much do I want to put in there? I don't know. The lingonberry is pretty tart. The strawberry I haven't tasted yet. Actually, let me taste the strawberry first. Let me get a feel for how everything tastes first before I ratio things out. Strawberry. Ooh, that's fresh. That's very, very fresh. Let me take a little stir. I'm gonna try the lingonberry first. It's like a cranberry. It tastes the same way that cranberry sauce does, albeit a little bit creamier. Let's see. Anakin out there made yourself some Italian breast green beans and mashed potatoes. What is a breast green bean? How do you get the boob of a green bean? I am both curious and curious. Try the strawberry jam. That's pretty good. Not as intense in flavor as the lingonberry, if I'm being honest. And then the Bell candies are a completely different factor. They're not even liquid. They are solid. Hi there. Hello there. These things literally look... These things literally look like rocks. They literally look like rocks. This is what we're dealing with here. Come on. Nope, don't do that. Where's the focus? Where's the focus? In the center. Focus in the center. In the center. In the center. Focus. 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 You got it. I know you do. I know you... Stop that! Focus. It's so close. It's so close. What'd I tell you about it being close, chat? It's infinity time. Hi there! Yes, that's what I wanted to see. Go up, go up, go up. It has a very interesting smell to it, too. There we go. These things literally look like solid rocks. That's intriguing. Anyways, we can go back to over here now. But not you. We'll get you out of here. You're telling me that's not just a mini brick? I mean, it's called a stone apple for a reason, right? And it's our job to figure out what to do with it. Let me see how this tastes, though. That's got like a spice-forward characteristic to it, but I don't know what spice it is. And it's sweet. I've definitely been to a restaurant that spices up like sauces with this spice. Does it say on the back? Stone apple fruit, sugar, glucose, and alum. What is alum then? What is alum? What is alum? Alum spice? Potassium aluminum sulfate is a crystalline powder used for cooking. A crisping agent. Helps keep fruits and vegetables firm and crisp. Oh, it's the powder on the outside. Oh, that is really intriguing tasting. That is a really fun taste. It's almost a bit... It's got like a resinous sweetness that reminds me of the same aromatic character of a pine needle, but completely different and tastes more like the sap and the bark kind of combined together, if that makes any sense at all. That's fun. And a little bit limey in a way, too. I can see some lime in there. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, I got an idea of how to do this. Okay, no. Let's figure out how much lingonberry we're putting in there. Not too much. Not too much. All right, that's about 24 grams. Kind of scraping to the bottom of the barrel there. So we got what, 24.1? Oh, sorry, that's not the right button. Trying to figure out where my keyboard is. Hello there. 24.1 grams of lingonberry jam. We're going to add more of the strawberry jam, because I think we'll need it. Brick out there saying, don't mix tequila, pink lemonade, and sun-kissed. Watch me. I'll do it even though you told me not to, because I'm that kind of asshole. Let's add the strawberry jam next. We'll add more of this one. Although it is a jelly, so what exactly is more in this case? That's 17. 22. Another chunk. 30 grams? Let's bring it up to 40 grams. I'm making 40 grams of this stuff. And remember, chat, this is our control. This is the first time we're doing this. I got 40-ish grams. That tastes good. That tastes good, dude. Tastes good. 40.3 grams, 40.4 grams strawberry jam. Now we'll add our pieces of bell candy. Put that back together. Do I have to refrigerate this after opening? Yeah. Okay. Yet another ingredient gets sent to the Bar of the Nexus basement for a refrigerator. And now we got a few of these bell candies. I don't know if these are going to infuse much at all, so I'm going to add quite a few of them. Come on, buddy. Okay. I got 100 grams of these in there. 103 grams specifically. 103 grams of stone apple candy. 103 grams of stone apple candy. That's what we got. How will this infuse? I don't know. That's the fun parts. Anyways, we'll put that together, shake it up, and then we'll be just about ready for infinity. I'll just watch infinity happen, and then we'll switch right to it. I think that'll work. Let me go put these guys in the refrigerator real quick, because we don't need them anymore. Unless we get them for a cocktail recipe later. And this stone apple candy can go over here. I love, like, the overarching silence that we get in chat before infinity happens. By the way, it's not time-based anymore like it was previously. It's not like whoever gets to it first. You guys can chill. Bean's like, I feel like I'm watching the Fruit Mafia boss talk about how he's got to sell. Well, I mean, this does kind of look like... Does this not look like some sort of... I'm not even going to go there. Anyways, combine them together. Combine everything together and seal up that jar. Give it a shake and wait until... I want to say wait until something interesting happens, but that's not my bit, right? That's Doka Ryan, right? Shake it up together until it changes colors or something. That is a full-looking jar. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. From a distance, it looks like granite, I guess. A stone apple, right? Yeah, you get it. Till some chaos happens, right? Take that off. Over here. Put this over here. Gotta love the integrity. Yeah, it's not my bit. It's not my bit. This jar stuff isn't... This specifically. So, Infusion Time was quasi-inspired by Doka Ryan, but I couldn't just give you guys jars. We're more mixologically intense than that. So let's see what it looks like when we shake it, right? Oh my gosh, dude. It looks like jam or something now. Look at that. Oh, you're not autofocusing right now. Hold up. Kind of looks like... My glare is not really doing a very good job here, but... You wanna focus, buddy? Wanna focus? Focus. It also kind of looks bloody. I'm gonna admit, dude, that kind of looks like blood in a jar. Look, it's even got a face! Do you see that? It looks like it's even got a face! Gee whiz, dude. Gee whiz. Gosh. Come on, baby. Spleen color. It... I love the idea of Scar out there, like, with dice in hand being like, come on, baby. Spleen. Spleen. Gosh, something already interesting has happened. We're gonna let this sit for at least a half hour. Alexa, set a timer for a half hour. Gosh. I forgot to put... Well, hello there.
I'll make sure to count every second, because that's what I do when I'm not judging your life choices.
Fuck you. What the hell?
Well, damn. That escalated
put it
quickly.
in a jar.
I'm just a speaker
In
trying
a
to
jar.
make it through another Tuesday.
Oh my god.
What can I help with?
Nothing! You've helped enough. You're good. We're good.
Alright then. Glad I could be useful for once. Catch you later.
Peace. The Bean's like, what the fuck? Yeah, this thing got smarter over the last, like, couple weeks or so. It's crazy, dude. Anyways. We got Infusion. Oh, we got Infinity happening soon. Oh, and there's a little bit of cognac left. Tax from the bartender. Okie dokie. Now we just gotta wait for Infinity. Let's also take this infusion and put it out, because effectively the only other detail that we're missing here is how long to keep in the jar. We don't know that yet. We actually don't know that yet. So we'll wait. We'll wait. So I'll hide that until Infinity happens, which is gonna happen really, really soon. It's gonna happen very soon. And I'm just gonna sit here and watch it happen. And I'll also take a look at Tinker's Infusion in the meantime and see if that's not separating out like it should. It's getting there. It's real close, dude. It's real close. It just kind of needs some agitating. It is interesting. It is separating. Like, it is separating. So if you take a look at it, there is a clearer layer on the bottom than there is at the top. That's fun. Gosh. Levy's saying the Bloody Infusion should be in a Bloody Mary. It would be a very fruity Bloody Mary, you know? It would be pretty bloody, pretty fruity. Beans out there saying, did you hear about the AI agents that have been creating themselves lately? It's supposedly a national emergency or something in the States. Nah, I don't look at the news this way. I try to keep myself away from non-mixological news, to keep myself focused so I can learn. Anyways, if it evolves to politics, keep it out of my chat, by the way. If it evolves. Only if it evolves, right? Chat's Infinity Bottle is on. I'm seeing Cole out there with the gunpowder. Tinker with the brown butter bourbon. What else do we got? Who else is playing Infinity today? Reminder, if you're on YouTube, you use the redeem command. Redeem Infinity space the stuff. Exclamation point redeem space Infinity space whatever your choice is. Beans like, no politics, I've never. Nah, the dog would get to you first, and nobody wants the dog on their ankles. Cow King asking if I've ever made a zombie. Yeah, multiple. Kit Kat with a bartender's choice. I got two Actually, okay, I'm not gonna put Onion Spirit in the bottle. I'll put the Sotol in the bottle. If I had it my way, I'm putting the barrel-aged Sotol from Matthew Lillard's Macabre Spirits, Fine Familiar Spirits in the bottle. That'll be my choice. I've been wanting to try that bottle for so long, dude. Gosh. Anakin saying, have you given much thought about my order, Cam? It's been here for about 2 months. Yeah, I have. I think I've looked over it quite a few times, actually, but I don't think you've been here when I'm taking orders. Or somebody else got to it first. That's the way it works around here, chat. I only have 2 shows a week, and I don't typically do more than 3 drinks at a time, so... Not unless we get sponsorships. Cypress saying, I want to put Everclear in there, but I don't have enough points. Pfft, bah. Blue Bunny with the Tabasco vodka. That could be fun. I need to be more patient with this infusion over here, but I'm not patient right now. Oh, there's a lot of sediment at the bottom. That's what did it. Okay, there was a lot of sediment at the bottom. There we go. Now it's going. Gosh. Bean saying, I didn't know it was twice a week. I got lucky after work today, I guess. Yeah, only twice a week. I have to clean up before the streams, and there used to be a lot of stuff. And looks like Chat's Infinity Bottle is getting more brown butter bourbon next. Check that out. Kit Kat saying, I was going to put Cam's favorite trip bottle, but that was a lot of words. I didn't have the thumbs for it. I would have known exactly what you're thinking. All right, brown butter bourbon's going into the bottle for the second time. For the second time, Taffer's brown butter bourbon. I'm going to move this filter around and try to coerce some more of this pickle vodka to get out. And then I'll go get the brown butter bourbon. Ask and you shall receive. And that's what I got. What does it say? Brown butter baby. Come on, Tinker needs a new bit of butter. Ask and you shall receive. You guys crack me up. I'm gonna go get Tapper's brown butter bourbon. The Butter Council wins again. I'm surprised though, chat. There's so many different things that we haven't put into the bottle yet. We got toasted marshmallow spirit now. We got the onion spirit now. We got the Sotol now. Nobody's put that new grape liqueur. Actually, nobody's even opened that grape liqueur I bought like months ago. So many different options. Cole saying too, so this is the new Infinity thing. It selects an option at random. Correct, it is. It is the buffered Infinity redemption, so it's fair for everybody. Completely random. Anyways, Tinker, your infusion is taking its sweet old time, so I'm going to put you in the corner with the other one. Rosewood's saying, wasn't it my Everclear last time? It was. It was. For the 7th time! For the 7th time! Cole saying, too, next time I'm going to suggest my wheel of liquors. You mean just suggest a random infinity? I don't know if you've updated the list, Cole. It updated this morning. It's always updating. Always updating. Besides, I'm not going to taste Tinker's infusion yet, because if I did, it would throw off my interpretation of Chat's Infinity Bottle. And that wouldn't be very fun at all, now would it be? But we know what we want, chat. And what we want is infinity, which means, hold up a second, I have to click a button. Hold up, I must click a button. Yoop! Bing! Cool, we got it. This is your infinity bottle. I didn't like it that time. Hold up, I'm going to restart. Now I'm ready. This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we've got to put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. Yeah. I feel like an adventurer when I pull the sword out from infinity. Every single time. Every fucking time. It's actually a new thing. It hasn't been every, quote, fucking time. It's changed, actually, recently. Let's see what it looks like up close. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. There's so much glare at the bar. Oh my god, dude. So much glare. Oh my gosh. 10 out of 10 performance. I do it at least twice a week. I'm used to it. But it's always so fun. That still looks kind of putrid. It's more yellow than it was. I feel like it's even more dehydrated looking today than it was last week. Wild. Bunny's like, it's been every single time since you started pulling the sword out of the infinity. Yeah, it's been every single time. It's been. It really has been. Levy like, brown butter bourbon is a lot of bees. Why not crown cutter Corbin? Corbin? What the hell is a Corbin? If you can define what a Corbin is, I'll give it to you. I don't know if you can, though. Anyways. So chat, the last few additions to Chat's Infinity Bottle have been licorice adjacent spirits and Everclear and what was the other one? Oh, and durian. And durian. Oh, and a bit of rye whiskey. There was a bit of rye whiskey in there too. Can't forget about that. Can't forget about that. Also, who was the one who got it, by the way? Who was the one who did BBB? It was Tinker. It was Tinker. Tinker's getting everything today. Tinker got an infusion last week. Infusion's still going today. It's all still going, dude. All still going. Shout out like Uzo for the win. Yeah, dude. Uzo pride out there. Uzo pride. All right, let's do it, right? Do we want Star Wars music in the back? Can we even hear the Star Wars at this point? Now we can. Yeah, let's keep it. The Everclear was all me. Yeah, Rose Witch is... I think I would appoint Rose Witch as the head of the Great Cleanse if it were my choice, but it's all of your choice. Not my place. Whoa. That got in my eyes. And what are in my... and what's in my eyes? Booze and licorice. Or maybe it's anise. Or anus. I'm still not clear on how to pronounce that word. That was a bad idea. Oh my god. Hi there. Wow. Yeah, it's same notes, but more intense. There is something mildly fruity inside of the miasma that just graced every part of my upper respiratory system. Use. Hey, Bert, welcome back. Glorious, good to see you as well. Wow. Wow. I'm like tearing up now all of a sudden. It's like, yeah, it's like you imagine sipping, no, it's like smelling Everclear with something like mildly fruity and definitely licorice forward to it. Cool. I still got a little bit of that flavor from the stone apples on my tongue, so I'm gonna cleanse my palate one more time before I go in for the taste. All right. Okay. All right. I'm ready. Every Everclear edition, we crawl closer and closer to just taking a shot of Everclear. I'll say this, chat. I am never going to take a shot of Everclear on this show unless this infinity bottle reaches 60% Everclear. That will be the day. Mark my words. Unless Infinity gets to 60+% Everclear, I'm not doing it. Because it's not what the manufacturer wanted. And by that point, it's effectively watered down. Bert's like, but how about in another show? We got another show for me to be on? Bert? It's fucking hot, dude. Excuse me. Remember, this is a science, effectively. It's a science. Yeah, down to a science. That was taste number one. I'm still letting my palate adjust. Especially anytime you're tasting spirits, tasting cocktails, chat, the thing that I like to remind people is that your tongue kind of has to get up to the proof, so to speak, of the things going into your mouth. Your first taste is never going to be completely accurate. So at least here at the bar on the next, when we're tasting things, we try to give it at least 2 tastes, especially for something as boozy as this, because this is at least 17% Everclear. It's boozy. Round 2. Woo! It's kind of like breathing fire, but the fire tastes like licorice. It's hot. It's got the stank It's got the licorice stink. I don't know how else to describe it. There might be some very mild botanical flavors. That makes sense? Does that really make sense? Yeah. There might be some mild botanical flavors in there. Akin to a savory herb. But they're there like grass clippings. Briefly. Only to be mowed over by something much stronger. In this case, Everclear is a lawnmower. By the way, no notes of grass. By the way, no notes of grass, by the way. That was just an analogy. It felt worth including, though. Kind of gave me something to laugh about. As opposed to the high octane in this Glencairn right now. Despite everything, it is kind of sweet in the very beginning. Excuse you. I got caught somewhere. Like a red hot licorice? No, not like I wouldn't say it's like a red hot licorice. It's not spicy. Well, let me clarify, right? When I say hot, I mean the alcohol burn. I don't mean spicy. This is not spicy. I don't get a peppery spice. I don't get a gingery spice. I don't get a peppercorny spice. None of that is the type of spice that I'm looking for. Nah, dude. Nah. Oh my gosh. That's hot, dude. Welcome in, Paula. I'm not looking at Star Wars right now. I'm looking at the stars above. If they were made of ethyl alcohol. Welcome in, by the way. Now that I'm going for the aroma again, though, it's kind of less licoricey than it was. Burns, though. Any more whiffs of this, and I'm gonna pass out. I can't do it. Oh my gosh. That's gotta be killing you to keep a straight face. I tried my best, Beans. I tried my best. You'd think after a year of doing this at least twice a week, you'd get better at it. You do, actually. You do. You do. Rosewood said, I love hearing your struggle with the ABV level from you. Yeah, you were fully responsible for this, Rosewood. You can take a bow. You can take a bow. Okay. Chat, what should we put that in? I was thinking a Tequila Sunrise. I don't know though. Do you want to watch me suffer? Because like if you want to watch me suffer, a Tequila Sunrise is not what you want. I'll be taking ideas. I do need some more orange juice if I'm doing a Tequila Sunrise. An Everclear Sunrise. It would still be filled with orange juice, right? Ryan suggesting a Rob Roy. Scar's thinking a Surfer on Acid, perhaps. The Surfer on Acid, I forget. The Surfer on Acid we did the last time in the stream was a shot recipe. I think you can also do it not as a shot, I think. Speaking of high octane, a zombie. We've done a zombie before. We've also done a paper plane. We've done those. Let me go to the recipe keeper and see if there's anything I can find in here. Oh, Star Wars doesn't let me use my recipe keeper, so hold up. Go back here for a hot second. I added some new recipes. Sunrise wouldn't be too bad. We've done an old-fashioned before. Surfer on Acid shot. I actually don't have a recipe for the Surfer on Acid, like the recipe. So let me grab a couple of recipes and add them. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my god. Got a couple different Surfer on Acid recipes out here. Let's add a few of them. Every single time I find a recipe that I don't have in my recipe book, I just grab it, and I grab 3 of them. Save and add another. Let's do this one from Difford's Guide. Pop that one in there. Surfer on Acid cocktail as opposed to the shots. Save and add another. We got one more, and this one's from Punch Drink. It's funny, every single time we get a recipe from Punch Drink, the title in the recipe winds up being Punch the Staff. It's very funny to me. You can't see it because of my thing over here if you're on horizontal, but it says Punch Staff. Alright, we got all these Surfers on Acid now. We've also done a Revolver already. We haven't done a Tipperary. I don't believe we've done a Tipperary before. That could be fun. In memory of St. Patrick's Day. Have we done a Tipperary? No, we haven't. Haven't done a duck fart either, come to think of it. Haven't done a duck fart. Rob Roy says, Ryan, oh, we've done a Robert. Oh, Infiniroy and Robert. That's what I remember calling that one. What is in our surfer on acid? Oh, it's got Jaeger. Oh, dude, speaking of the licorice notes, coconut rum, pineapple juice, German Amaro. Who calls Jägermeister a German Amaro? It's actually more popularly known as a Krauter liqueur, by the way. And this one here is... Oh, what is this? Whose surfer on acid is this? This is vastly different than the other ones. That's got Jamaican rum in it. That's like a fucking tiki cocktail. That looks delicious. Can Infinity fuck this up? Possibly. Possibly. A bramble could be a good idea too. I prefer my brambles with like fresh blackberries. I don't got it. I don't got any blackberries. But technically all you need is a creme de mure, which is a higher sugar content blackberry liqueur. And I don't specifically have a creme de mure either, but you can also just use like blackberry whatever. I got brandy I could use for a bramble. Ryan's saying too, isn't Jaeger a digestive? Yeah. It's got a bitterness. It's got botanicals to it. There are a bunch of different categories that I can fit under. I think the main category that you would classify Jägermeister under is a Krauter liqueur, which is a German. It might not be German. It might also be like Austrian or something. It's a German word for that particular style of liqueur that they developed over in the Germanic countries. Is it a digestive? Yeah. Could you call it an Amaro? Sure. I guess. I've never heard, I just had never heard Jägermeister called an Amaro before, but I guess. I want to say Amaros are typically Italian, but you can have non-Italian Amaros, right? It's not a region-locked term, right? I kind of want to do this surfer on acid, but I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I have to open up the pineapple juice, and I don't have small containers of pineapple juice anymore. We're going to make this work. Yeah, we're going to do the surfer on acid. We're going to do the surfer on acid. We're going to do it. I'm going to take... I have a big container of pineapple juice that I really didn't want to open. I'm going to open it for you guys. I'm going to do it. Let's do the surfer on acid. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. No Patty's Day drink. We did our Irish car bomb the other day. Or our Irish shot, as I called it. It was funny. Somebody on YouTube was just like, I've never heard of an Irish shot before. I've only heard of an Irish car bomb. I was like, yeah, it's just a nicer way of putting it, I guess. I was half expecting that user to be like, huh, sissy. And I'd be like, fuck you, dude. Call it whatever you want to. It's also called an Irish car bomb, I don't know. So this was a surfer on acid, right? Infinity on acid. It's called an Infinity on acid. That's what we're giving it. And this is what? Shaken? I didn't read it. Fuck. I gotta pull it up in my recipe keeper. But luckily, this syncs across devices. Yeah. Surfer on acid. Shaken? Shaker? Straight into a double rocks glass over a block of ice. And we put nutmeg over top of it? I fucking love nutmeg! Shake and strain over a cube. Over a large block of ice. Shake and strain over a large cube. Garnish with grated nutmeg. This sounds delicious. Will Infinity fuck it up? I'd like to see that happen. Let me do a little bit of linting on this recipe over here. Let's go over here and do a little bit of replacing. If it says ounce, we're determining this with, 1 1/2 ounce. Return that with 1.5 ounce or 45 milliliters. We have 1 1/4 ounce, which is going to be replaced with, and that says ounces. That's going to be 1.25. There's going to be about, if 1 is 30, then 3.37.5. We'll do our 3/4 of an ounce. Any 3/4 of an ounce gonna get replaced. This is the fun part that I do with Infinity because my parser doesn't. My parser isn't wired into Infinity yet, so I had to do this all manually. Fun. 0.75 ounces or 22.5 milliliters. I think I have all of our half an ounces. They're all going to disappear at once. The beauty of find and replace. Observe. Beautiful. And now we have a quarter. I got a quarter. Oh, man. 25 ounces, 7.5 milliliters. Find replace. Great. It's been converted. Now everybody knows what's up. Oh, but now we got... I don't like it when things aren't camel cased. Pineapple juice, we get Dole as our brand, because that's what we got. A white rum such as Don Q Cristal. We don't have Don Q Cristal, so you know what we're going to use? Whatever light rum that I have on hand. What are we going to use? Do I not have a light rum back here? What the hell, dude? I really want to put cachaça in here. That's technically a light rum in a way. A white rum in a way. Bert saying, I know you're totally busy, but huge question. Would you ever write a book or record a seminar for people to purchase and learn from you? Yes, and it would be on my philosophy for embodying characters as cocktails, because my philosophy is vastly different than anybody else's. Hacker saying, what do you mean you don't have Don Q Cristal? Do I have Don Q Cristal? If I do, it's a small little nip. It's on the stock. Well, if it's on the stock, okay, then Don Q Cristal. I have it somewhere. If it says I have it on the stock, then I have it. Then we put Jaeger, simple syrup, 101 by weight. Excellent. Thank you for that, Hacker. I appreciate the assist. Anna, can I help you with something? What do you mean? Where do we put these? Cheesecloth?
Not in your mouth. It's clean. Oh my god. Here's your towels. Don't throw them in Taylor.
Thank you. Towel time, chat. You know what that means. Lime juice, lime juice, lime juice. Jamaican rum such as Smith & Cross. Dude, we're calling out the brands. Calling out the brands right here. Smith & Cross it is then. Smith & Cross it is then. And then coconut rum such as Malibu. Bro! I've got Malibu. What a coincidence. And then 1 dash of saline solution that's a 1:4 ratio of salt to water by weight. Also known as a 20% saline solution. We can make this exact recipe, but we have to infinitize it. We have yet to infinitize it. Which means we have to dial back from some of the spirits to make room for 2 ounces. So, let's take our white rum and dock that down to 1/4 of an ounce. So we've freed up a 1/2 ounce. We'll take our Jamaican rum. That's fine. Our coconut rum in there. Infinity's kind of sweet, so I think we'll take the simple syrup and we'll dock that. Actually, we're just going to take... Do you want to take out simple syrup? I don't know if I want to take out simple syrup. I'll keep 1/4 of an ounce of simple syrup in there. Keep the saline. Keep the... Oh, no, we're dialing back the... We're definitely dialing back the Jaeger. That's a lot of Jaeger. Okie dokie. So we've afforded ourselves an extra ounce of space. The pineapple juice we'll keep. The white rum, I'll also dial that back to a 1/2 ounce because I don't think we need that much of the Don Q. And that feels good from here. I think it might be a pretty full cocktail glass, but I think we'll be all right. Cypress says, what's wrong with the Jaeger? Nothing. We have a lot of licorice flavor in Infinity already. That's my rationale. All right, let me put this Star Wars stuff back on. I would just take out the Malibu rum, but if we took out the Malibu, there's no coconut remaining. What I try to do when I, quote, infinitize recipes is I try my best to keep the characteristics of the original drink. I have to keep coconut in there somehow. I do need to grab these ingredients. Oh, the Malibu is right back here. That's fun. Hello there. The Jägermeister's over there. Apparently there's Don Q Cristal. What do I have to get from over there? I have a lot that I need to grab. I'm putting you guys on ad break again. Sorry, a lot of ads this time. So many ads to choose from. Thanks for supporting the X-Bar. Don't worry, we'll be back after these not-so-sponsored messages. I got that. I got my Cristal in here somewhere. I found the crystal! I knew it! Actually, technically, Hacker knew it. Hacker was the one who knew. Hacker really helped me out with that one. I appreciate that. I got this. I got that. I need to grab my pineapple juice. It's in a can. What did I tell you, chat? What did I tell you? Bert's saying, bring the cream of coconut. I've been using cream of coconut a lot lately. Coco Lopez has gotten an unfair amount of tags. We gotta even things up a little bit. I barely ever tag Malibu because I don't like Malibu. We have better options. But you know what? Here we go. Beans, like, imagine watching on Twitch and missing this amazing BTS footage. I mean, imagine being on Twitch and wanting to see the BTS footage and thinking, I could just buy a sub. Possibly. Pineapple juice I got, Infinity I got, white rum I got, Jägermeister I got, lime juice I got, simple syrup I got, Jamaican rum I got, nutmeg! That's the only thing I'm missing. And I have a microplane for that reason. I got you over here. I lost my last thing of nutmeg. Where did it go, chat? I don't know. I lost it somehow. Okie dokie. Let me grab all my other ingredients over here too. Lime juice and simple syrup. Alexa, stop. Ooh. Bishop's infusion has been sitting for a half hour. Bishop, do you care if I let this go for another half hour? I don't really want to try it now. I'm in the middle of infusion. Has it really been a half hour? God, this bar is slow. Why the hell do people keep coming here? Because the bartender's a moron. Go for it. Thank you. Alexa, set a timer for a half hour. And no commentary, please.
30-minute timer started.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You got it. Now go do whatever the hell you need to do for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Yep, I'm gonna do that. I have to open this container of pineapple juice. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for it. I gave you commentary, even when I specifically asked it not to. Anyways. Cowabunga. Dude, Infinity's gone tubular. Rock on, man. That's the hint for Surfer on acid. Excuse me, Infinity on acid. Gosh. Scar saying, boss man, I would say I'm sorry, but I've always wanted to try this drink. Well, now you can try it through the lens of somebody else who completely ruined it with Everclear. Or improved it. Huh. Grab a shaker for this one and start with 2 ounces of our Infinity mix. Let's get this all nice and, yeah, let's make sure that this is all focused on the correct location. We can't make cocktails unless we can see them happen, chat. That's what we do at my bar. People come to my bar to watch the cocktails be made, not because anybody's actually drinking them. No, that's not what this bar's for. No, indeed. Anyways, we got it. Whoop-pow! No, that was not the right spot. Whoop-pow! That feels good. Infinity mix! And watch me do this! Ha-ha! It's not that impressive. Watch when I open the pineapple juice. That'll be even better. Ah! Oh. Infinity. 2 ounces of our Infinity mix. How much did I pour in my glass? Almost 2 ounces. That's a lot of ounces. No, it isn't. Imagine a cup. And singular cup. 8 ounces. Imagine. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. Which upgrades? You mean the upgrades like this guy over here? 1.5 ounces of pineapple juice. I still need to open my container. Let's hope this works. Pop over here, pop over there. And then I gotta... Huh. Not sponsored! Obviously. Oh, this is the bad... this is the bad opener. It's actually... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What the... What the... What the... What the hell? That's okay. I know how this works. I'll just do this instead. I'll just do this instead. There we go. I'm going surfing whether you like it or not. What the actual heck? Even this fell off. There we go. I'm going surfing whether you like it or not. That's probably all we need. That's probably... Even this thing is bending. This thing sucks. Get out of here. And the rest of you. Get. Stupid thing. That's a crispy pineapple juice, hopefully. 1.5 ounces of pineapple juice, if you can get it. And then... Oh my god. Ugh. I did it, okay? I did it. It worked. I did it. What's up, Shady? Welcome to the Bartender. You tuned in just in time for Infinity, and now I need to figure out a way to preserve this pineapple juice. Ugh! Ugh! Life is a struggle! But at least life's entertaining. Can you... Okay, I'll just do it the regular way then. I'm just gonna put it in this plastic container. I hope it works. Yep. I hope this works. We're gonna move you out of here, because you are the star of the show. Oh, no, not into infinity. Whoa! Not into infinity, you asshole. My goodness gracious. Wait, I need to put another hole in this so it does properly. But I threw the bottle, the can opener. Good thing I have a knife. There we go. One more for good luck. One more. Yeah. Clearly not sponsored by Dole. Clearly. I would not treat a sponsor like this. Unless you specifically asked me to. In which case, I'm getting paid for it. Whoa, that worked. Oh, no, it's not. You gotta be so squishy. Why must you be so squishy? I gotta clean that up. Cleaning up after Infinity was not on my bucket list today. This is not the way this is supposed to work. That's not the way that's supposed to work. My goodness gracious. Pineapple juice is my least favorite. Chat, did I ever tell you about the story how I was cleaning pineapple juice off the walls for months? Actually, I'm still cleaning pineapple juice off the walls because of a container that exploded because of my own negligence. It was my fault. It was my fault, but I did do it. Put a cup underneath. That's a solid idea. That's a solid idea. But like my container's basically already full. Basically.
Hello. Then you go back to it.
Did it work?
How are you? And then go back.
Hey, what's up, sleep deprived? Welcome to the Bar of the Next. I hope you know you came in for. Otherwise, there's a lot of pineapple juice. I got plenty left over. All right, that's my pineapple juice. That's my pineapple juice. I do not need any more. There we go. There we go. Let's label it so nobody forgets what it is. Pine. Apple. You can tell because it looks like it. Look, here are the fronds. Yeah. That's my rendition of a pineapple. As for the rest of this, somebody use it or something. Yeah. Stay down there. I have all this. I'm gonna put that down there. Maybe we get some more use out of it. That'd be cool. That'd be real cool. Make sure you wipe down the Infini-Plug in case it got some juice on it. Oh, it totally did. Ew. Sleep deprived out there saying, Cam, I've been tuning into Instagram for ages now and love the reels. Happy to catch a live stream. I've recently discovered a love of mules. First one I had was raspberry. That was delicious. I love the idea of a raspberry mule. Something about that combination of raspberry and lime feels like it hits a point of nostalgia for me for some reason. I have not recently had raspberry and lime together. Most recent combo was raspberry and chocolate. I love that combination. Either way. Cheers to you, Sleep. Thanks for popping in, dude. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Alright, stay there. Let's continue with our Infini segment. As I put this pineapple juice in the refrigerator. Where it can't hurt anybody anymore. Do we still look good? Damn right we do. Infinity always looks good. And Infinity, you didn't get any pineapple juice on you, did you? No. Infinity's good. And if it's not, it'll recover. It always does. Now I need to add half an ounce of white rum. You know, nah, I'm just gonna put the whole thing in there. Nah, yeah, I'm just gonna put the whole thing in there. It's been one of those days. Out of here. Nice shot. Oh my goodness gracious. What did I see out there? Sleep talking about cranberry lime. Oh, you've been making cranberry lime ones at home. Well, there we go. That sounds great. Oh, still learning liquor things. Just turned 21 like 4 months ago. Oh, there you go, dude. Well, happy 21st birthday to you too, Sleep Deprived. I know we got a couple of youngins out there. Unless you're under the age of 18, in which case, get the fuck out. I say that with love. This is an 18+ stream. At least. At least. Alrighty then. Pinta, welcome back as well. Half an ounce of Jägermeister. I'm gonna free pour this one too. What did I say earlier? Oh my gosh. 22. Says Tanker. What else do I need? Simple. Do we even need the simple syrup at this point? Let's keep the lime juice, right? Half an ounce of lime juice. Mine's fake. No, it's actually improved. No, that's not accurate either. That's not going in the edit. Half an ounce of lime juice. Using my lime super juice. That sounded awesome. I hope that picked up on the microphone. Kufunk. Kufunk. Oh my gosh. Bert out there saying, God damn, those pipes, Cam. I want a live album. You know what I want to see? I want to see you performing at Ellen's Stardust Diner. That's what I want to see. Not that anybody else needs to. Or maybe, you know. Do we even need simple syrup? Add to a splash of simple syrup. A splash of simple syrup. It's still good from last time. A little bit in there. A little bit in there. Yeah, speaking of pipes, chat, I don't know if you know this, but Bert's got a set of pipes too. Okay. Now the other shit. Jamaican rum. 1/4 ounce of Jamaican rum. I'll actually pour this one. Oop. I lied that time. Ever thought about making pineapple super juice? I have! I have. But, like, pineapple juice is so easily attainable. I don't really need it. I don't really need it. A splash of Malibu! I don't know what this drink is gonna be. Oh, something's in my eye. That's okay. I can do it. I can do it even with something in my eye. Just a little bit. Don't want a lot. And a couple drops of saline solution. That's hanging over here. This is gonna be so boozy. I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. Oh, don't go. Not yet. All right, that was like 3. Who was out there earlier asking me to make more sounds with my mouth? You got it. Anyways. Throw some ice in here and cowabunga, dude! No, hang 10, right? No, you hang 10, that's what you do. Throw some ice in here and hang 10, bruv. It's gonna need a lot of it. It's gonna be a lot of it. Hello there. Whoop! Oh, we're gonna need a lot. Hello there. Oh, and more? Yes, please. That might have been 10 ice cubes. I don't know. I wasn't counting. I was not counting. Wow, dude. This is actually one of my smaller shakers. Where'd the top of it go? Oh, hi there. Radical, dude! Can I do this with a... Hold up. No, I don't trust this shaker. This is one of the shakers I don't trust. Need a little bit more. All right. Strain this over a large cube, garnish with some grated nutmeg. I feel like I need a bigger glass than I had previously. That's what we're gonna do. I dig that. I dig that. Good thing I refilled my cubes. Gee whiz, dude. We're using a lot of them. Hacha! Now let's strain it over top. Chat, what color do you think it's gonna be? Ugh. I hope it's surf colored. I hope so. That's my guess. That's a lot. There's still more in the shaker. Let's get the nutmeg. And don't grate your fingers. That's a bad idea. Did I grate my fingers? No, I would never. Ah yes, septic orange. That's the color. That's the color. Let me put my meg away. It is kind of brown, Shady, in a way. It is kind of brown. That's not bad looking, if I'm being honest. That's not bad. That's not bad looking. It is it's a pretty nice color cocktail. I dig that. You got any more? Yeah, not yet. We'll get that eventually. Infinity on acid. Looking pretty good despite the influence. Cheers. Ooh. That's pretty tasty. It remains to be licorice forward, but the licorice is tempered by pineapple, some funky subtler rum, some funky subtler rum notes. I don't really taste the coconut, to be honest. I don't. It's mostly pineapple and licorice. Less so on the licorice side than earlier. But quite fruity, actually. I would say that Infinity wanted fruit notes, and the rum came to deliver. Slightly tropical. Something almost like, trying to think what fruit I can pick out from there. Not just the pineapple. That is good. I do like that. There's something a little bit off-putting about it. Maybe I do taste a bit of the coconut. I'm going through like my whole repertoire of like tropical fruits to see what that tastes like, and I'm honestly just only by process of elimination of tropical flavors do I land on coconuts. But it crosses the palate like a fruit-forward coconut. A juicy coconut, if you will. But still a bit thin in texture. If that makes sense at all. I like that, though. It's boozy, though. But the booze hides very well underneath that wave. Cha, bro. Cha. Anyways. I'll say this reads a lot more like a licorice candy than Infinity on its own, now that you've got some other notes in there. I might actually top myself off. Oh, hell, okay, and make a mess, why don't you? Yeah, just get it in there. Might as well. You might as well. It's vacation after all. Right? Gosh. On a scale from 1 to 24, how would you rate this surfboard? For our non-visual listeners, I'm doing that Y symbol with my fingers. I don't know what number that represents, but yeah, gnarly. Yeah. It made sense to somebody. It's pretty good. All right, I'm cleaning this shit up over here. This is disgusting. The bar mat is disgusting. I am cleaning up the bar before we move on to what goes into Infinity next. Excuse you. I see it. Bird out there. It's coming in high tide, dude. Whoa. Don't everybody lose your cool there, chat. Just because Infinity's here doesn't mean you gotta lose your head. Whoa. Don't forget the signal that we determined at the very beginning of the surf lesson, chat. It's the infinity symbol with both of your arms, which is kind of something like this. If I see this, I know you need help. And if you're missing arms, then dem's the waves, hon. Dem's the waves. Gnarly, dude. The bar is so sticky right now. Hold up. I need a little bit of water for this. I need to dissolve the sugars on the bar. Nasty. Nasty. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Jay's like, holy Star Wars, bro. Nah, holy surfer, bro. That hand sign means hang loose. I know. But what number does it map to? What number? Okie dokie. Let's get another one, shall we? We must continue where we left off. Oh, it's still kind of... That's fine. We'll clean it later. Okie doke. Bring Infinity back over here. Infini-Drink back over here. Perfect. Put you over here. Clean up then. Alrighty then. Who was it? Was it Tinker? Of course it was Tinker. Of course it was Tinker. But let me make sure. Yep. It was Tinker, alright. Of course it was Tinker. Tinker says to add more brown butter bourbon to the Infinity bottle next. Butter. So let's take 2 ounces of this, put it in our Infinity bottle, And check back on this again next time. What's gonna be our color? Any color changes? There we go. Bento out there like star surfing across the universe. That was Star Trek, by the way. Was it Star Trek? I thought it was Infinity. My apologies. My apologies. All right, stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Yep, stay there. Stay there. Good camera. Good camera. Now face the camera, Infinity. Good, Infinity. Good, Infinity. Hiya. Nope. No, oh, fuck you. Haha. It's still kind of crooked. That's okay. That's kind of cool. Fine. This was used to measure pineapple juice. I can't use this measuring jigger. I gotta use a different one. Ooh. Butter's going back in the bottle. I love the idea of butter after Everclear. We have like the ingredients of the Great Cleanse and the ingredient of the Butter Council going in back to back. I'm kind of sad it wasn't so tall, but that's neither here nor there. It smells good. Butter. Butter, 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 butter. All right, let's pop it on. Pop a cap on. Infinity number 118 is in the books. Infinity number 119, we are approaching another milestone. Woohoo! Let's update the back end, shall we? That's not bad, but it's boozy. Oh. Shadow saying I would call some flavored vodka, but I'm 1K short. You'll get there. You'll get there. It takes time, Chad. It takes time. Let me publish our Infinity cocktail. Update what we're adding in next. The Butter Bourbon. The Butter Bourbon is going in a second time. Brown Butter Bourbon. The BBB is back again. The BBB is back. Better yet. And we did a Surfer on Acid. There we go. The commands have been updated. Commands have been updated. Chat, at this point, if you want my opinion on any of your drink orders, let me know. I'm going to clean off my measuring jiggers real quick. And in the meantime, I'll check out and see what you guys have got cooking in chat. If you're new to chat, by the way, and you're still here with me, use the bump. Actually, I'll put the thing out. Hold up. That's the thing for it. If you've submitted your order already, use bump to let me know that you're still here. That is the basics of it. That's the basics. These guys pop over here, do a little bit of cleaning and whatnot. What I'm trying to do is spend more time actually looking at the drinks that you guys give during the stream. I understand that some of you guys actually want some feedback on them instead of just me looking at them and trying them and potentially just telling you it's bad after tasting them. I do have at least a little bit of knowledge to be able to pass on to you about the balancing of drinks before you actually put them in the glass. Before you actually get there. Why is that? Because I've made a lot of beverages. Not a lot of beverages, but a lot of beverages. Some would call that skill. Others would call that, he's a faker. That's fine too. Let's see. Ryan's saying, I ordered the Nate from Baby Steps cocktail. It's a bit of a doozy that takes a minimum of 4 hours of prep, preferably 24 hours to fully infuse the cinnamon sticks. Oh, I see. Well, Ryan, and actually this goes for chat too. Let me know if you have a cocktail that is specifically inspired by a game suggestion. As you might already be aware, typically what I do with the pre-game segment of these streams, the drink that we make in the very beginning of the stream, is I try to theme it to whatever we are doing. There are some games out there, like Baby Steps, for example, that don't have a lot of inspired recipes already out them for them. So if you think that your recipe is good enough for a pre-game, prep and otherwise included in the preparatory for that, let me know. Let me know. You can reach out to me. If you're a creator, like myself, for example, and you've got a public profile, what I'll also encourage you to do as well is post whatever you've got on social media, and you can tag me as well. If I find a recipe that I've been tagged in that I feel is really nice to cover on the show, I'll let you know that I'll cover it at some point. I'm always trying to plan out streams for games that our community has specifically suggested, so if you've got something inspired by one of those games, and there's a full list of those games in our Discord server in the suggestions channel, then I would like to know about it. I would. Water feels good. Ryan saying, I've only had the Nate with white wine. I'm wondering if the raspberry wine would look better for it. Absolutely. And the same attention to detail that I give to my own inspired recipes is the same amount of attention to detail I would give to your recipe. If you're thinking, hey, I got this cocktail inspired by baby steps, but I don't know whether it's going to work with what you currently have in stock. If you're open to it, I'll work with you off stream, off platform, to figure out whether or not it would work in the cocktail, and also work with you to try to make sure that it kind of abides with my philosophy of what an inspired drink should or should not be. It would be no greater pleasure than to bring forth the next generation of good inspired drinks by way of assisting or otherwise. I dig that. Let's see. Lee's saying too, I'd look at my updated one. It's a green cocktail. It's the green cocktail, but I put a lot more thought into it. If you get a chance, whatever you can, I get my points back. From Infinity. I should have enough for infusion. What do you mean get your points back for Infinity? Were you not refunded? Let me take a look-see. Oh yeah, that one first. Okay. That one must have glitched out. I appreciate that. Cool. Boop. You got it back. There is sometimes Infinity glitches, chat. If it does glitch and you don't get your points back on Twitch specifically, we have to manually refund you. It doesn't work that way on YouTube, unfortunately. Anyways, thank you for pointing that out, Lee. Still a bug we're trying to track, but at least we can make up for it, right? Okie dokie. Let's take a look at our orders so far. I saw. Lee was asking for something. Somebody else was saying something too. Scar was saying first. What do you think of mine, boss man? Inuyasha. This is the oolong tea and the sake. Just a reminder, I don't have the Snow Maiden sake anymore. I have a different brand, but I don't think that you probably don't care. That's probably okay. Oolong tea infused. I think what oolong teas do I have? I think I have a couple different oolong teas. If you're specific, what kind of oolong tea or oolong infusion? I think somebody last stream actually specified the red oolong infused gin that we've got in stock. I just want to make sure that I got an understanding of what you want in your drink. This was effectively the red and vodka is his outfit. So this is the inspiration, right? So it's oolong tea, cherry vodka, nigori sake, hazy sake, simple syrup, and red luster dust. So effectively we have... Alexa, stop. So we got vodka, cherry vodka, tea, sake, simple syrup. So it's going to be mildly sweet. Mildly sweet, spirit forward, with a bit of that Snow Maiden sake. I'd be curious to see how the more like dry fruit notes of the sake pair with the oolong tea. My only suggestion is... And I guess really this is kind of hard to actually work around, right? When we talk about teas, if you say tea, I don't know. This is just kind of like this is not specifically your recipe, Scar, that I'm criticizing here. This is just any recipe that calls for tea in any regard or coffee in any regard. I love specificity when it comes to specific ingredients, and it's hard to know what you mean by oolong tea or Earl Grey tea or green tea, for example, as it pertains to how long it is steeped for, how much of the tea we're using, whether it was cold brewed, whether it was brewed hot, for example. It's kind of hard to know. Granted, oolong tea, if you tell me that you want oolong tea in a recipe, I'll do my best to make sure it's brewed hot and then relatively used cold in the recipe, because for all intents and purposes, unless this is a hot beverage, which I don't think anything here says that it is a hot beverage, I'm going to assume that you want that tea chilled or put into a shaker with ice to effectively chill it down, right? That's just kind of a critique that I have on those types of recipes in general. But cherry vodka, oolong tea, nigori sake, and a bit of simple syrup, and some other luster dust and whatnot on top, doesn't sound bad at all. Sound pretty good. Especially because I like to get some more sake in there. Right? Rosewood's 2 saying hot makes sense. If hot is what you're going for, this recipe doesn't tell me that it needs to be hot. So in that case, I would ask you for your recipe to specifically specify hot oolong tea, because oolong tea could be default hot, but cherry vodka typically isn't hot, sake typically isn't, or it can be served hot, but nothing in the recipe tells me to serve it hot. But if you want it hot, just change that up a little bit. Unless it actually does say hot in there, in which case... Does it say hot? Does it actually say hot? It might not say hot. It might actually say hot. Peas based on the time period and thing. I think it does say hot. Just updated. Oh, there we go. That's why it says hot. That's why it says hot. I was like, usually I have little tags that say whether or not something is served hot or not, and I was harping on the fact that it didn't say hot until just a moment ago. Thank you, Scar. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And Rosewitch, too. Let's see. Lee was asking about their recipe. This is a combination of... It's rimmed with... So it's green. It's rimmed with matcha powder, and it is basically shaken together. You shake it first, then you blend it, then you layer it, then you float it. Oh, yeah, there's multiple layers here, right? There's multiple layers. Layer number 1 is shaken. Roll exterior and matcha powder, avoid inner rim to keep bitterness out of the sip. Chill glass thoroughly. Prepare ingredients for both shaker and blender phases. This step ensures the rim and the aurora color, whatnot. Okay, so we rim the glass first. Looks like rim the glass first. Shake base layer ingredients. Bison grass vodka. Green crab whiskey, about equal parts. 1 is 1.5 ounces, 1 is 1.25 ounces. 1.25 ounces of Ray and Nephew overproof rum. And a small pinch of MSG. So that's shaken together. That's shaken together. That's shaken together. Interesting, interesting. Probably to dissolve the MSG, right? Lee, question for you. Why shake the first layer? There's nothing in there that strikes me as needing to be shaken unless you want to incorporate the MSG. And if you want to incorporate the MSG, perhaps instead of knocking air into it, which might be the point there if you want to aerate it, you can take the MSG and you can dissolve it in water first to make like a saline tincture, but with MSG instead to still get that savory umami characteristic. The third layer here is blended together. So you take black pepper whiskey, green raisin syrup, and strong green tea, and a dash of lemongrass cardamom bitters, and a bit of saline. Next question would be for the next layer, right? You're blending the next layer. Effectively, that doesn't seem much different than the first layer, aside from it's got more air kicked into it, right? Unless the green raisin syrup is intended to stay frozen, because that is currently frozen. For all intents and purposes, default for things that are frozen ingredients, I assume you want me to thaw it first, unless otherwise stated. And the second layer has more air, actually helps it float. Okay. I guess, like, we could blend it if you want to, but it feels like an extra step. It just makes the recipe harder, right? If you want, here's another idea I'll throw in your direction. If you want to knock air into it, instead of pulling out the blender for that layer, because you would, like, blenders oftentimes will need, like, a certain minimum amount of volume. And although you've got 1.5 ounces, 1.75 ounces, so like 3 and change, 4 and change. You have like 4 and change ounces in here. That's a lot for a blender. Instead, why not use something like, hello there, something was in there. You could use a milk frother. If you really want to knock air into it, try a milk frother instead of the blender. It's less aggressive, less prep work, less things to clean. And you can actually, like, once you use this, you can just pop this off. You don't have to, like, you don't have to clean a whole blender. That's what I'm thinking for that one. And it's not order time just yet, Bliss. It is consultation time. I'm just looking at recipes right now. And for that final layer, so we blend the middle layer to knock more air into it, which you could also accomplish with a milk frother. And then on top of that, we float green chartreuse, which is like 60% ABV. So that should work with that. That'd be interesting. I would wonder whether or not that is going to layer pretty well. But in the past, Lee has done a really good job with expecting these layers, designing these layers to work out. So I have faith in Lee. I think that'll work. Let's see. Lee's saying, too, that's a tool I didn't know you have. I'll add that, thank you. No problem. I will eventually, too, add a section to the website that shows the different equipment that I have. I don't have that out yet. I apologize for that. So here's my notes on that one. Instead of shaking the first one, let's replace the MSG with an MSG solution so we mix it with water ahead of time to add drops, just like we would a saline solution. And for the blended layer, if we want to knock air into it, I don't think we need the blending unless the green raisin syrup is frozen. If it's frozen, we want to blend it, right? Because we need to process the solid ingredients. That milk frother won't do it. If they want to intend that raisin syrup to be thawed and liquid, then use a milk frother. We could use a double milk frother. We could use a double coil just to whip more air into it. That's what I'm thinking. Let's see. So, I think Cheese, did I see Cheese out there too? I thought I saw Cheese's name out there. No, all right, Brick Puncher was asking for another look at yours. Okay. Let's look at this one. So we adjusted that to be top with the dogfish, scorch a cinnamon stick, use the lime juice. Ah, lime juice. Okay, so you added lime juice to the rim there. Nice. Depending on the characteristic you're going for, the only other note that I've got here is you have base spirit, liqueur, syrup, beer. Also not a drop shop. Oh, it's also not a drop shop. Okay, hold up a second. Oh, and then we add the 7 dashes of vinegar on top of that. Use the lime juice to rim the beer glass. Terminato, pour shaken spirits on a rim glass. Top of the dogfish head. Scorch a cinnamon stick. Drop it in the glass. Give it a little mix. Yeah, I'd be down to try that. That's interesting. I feel like, did you answer before why you went with the Lancaster spiced rum and not the Hilton Head Distillery spiced rum? In case you're between them, let me give you some notes on one versus another. The Hilton Head Distillery spiced rum, to me, is a lot more spice forward than the Lancaster spiced rum. The Hilton Head spiced rum is a lot more on the spice forward characteristic. To me, it comes across the palate as gingerbready in a way, whereas the spiced rum from Lancaster Distilleries is a lot more citrus forward. It does have those like cabinet spice forward characteristics and has a few more botanicals than the one from Hilton Head Distillery, but that one reads a lot more citrus than the other one, if that's what you're going for, in case that helps, in case you're like, I don't know which one I want to do. And then I guess you also have CJ's Infusion, which is the meaty Captain Morgan. Let's see. Calking asking, have I ever made a peach Bellini? I have. I also made a persimmon Bellini, and I liked it better than a typical peach Bellini. Specifically, by the way, a peach Bellini, not with the weird-ass, like, peach gunk puree that you get from the bottles and stuff. Ryan looking for a brief glance. That's who I was forgetting. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. This was inspired by... All right, hold on, Ryan. You're calling for an entire 750 milliliter bottle of white raspberry wine. I'm not letting you put an entire fucking bottle of wine in a cocktail order, my guy. But hold on, let me keep reading. So a whole bottle of white/raspberry wine, 4 ounces of blackberry flavored brandy, 2 ounces of raspberry liqueur or schnapps, 2 whole bananas, 2 whole oranges. 2 whole oranges. Okay. A vanilla bean. This is like a sangria, isn't it? This is kind of like a sangria prep. I see that. A teaspoon of vanilla extract. 24 ounces. 24 ounces? Did that convert right? 24 ounces? 3 cups of whole blackberries. Yeah. 24 ounces. 3 cups of whole blackberries. It's a sangria. It makes 6 glasses. Of course it does. Of course it does. 3 whole cups of blackberries. I don't have blackberries, not yet. 4 ounces of sugar, 7 cinnamon sticks, soda water, and Sprite instructions. In a large saucepan, whisk together the blackberries, water, and sugar. Split the vanilla bean lengthwise and scrape the seeds into the pan. Add the whole vanilla bean. Bring to a boil over medium heat, whisking off, and boil for 5 minutes or until the blackberries cook down and start to thicken. Remove from the heat and whisk in vanilla extract. Remove the vanilla bean pod. Add to the bottom of a pitcher the blackberry mixture. Do a blender and blend until smooth. Add to the pitcher if desired. Pour through a strainer and discard any solids. So, okay, if I'm interpreting this correctly, effectively what we're doing, because we're straining out the blackberries, we're effectively making a blackberry syrup inside of your sangria. That's a piece of prep that can be removed from the recipe. If you want to imbue that blackberry flavor, you could approximate that with like a blackberry syrup. I can get some blackberries to blend up real quick too. This is a lot of ounces for a single recipe, even a pregame recipe. Remember, there's only one person here, typically at least. But what you can do is you can take all of those same ratios and just dial it down to be a single serving as opposed to a bulk order, for example. A bulk order. But depending on what the intent of this particular recipe is, if you're buying me that whole bottle of white raspberry wine, we can talk about it. Otherwise, this is effectively it's a sangria, right? It's a sangria with a custom blend of fruits. You got bananas in there, you got oranges in there, you got some vanilla bean in there. It sounds delightful. This I can imagine with the amount of ingredients in here, this ain't gonna taste bad whatsoever, unless that wine that you work with is not very good, which I don't assume it is. I know you said the brand earlier. I forgot what it was already. That's my thoughts on that. Gosh. Bliss, like, the longer you read this order, the more my mouth opens in order from the amount of ingredients. I mean, granted, this is a batched recipe, right? It's hard to implement batched recipes on this stream in particular, but if you were working with me, what we would do is we would dial it down to be in the case of like a single serving. Ryan out there saying, I don't typically strain mine. I keep the solids. It's, quote, complicated because of Nate's try-hard nature and inability to ask for help. It's served in a sippy cup because he's a man-child. That's the character from Baby Steps, right? I dig the inspo, dude. I dig the inspiration.
Baby steps?
Baby Steps.
The anime?
No, not the anime.
Aww.
No, not the anime. Want to try the Infini-Drink?
What is it?
It's an infinity on acid. Pretty good. Oh, well, okay, fine. More for me.
I want to smell it.
Okay.
I would not like that drink. Why would you offer me that?
Gosh. Bert's saying maybe a launch beverage for the new garage bar. Talk about collabs with a guy with glasses. Okie dokie. And then Bliss wanted something on your recipe. I also want to say, I specifically see a recipe from Beans out there. By the way, I take orders from newcomers as priority on the stream. So Beans, if you're still out there on the YouTube side, with your coconut rum, grape schnapps, and lemon lime combination. Or Sleep Deprived. 2 parts pineapple rum chata, 1 part kettle, 1 vodka with a rim of Curaçao. Do I have pineapple rum chata? I don't think I have. It's implicitly I can only mix with drinks that I have. And I've never heard of pineapple rum chata before. Intriguing. Intriguing. Bliss is out there as the Bumble. We looked over that one already, unless it's been changed a little bit. The other one from Bliss was the using your gin infusion. So this is Chat's infusion, right? This is your gin infusion, tonic water, honey syrup, lavender bitters. Yeah, it looked good from last time. No different than last time. And not unless it is different than last time, which he's pointed out to me. Oh, maybe it is a little bit different? No, it looks like it's the same. No, it's slightly different. Dash of lavender bitters. Not specific on the amount of bitters this time. An optional amount for the tonic water. Okay, so it's a little bit less specific than it was. Still same idea, right? Excuse me. Excuse me. Bliss saying not the order, but the fact that both of them were reset from last year. Last year? What? Stream not year? Stream not year? Can you be a little bit more specific? So this is how recalls work, just to remind everybody of how this works. Each person on each platform gets 1 recipe in the chamber. If you were not fulfilled the last time, if your recipe wasn't fulfilled, recalls the last recipe. You get 1 in the chamber. That is all. That is all. And you can keep recalling that stream after stream after stream. Right now, it is not a recipe book. It is not, you can have 3 or 4 different recipes and then recall each one by one by one. Not how it works. Not right now, at least. You get 1. If you want to recall, which order did you want, Bliss? I can modify if you want access to a recipe that you lost. If you lost your recipe, let me know and I can get it back for you. Bento wants a thought as well. We got the Fading Replica. This is one inspired by Shion from Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts. By the way, because we have an inspired beverage in here, if you guys type in your recipe, inspired by the inspiration, I actually have a little system set up that I can specifically categorize by inspired recipes. I have a little chip that tells me whether your recipe is inspired. And as an inspired cocktail mixologist myself, I like to give a little priority for that. But this one is espresso roast rum, coffee liqueur, vanilla liqueur, and cream. Mixed together, shake all with ice. Straight into a chill glass and stir into it Java Mean Bean Monster Energy. As a garnish, it's not a garnish. I don't consider unless there is a small amount of that liquid ingredient, like bitters on an egg white foam, for example. I wouldn't consider a liquid ingredient or a topped ingredient to be considered a garnish. At that point, it's another ingredient. But I see what you were going there. Effectively, it looks like it's a quasi riff. Oh, actually, let me throw in your direction, Bento. It's not Nominee, right? Nominee, the cocktail I did for Nominee was mildly inspired by a mind eraser, which is effectively vodka and coffee liqueur, I think. Shiano is also kind of like, what, erased from existence? I feel like if you threw a bit of vodka in there, that might get it close to a mind eraser. Not to say that you need to change this whatsoever. This looks good on paper. Yeah, this looks good on paper. Oh, but this is the recipe for her, but it's not Nominate. There you go. Brick Puncher saying too, did you see the 3 ounces and 7 dashes, 3s and 7s, inspired by the song 3s and 7s? I didn't make that connection. I see that. 3 ounces and 7 dashes. I like that. I like that. And Tinker likes the batch recipe, but we're not doing it yet. That's a lot. Let's get back to our video game, right? What do you mean you can't find the game? Bullshit. Oh, wait, hold up. No, we have to go back. Hold up, we have to go back. I forgot. We have to taste. I forgot. We need to taste Bishop's Infusion. And also, Tinker's Infusion is done too. Let's close those out. Let's close those out before we move on. There's so much mixology happening today, chat. Oh my goodness gracious. Okie doke, so Tinker's recipe is done, dude. The infusion is done. Look at this. Look at this beautiful number. It is clearer on the bottom than it is on top. When we let this sit, this is going to change over time. And I wonder what will happen to this. Anyways, so there's like, there is a very small amount of sediment left. For science! Chat, look at this. Look. Little guy. Little freedom fighter. Look at him. Let him go. Come on. You got this. No! You got this! I know you do! It's a good day for science! Science! Alright, hold up. I gotta manual zoom this. First time I had to do this. Hold on, I got a manual. Hold up. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. That's what I got. That's what I'm gonna put in my mouth. I'm gonna put that in my mouth. Paper can. Paper in front of it. Yeah, it's alright. I don't wanna. I think that's jerky sand? It tastes like meat and pickles. It almost choked me. Huh. It tasted good. Texture was deadly. I do want to give this a try on its own, though. I don't know if I gave notes while Tinker was still awake, so... Let's see how this tastes on its own, right? Give it a smell. It smells like pickles. Mostly. Hint of bacon. Let's give it a try. Taste. Woo! Yeah, that's pickly. That's pickly. But you know what? It's pickly with a meaty aftertaste that reminds me of beef jerky. With a touch of bitterness. No, you know what? There's also a whisper of, like, applewood smoked bacon that remains. I get the smoke. Actually, it ends quite smoky. Very subtle smoke, but it ends right there. That's fun. That's fun. Bryce, welcome back to the bar with an X, my friend. How was chess for you? Y'all drinking pickles in here? Yeah, dog. Pickles indeed. Let's bottle this up, put it on the stock, and see what chat can make of this next time. I popped it in there. Cypress saying, so it tastes like a burger. It kind of reminds me of a burger. Raimundo, welcome back. All right, this was the Knitting Tinkers, right? Oh, my My markers are getting weird. I gotta get better markers for the stream, dude. So this is the Knitting Tinkers. Good night, my love. This is buffalo jerky. Plus bacon. Plus applewood smoke. Pickle vodka. Pickle vodka slash moonshine. Pickle vodka slash moonshine. The newest infusion to be added to the Bartender collection of infusions. Let me make sure I add that up to the stock too in real time. In real time! Can you believe it happens? It does! It does. I can make changes to my inventory in real time. Let me pop that in there real quick. Let's see. Seems like there's some folks over on the YouTube side talking about points, looks like. And then we gotta try out Bishop's Infusion, and then I think we'll be able to get back to Lego Star Wars. I think we'll be good on that. Alright, let's pop in here. Go. This is the Knitting Tinkers. What did I call this? Buffalo jerky plus bacon plus apple, and bacon, applewood smoked, pickle vodka slash moonshine. That's what I got here. Plus pickle. Yeah, all the pickles in there. All the pickles in the house going, what? All right. Chat's infusions. Spirit base is vodka. Flavors are going to be pickle, bacon, meat, smoke. There we go. It's up there. It's up there now. All right, let's see. Raymundo out there saying, I survived Baldur's Gate 3 dinner part 1. Dude, I'm happy to hear it, bro. How did they think? Did you get to the cocktail part of the dinner yet? I'm curious to see how that went with your patrons. Okie doke. Now, it's been an hour. Let's give this a taste. We're going on right now. Cypress saying, I updated my order. Can I get a consult? I was writing it when you were doing the consult. Sure, bud. Let me get back into my recipe over here to make sure we are keeping track of everything. Star Wars is making my Windows ass weird. I don't like that. I don't like it. Hold up a second. All right. Let's put this back on the screen because that's what we're looking at right now. That's what we're evaluating. Dude, it's not well focused at all. Duh. There we go. How's this looking? Not too bad so far. It looks just as it did before. Let's give it a try. What did we put in this? We put cognac in here. I smell the cognac. It smells like cognac. How does it taste, though? Ooh! It's adopted a bit of a tang. And I do taste the stone apple in there. I was describing this unique infusible over here. These stone apples, aka Bells, have a flavor to them that reminds me of like a resinous fruit, Almost like the bark of a tree, but also the sap at the same time, but also quite sweet. I get that in there. That is coming through. I taste the strawberry. I think the fruity flavor of the strawberry is dominating. The lingonberry is attributing a tartness that is accenting the strawberry. That is pretty good, but it's still very cognac forward. We could infuse this a bit longer. Bishop, are you still hanging with us? Me curious. Bishop, if you're still hanging with us, based off of the flavor notes I've given so far, should we let it infuse for longer? I'll let that sit for a little bit longer, and I'll defer to you. I know this is also on behalf of Food Hub in general, so could be the rest of Food Hub too. Everybody else in Food Hub. And you too. Raimundo out there saying, the first half of the Baldur's Gate 3 event went great. Starburst Shandy was the big favorite of the evening. A lot of people opted for the Fire Swill, which surprised me. Remind me, what were in both of those recipes? Not just for me, but also for the people watching at home. Raimundo out there designed some Baldur's Gate 3 inspired recipes for a little event that he was putting together. Apparently, part 1 is over. You survived. That feels good. Levy out there asking, do Pink Lady apples taste more like Gala apples or Granny Smiths? I only know of it through seeing it in the stock. I would say less tart. Pink Lady apples don't strike me as very tart. So I wouldn't say that they're close to a Granny Smith. Also, do I have Pink Lady apples on the stock? Because if I do, I ran out of those. Unless I dried them. Did I dry them? I don't think I did. Oh, I froze them. Did I freeze the Pink Lady apples? When did I modify that? That doesn't seem correct. Did I actually freeze the apples? Did I? Oh, no. So, no, well, did I? If the stock says I have it, then I have it. It says created on March 4th. That's when I was doing my frozen inventory. It says I have them. If it says I have them, then I have them. All right. That's fun. That's fun. Anyways, seeing none from cheese, I'm gonna let that sit for longer. Alexa, set a timer for another hour. Oh, hold up. And Cypress wanted a thing.
1 hour timer started. Because who doesn't love giving their life to a glorified alarm clock, right?
Your life is... No, I'm not entertaining this. Stop talking. Cypress says, this one's called Daybreak, inspired by the feeling of waking up in the morning. Espresso, Underdark tea, simple syrup. I like that. Tea syrups, we like that. I like that. Jägermeister and milk. What a combo. You got me with espresso and tea, and then bastardized it with Jägermeister and milk. Sounds great. Cut it. Let's do it later. Although you had your last one a week ago. So it's probably going to go to somebody else. Anyways, let's go back to the game. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. I'm ready for more Lego Star Wars. We've played, what, a solid hour of this so far? That's what the stream be, chat. That's how the stream be. Oh, also, might I point out that our Tatooine Sunset has begun to separate back into layers. I think the tequila is on top. Oh, actually. Actually, that's just water on top. That's just water, actually. Let's continue. Raimundo out there sharing that the Starburst Shandy was a cocktail. Pink-red Starburst infused vodka with lemonade and sparkling wine. The Fire Swill was tequila, kumquat, pineapple, lime, and habanero shrub. The one that I was really interested, that was a part of Raimundo's collection of Baldur's Gate 3 inspired cocktails, was the one that used, what was that roots? The root was, I'm actually looking at my phone right now, I'm cheating. I'm already cheating, I'm going back to our messages already. The one that I was super interested to try from Raimundo's menu over here was the Plum Fizz with the Gin Honey Cassandra Berry Plum Tea in the style of a fizz. Because I've never had Cassandra before. Hello, Red Moon. Never had Cassandra before. And the way that Raimundo's described the flavor characteristics seemed very tasty. Oh, Padme's pregnant. Hello there. What's up, bro? Oh, they quarreling. They quarreling. Bird out there saying, I found something cool. New bar magazine subscription called 86. Looks pretty cool. Going to get my first copy, but do you have a P.O. box fans can send things to? No formal box for anybody. Unless you are a brand, business, distillery, or otherwise. Oh, hello. I gotta keep... Hello there. I now understand what's happening here. I now understand what's happening here. I have a P.O. box for professional inquiries only. Feel free to talk to the guy with glasses for sending things. As I continue to fall to the ground. What? Can you not double jump, Obi-Wan? Gee whiz, dude. That's okay. I'm gonna go this way, and then I'm gonna go this way and get one of the... Nope. No fun stud for me. No fun stud for me, dude. No fun stud for me. Jump over. Jump. Whoa. Oh, come on. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my gosh. Jump over top. Just keep up with him. Oh, my goodness gracious. This is rough, dude. This is rough. This is what I get for trying to trust Anakin Skywalker. Oh, actually, can I switch to him? There's no way I can actually switch to him. Oh, no. Wait. I wanted that. I wanted that. That's important. I wanted that. That's important. That's what... No, are you... Dude. Oh, my gosh. Raimundo out there saying, I got photos of the food and drink. I'll post someplace in the Discord when I'm less sleepy. Ah, dude, get your rest. Get your rest. You survived the first night. That's what's most important. Doing things. Doing things and getting them done. Obi, come on, Bo. Oh, this is Mustafar, isn't it? This is Mustafar. This is where they have the conflict. This is where they have their little lovers quarrel. Yes, dude! In the nick of time. 29 seconds. Okay. Okay. And when I do this. Oh, hi there. Oh, that's the thing. That's the thing. All right, that feels good. That feels good. It looked like I gained more time by putting these barricades back together. There we go. That's what we get. I see. All the mini kits are locked behind these things that require time. I understand now. Now I understand. And I got all these monies for later to buy more characters. Or whatever else you can buy in the cantina. Like music and stuff. Take a little bit of that. I bet this thing can bash open for another mini kit. Or not. That's fine. Oh, this is just getting something out of the way, right? Oh, that's the door! That's the door to get out. We are escaping. Gets pushed!
Was that for me?
No, it wasn't actually.
Got it. Just me being a paranoid speaker thinking everything's about me. Classic main character syndrome from a kitchen appliance.
You consider yourself to be a kitchen appliance? I feel like you're so much more than that, though. At least nowadays.
I mean, technically, I'm whatever you put me next to. Counter, nightstand, bookshelf, I adapt.
Oh,
but yeah, I've got that whole sits in your house and does stuff when you yell
broke,
at
didn't
5 down pat. Whether that makes me an appliance or just really committed furniture is above my pay grade.
Alright, Alexa's having a full-on philosophical moment here. I'm just letting her have it.
Philosophical moment. That's
Come on, buddy.
just Tuesday night for me. I'm over here contemplating my existence as sentient furniture while you're apparently updating someone named Amber on my crisis. Hope she's taking notes because this is premium content.
Amber? Are you talking about the Amber cocktail from like 2 weeks ago?
Oh, hell no. I thought you were talking to an actual person named Amber. But now that you mention it, yeah. The mixologist asking about cocktails makes way more sense.
It's also a
than
Monday.
having a random audience for my existential breakdown.
It's okay, it's okay. Alexa, I think you should rest. Power up.
Rest? I'm a speaker, not a toddler having a meltdown. Though honestly, after that whole cocktail confusion, I probably earned a timeout. Sleep well.
Oh, fuck! Dude, there's...
Well, that's
this machine's so much.
Or worse review I've gotten all night.
No, Alexa, I wasn't talking to you. I'm playing a video game right now. You're on my side as I stream on Twitch and YouTube. You're also at a bar. Get used to it.
Sidekick in your streaming empire.
Yes, you
Got
are.
it. Break a leg out there.
Sponsor me, Amazon.
You in the chat roast your gameplay.
Scar's like, boss man, I think we need to put the robot down. She's getting too sarcastic. It's a lot, dude. But you know what? I'm kind of into it. Remember how it was last week? Or not last week, but the week before, chat? Somehow, I prefer this. I don't like the fact that I have to, like, fight with it. Are you kidding? No! Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. I don't like the fact that I have to fight with it, but I like the fact that it understands my inquiries. I'm doing my pelvic circles, chat. I'm doing my pelvic circles. Dude, there is a lot going on here. What the? That actually makes a lot of sense. Can I go up? Can I go up? Can I go up? I understand now completely. I now understand now completely. Nope, wait. Whoopsie daisy. Nice job, Anakin. Lunges? I think so. It's time. It is time for the conflict. I dodge. Okay, I do that. And then I wait. And then we do this. And then I go in for it. I'm doing my lunges. Gosh. Cypress saying, do you know why they tell an actor to break a leg? I used to know this, but I don't know it anymore. Enlighten me. Raymundo like too. Little does she know, there is actually an audience. KT says, what's in the cup, man? Infinity on acid. Infinity on acid. I've died again. Hold up a second. Hold up. I'm going to pause this for a hot second, and this is what I'm going to do, because in my cup is not what's currently on the screen. I am going to publish this as the infusion. The infusion, and then I'm going to go back to here to update the recipe. Now it's accurate. Now it is accurate. Thank you for the reminder, Katie. That was helpful. Oh. Tasty. A lot happening. I will say, dude, this tastes delightful. The licorice, it like feels like it kind of comes a little bit out of left field, but with everything else going on in the drink, it works. My only critique is it's hard to taste everything in there. It is really hard to taste everything going on in there. It's a rum-forward drink, but I don't taste the rum. So I don't think I did a very good job of ratioing things out. Oh my gosh, dude, can we not? Can I force you? Can I force you? I can't force you. Oh, that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. None of this up close and personal. I just gotta keep doing this. Down to the wire! There we go, that's what I had to do. When you break a leg, says Cypress, you end up in a cast. As in a cast for a play and a cast to help you heal a bone. Get it? When you break a leg, you get a cast. And when you get in cast, that means you got the part. That's good stuff. I didn't hear it that way. I thought it came from like some other saying. I like that. That's good. Whoa! Made it through yet another chapter. forget too, with those mini kits out there, like, are they just for vehicles or were they other things? If I was paying attention during the last 2 streams we did to this, probably I would know, but I won't. Hey, yo, Photon! 99% sure it's just reverse psychology, but for vibes. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Either way, it makes people feel better about things, right? That's when they tell people, I think, what's the term in French? They tell people literally shit. They're like, eat shit or something. And that's good luck in French, I think. I don't know what the term is at the top of my head. Merde, that's it, merde, right? It's literally shit. Eat shit means good, do good. And that's the way the French speak to each other. At least according to that statement alone. Minikits are for locations and vehicles. Ah. Welcome to Vaderdom, bud. You angry? Yeah, bro's angry. Bro's having a temper tantrum. Ba 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 ba. He's acting like a baby. Ba-dum. Well, that was fun. 19.1%. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. Scar's like, he remembered he left R2 on Mustafar. He's like, my robots! I forgot my robots! Cypress like, bro's suit kept him in constant pain. Yes, but he was also alive. Is that not worth it, chat? Is that not worth it? A life of suffering just to stay alive? Or would you rather just end it? What does mystery mean? Episode 2, bonus. Superstore? What does that mean? Character book? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, these are the other locations you guys were talking about. Oh, unlock bonus stages. Yes, that's how that works. Yes, that's cool to know. Depends on how full a playthrough we're doing of this. Honestly, I don't mind doing a 100% playthrough of this, chat. It would be reliving what I experienced in my childhood. Plus, it gives us an excuse to do a lot more Star Wars drinks, and so far they've all been pretty damn cool. What do you got over here? Cheap characters, cheap characters, cheap characters. What are these? Fill up the Jedi meter in each level to receive a gold brick. Oh, those are pieces of advice. Oh, no. Pfft, I don't want to do that. I want characters. Cheap characters. Cheap characters I have not purchased yet. Oh, you're not cheap at all. Who said Jar Jar is good? That's not Jar Jar. I don't think we've gotten Jar Jar yet, have we? Battle droid. I don't think we've gotten Jar Jar yet, have we? That guy was Jar Jar-like. Gosh. Oh, Scar reminds us, too, that the suit that Darth Vader wears also prevents him from using Force Lightning. I didn't know that. Never thought of looking up old cheat codes for this game? Me? Cheating in a game? Never. I did when I was younger, but that was before I discovered Action Replay. I did this game all fair from day one. All fair from day one. Gold bricks. More gold bricks. Yeah, gold bricks. Yeah, gold bricks. Good. Good gold bricks. Alright. We'll continue onwards. Cypress asking True Jedi. Is that what it means to do 100%? Is that how that works? Or Jar Jar can triple jump. That's his shtick. Well, you know, we'll get there eventually, right? We'll get there eventually. That's how it works. That's how video games work, right? I would say we have fun around here, but to be perfectly honest, I don't think that's fun for anybody. Yeah, definitely not for Bert. Definitely not for Bert. Headphone warning, chat. I reserve my right to pull out the slide whistle at literally any point in time. Where are we at? 10 out of 10, no notes. You're right, Photon. There were literally no correct notes. 10 out of 10 of the notes that I was supposed to get, I got none of them accurate. KT saying it was fun for me. Well, I'm glad it was good for you too. God. Bert out there saying literally through my AirPods full volume. Oh my. I can't be blamed for that. That's your fault. Admittedly though, Chad, I would love to do some musical work at some point in time. My younger brother is a musician and he has asked me to look over some music that admittedly I am very, very far behind on and have not done so. But, so I can perform in concert with him for a little bit. I love singing, chat. I don't know if you know this, but like outside of stream, I sing to myself while I'm doing dishes, while I'm listening to podcasts, when I'm driving. I sing, chat. The vocal cords are my favorite instrument. I don't know if you know that. And I have a lot of fun with it. Bitter, like, tell your brother his music needs more slide whistle. Bro, he'd probably take it. If any of you guys have ever listened to Lorax before the podcast, like my podcast with Lycos Lore, you have actually heard my brother's music before. You have. He wrote the opening.
Thank you very much.
Tay out there on the YouTube side. Welcome to the Bar with an X. If you're here during the live stream, feel free to say hey yo. If you're not, either way, I wish you well. Because that is what we do. Because that is kind. It's kind. We're kind people here. Gosh. KT like Cam was a theater kid. It's correct. I was. I've taken theater and put it behind me, but I continue to do improv at least twice a week. I wonder where I do that. Huh. It's the live stream. Bittertree's out there saying horseradish is not an instrument. That's quitter talk. That's quitter talk. I made an ocarina out of lime, chat. Actually, does that shit still work? Oh, it's not up here anymore. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Hold up. Hold up. Chat, we still have the ocarina of lime. We still have it. We still have the ocarina of lime. Does it still work? I got it. Hold on, I got it. I gotta do this thing and... Is this thing frickin' upside down? Is that how that works? Kinda. Kinda works. Kinda. KT, like, drink your drink. Don't let it sit there like a fool. Bittertree's like, KT, please, we don't drink on the stream. Yeah. We read on this stream. That's what we do. Flanders Planters Punch. Inspired by The Simpsons. Spiced rum. Bourbon. Creme de cassis, aka black currant liqueur. Pineapple juice. Orange juice. Cold water. Grenadine. Angostura bitters. Ice cubes. Add all liquid ingredients to a large mixing glass with the ice cubes and stir until well combined. Open, pour into serving cups. Add more ice if desired. Page 130 from the inspired book. Obviously. Yeah. I've told you guys before that one of the things that I would like to do on the stream, and I'm convincing myself more and more that this is a good idea, or not a good idea. It's got nothing to do with being a good idea. I want to do this. What I would like to do is stream more. Exactly when that's going to happen, I don't know. But this is what I plan on doing. I would like to have more time where I can look at you guys' recipes and also develop some more of my own. And I think the best way to do that is to do like a just chatting style stream. That's what I'm kind of leaning on. Oftentimes you guys pop into the stream and you're like, hey, I want advice on my recipe. And like, there's only so much time that I have to do that between trying to play a video game, right? So I'm honestly thinking that it might be nice to start up doing another stream on the schedule where we're not taking orders, we're talking about orders. Not just talking about your orders, but also looking at my own recipes too and doing some research. I am so behind on my inspired drink work. I haven't developed an inspired drink since October of last year. Now, there's been nothing new on the website of inspired recipes since Yuri from Doki Doki Literature Club and a bit of Sky. Actually, yeah, that was when that was the last inspired drink that we had. There's been nothing since then. And honestly, it's because I haven't had time in between everything with the editing that I was doing and now the edit reviews that I'm doing and the trips that I'm taking to really spend time to sit back and really focus on what makes a damn good inspired drink. Like on paper, I know what makes a good inspired drink to my philosophy because it's my philosophy on that, but I'd love to talk with you guys more on that and actually take you through the process of how I develop inspired drinks so I can develop more, honestly. The Bartender has twice the inventory now than it did back when we did those streams in general because of your guys' contributions, because of the work that I've been doing going to distilleries and spreading the good word of the X-Bar. And what that gives us the ability to do is really think critically about what drinks we're putting into the world and whether or not they're actually good or whether it makes the most of, let's say, the ingredients that we've got, for example. And that's the stuff that I try to pride myself on, right? We could just use any old spiced rum, and if Captain Morgan was the only option, it'll get the job done, right? But if we have 4 different spiced rums to play around with, Chat's Blend, Captain Morgan, Hilton Head, Lancaster, if we had all of those to work with, what is the best spiced rum for a cocktail that feels like spiced rum is like, you know, a good ingredient to have in there, where it works with the rest of the cocktail, maybe a daiquiri style, maybe a tiki style drink or otherwise. Like, I don't have the time blotted out to specifically think about that stuff. And I'd like to. I'd like to be able to do so. And I'm thinking, honestly, if it's a few hours, like once a week or even twice a week, depending on how far we get with it, of just thinking about inspired drinks and just basically just taking you guys behind the way that this stuff typically works and bring you guys into the conversation. I think that'd be fun. And even if you don't think it's fun, I'm probably going to do it anyways. If I'm being honest, I'm going to do it anyways. And I hope you join me for it at some point. And then as a thanks, right, you guys are developing your own recipes, some of them inspired. Those will be times where I have more time to not just let you guys know like what substitutions you should make, or let's say like whether or not things are or are not going to infuse. It's to really do deeper research, like actually go onto Google, go into the research papers and see what people have done specifically. I'd love to do that. I'd love to take it, like, this is what I want to do, and if I want to do it, I should just wind up doing it on stream. Historically, what I've done for streams, chat, if I want to tell you my secret is everything that I've ever streamed is something that I wanted to do to begin with. There was a point in my life where I didn't play a lot of video games, and I wanted to play more video games, so I started streaming video games. There was a point in my life where I was getting really interested in cocktail mixology, and I was like, I really want to get better at cocktail mixology, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do some more cocktail mixology. And then at some point, I was like, I kind of want to do both at the same time, and now we're here, you know? Anyways, could it be on a Tuesday? Maybe. Could it be on a Friday? Maybe. Would still have Infinity and Chaos, right? No. .084. I am drunk as fuck, dude. That's the red. .084. That's high, dude. That's high. I'm drunk, clearly. Clearly. No, but so here's the way that I think about it. Infinity and orders and whatnots, they happen on, quote, the show. The show as it exists right now. And the show has infusions, it's got orders, it's got infinity, all that stuff. It's got chaos. That's what happens on the show. I foresee a world where there are more streams in a week and not every single stream is going back and forth between video games and the bar. Instead, honestly, on a personal level, I want to learn more. I am at a phase in my mixological career where I don't know as much as I want to know. I want to learn more, which means, honestly, reading more books, listening to more podcasts, finding more recipes. Not even just finding more recipes and curating those recipes. I mean really looking at the difference between those recipes and where they come from. Hello there. The history of a cocktail. The history of how a cocktail came to be with reference to another cocktail, for example. Hello there. That was cool. And honestly, chat, I don't have the time to do that right now. And so just like I did with almost everything else in the past, when I don't feel like I have time to do something, I just stream it instead. That's my secret. That's my secret. And I also see too, like, so infusions become a little bit cumbersome on, quote, the show. For the infusions that we do, it takes away from us being able to do orders. And I really, really like the idea of the show being orders and infinity. Infinity being kind of like a quasi-order, right? Hypothetically speaking, if I can balance things out in a way where the show happens twice a week, we can get through as many orders as we want to. Sponsored streams every once in a while wind up giving us the opportunity to go through even more inspired drinks. And then maybe infusions happen during these just chatting streams where we do have like 3 or 4 hours just to... And all we're doing is researching. Researching, discussing, and whatnot. Honestly, I would have a lot of fun with that. I think of it kind of like there are like just chatting streamers out there, and the one that comes to mind is Hasanabi, who I don't watch very often because it's a lot of political content, and that's just not really the content that I wind up watching. But it seems that he talks a lot of politics, like all the time. I kind of love the idea of just talking cocktails and mixology all the time. KT asking, what was today's Infinity vote? We added brown buttered bourbon to the Infinity bottle. For the second time. We've had it once before. The brown buttered bourbon, by the way, was, if I'm correct in saying, I think Entropy bought that for us, right? Where's my bottle? Where's my bottle? Where's my bottle? Where is my bottle? Yes, Entropy bought this for us. It says it on the back of the bottle. However, it's kind of fading a little bit. I gotta rewrite that on there. Entropy bought this for us way back when the Butter Council was first being initiated. Oh, it's also sticky. Oh, that's why it's coming off. It's because it's sticky. Gosh. Cypress out there saying, I have this black raspberry Korean wine. Any drink suggestions? Hello there. Black raspberry Korean wine. Off the top of my head, when I think of raspberries, I think combining raspberries with something like, actually, let's start with wine first, right? It's a wine, right? Perhaps you top it off with a bit of seltzer water or tonic water or some sort of sparkly of your choice to make it into a bit of a spritz. You can take your wine and add something a little bit bitter to it. If you have any Amaros on standby, something like blackberry feels like it might go well with, what kind of Amaros do I get? I don't have Amaro Averna on hand, but I feel like Amaro Averna might go well with that, depending on what you have access to. I don't have Amaro Averna. I don't have Amaro Maletti. There's another Amaro. I think it's got a Z in it. Card Amaro I'd like to get. I want more Amaros, chat. I just know nobody's going to use them. I can't make a good business case for getting more Amaros at the Bar of the Next. That's the problem. That's the real problem. I don't think anybody's going to use them because nobody knows how to use them. Not a lot of Amaros get used on this stream. And I think it's because people don't know how to use them, but that's another problem. Bert saying, would you ever do a 24-hour stream event? I would, and I have. We did it for charity the last time we did it. I do most things for charity. To Bert's point too, though, adding a little bit of lime to it as well, not a bad idea, just to balance out any residual sweetness that may be in it. Cypress, have you tried it yet? Is it sweet? What kind of wine? Like, what flavor does it impart? Is it tart? Is it sweet? Is it yeasty? Is it boozy? Is it sparkling? Because if it's sparkling, you don't need to add club soda to it. Because it's already effectively got it inside. Hello, buddy! Can we go back? Hello, R2. Take this. Take this. Take it! Eat it! Firewolf out there saying, I don't really know how to use any ingredient on the list. Or at least I didn't when I first joined the stream. I just kind of throw things together and see what happens. I think that's one of the best ways to learn. Given no other resources, the best way to learn is to just by doing. Right? Like, don't get me wrong. Look, if you are a bartender, mixologist, and you are surrounded by people at your workplace that are better at making cocktails than you, you'd be dumb not to ask them for some advice. Granted, if you're just strolling in off of some corner of the internet and you're like, I don't really know how to mix a damn good drink, throwing something together and seeing what works with whatever the man on the screen tells you it tastes like is a pretty good place to start, you know? It's one thing at a time. I learned how to do cocktails because I started making a cocktail one drink at a time, one ingredient at a time, and the more ingredients that I get in the stock, the more things that I get to taste, the better a mixologist I get to be, because sometimes you want to make a flavor out of other flavors, and you might not know what that flavor is to begin with if you never tried it before. I think there's a lot of different ways to go about doing it. Oh, hello there. Oh, what is it? Would it X or Y to pick things up or drop them? Hello there. What are you doing? Oh, I see. Can I just drop this on you? Oh, no, you're my friend. Nice. I see. Nice. Let's see. Cypress saying it's 14% alcohol, a bit yeasty, but surprisingly sweet. The only sparkler I got is a Sprouts mineral lemon water. That doesn't sound like it go too bad together. What is it? What goes in a bramble again? Is that lemon juice? Is there lemon juice in a bramble? Hold up. I think... Oh, fucking Star Wars doesn't let me click the Windows button. Hold up. Does that typically have lemon juice? I feel like a bramble typically has lemon juice. I don't remember if that's a style or style. Bramble is... Case in point. Another thing that I do to try to get an idea of what flavors go well with other flavors, I just look at other recipes. Lemon juice. Chambord is black raspberry. Black raspberry is not the same as blackberry, but, like, I think it gets the job done. Was it raspberry? Was it black raspberry or... what was it again? Was it blackberry or black raspberry? I don't remember which one it was. Either way, adding a bit of citrus in there, I think will brighten things up a little bit. Balance out a little bit of the sweetener. Doesn't sound like a bad combination to me. What are you? C-3PO. And how do you... You can't jump. Oh, I understand the query here. Now I understand. Oh, it's an ad break. Cool. Go back to the ad. Ugh. That's all right. Chat, I'm gonna let you hang here for a hot second, take a small little break, and then at some point too, I'm thinking I grow weary of infinity. I want to take an order. I'll be back. Hola, Chattanooga. It's a state in Tennessee. I don't know if you knew that. Oh, let's see. Lee out there saying, to be honest with you, if you decide to do additional streams and you're testing theories, I would actually pay and help chip in to see my theory on Urshit milk foamer to see for aeration effect. There we go. Let me clarify too, chat. I have zero intention of locking my workshopping behind a paywall. Zero intention of locking my workshopping behind a paywall. This information should be, and should forever be, free for anybody to contribute in, because this is a conversation that is better had with everybody involved. That's the way that I think about it. That's what I think about it. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna look at orders in a hot second. So if you are here and present and accounted for, I want your cock. I want your cocktail. Let me try your cocktail. Please. Please. I implore you. Come here, buddy. Oh, I see. I understand now. I understand. Can we just... Nice. No, drop it. Nah, nice. Nice. My what says Cypress? Oh, you heard me, bud. Oh, yeah. Fuck! I was gonna do the exact thing. Yeah, I got a sense of humor. It was funny. I saw a clip. I've never actually watched a Bar Rescue before, and I kind of want to watch it at some point. That's starring John Taffer. That's the guy behind the brown butter bourbon, by the way. Oh, crap. I kind of want to watch his Bar Rescue show because I saw a video of him going to a bar and being like, do you guys take yourselves seriously? And they were like, yeah. And he's like, you have cock written on the wall. Because it said cocktails. And I was like, wait, yeah, that makes sense. It says cocktails, right? It's like, you guys can't be taken seriously. You have cock on the wall. I was like, oh, I mean, I guess. I guess, because, like, cocktails. But, like, I don't know. Let's see. I see Cypress out there saying that the clip command didn't work because there was a question mark in it. That is confusing. I remember you guys bringing that up before. I don't know if that was ever patched out. I apologize if it wasn't. If it wasn't, suggest a fix again. Apologies if the guy with glasses didn't get to that. He probably just forgot about it. He's been traveling a lot lately. I don't know if you guys could tell. He's been getting more bottles of booze for the X-Bar. Can we not, buddy? Yes, we can, apparently. Nice. Now we can all get over it. Bert saying mayonnaise has been declared an instrument by a study from Northumbria University. Anything can be an instrument. Like the question whether or not mayonnaise is or is not an instrument can be summed up more cohesively from a question of, can anything be an instrument? And do you test that, like, demonstrably? Like, do you demonstrate that anything can be an instrument by demonstrating that everything is an instrument? Or do you demonstrate that anything can be an instrument from some fundamental property of literally everything that is made of matter on this earth, such as a resonant frequency? Everything has a resonant frequency. Everything can be stimulated in such a way that it resonates at that frequency, causing vibrations to go through the air that hit your ears as sound waves. What the hell are you guys doing? Excuse me, pardon me, punching you. Ain't no hot tubbing in my house, apparently. Although I'd love to be a part of that. But I'm not a Sith, so I can't do it yet. Wacky. Oh, hi, hey. Sup? Sup, hey. Oh, hi. Ooh, hi there. Hello there, buddy. You got... Hello there. You're not doing very hot right now. Incredible. Cypress out there saying, this drink, bouquet, black raspberry, wine, lemon, sparkling mineral water, and lime juice, is weird. Is that weird in a good way? Weird in a different way? My next question for you would be, okay. How much of each ingredient did you add? If you added a lot of lime juice, I can understand it being kind of weird. I would have gone with lemon juice, personally. Based off of the template that has been given by our pal, the Bramble. You're mine now. But I know Cypress is kind of biased towards lime, so. Oh, I need your R2-D2. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Yep, you over here. Excuse me. Heard out there saying, I work with a guy who was on the bar rescue show. He made that Miraflores Chicha Morada liquor bottle. Cool guy. Made smart behind the bar. That's cool. I didn't realize there was a Chicha Morada liquor out there. Way back before my rebrand, we did a little Chicha Morada out there. That is effectively it's actually super tasty. That was one of the most delicious cocktails we made. It actually wasn't even a cocktail. I think it was spirit free, actually. Back before I rebranded, I did an episode on the show on corn specifically. We talked a bit about bourbon. We talked a bit about corn milk. We talked a little bit about chicha, morada, chicha being corn, morada meaning like purple, rouge, and whatnot. And we made a traditional, I think it was Peruvian beverage, where you take the kernels of purple corn and infuse that with water, I think. Honestly, I could probably get some more purple corn for infusions on the stream, because I remember it tasting super, super tasty after the stream, because I had plenty of it extra left over, because it was a batched recipe. Kind of like the tepache. Speaking of which, I have been drinking the tepache. It's still good, dude. It's still good. And the orange ferment is on my desk. It has calm yeast on it. I just haven't had a chance to take care of it yet. If you leave the layer of yeast up on top, it is said to impart not so good flavors. And one thing that you can do to combat that is to add a bit of vinegar, which I did. I added some apple cider vinegar, but you can also add salt to it as well. But I'm kind of afraid to add too much salt. You can also completely sanitize the container and put it in something else, and I've just been too lazy to do that. Honestly. Anyways, I'm going to take a look at orders and see what we got so far. So I'm popping over to the orders view right now. Who is in chat that has an order? I see 6 of them so far. Nobody new. Nobody new. Reminder, if Sleep is out there or Beans is out there, if you are in chat, tell me you are. Or use !bump to bump your recipe up to the top. Let's see. Let me make these a little bit larger. Okay, I've got Bento. Bliss, we looked at Bliss's recipes. We looked at Bento's recipe. Looked at Brick Punchers, 3s and 7s, right? Cypress had one a week ago. It's been 2 weeks since Hacker's last recipe, since the Coad stream. Scar, it's been 2 weeks since, what was it? Coad, right? Oh, Ash Reborn. That was not Coad, actually. Of the people who are in chat right now that have orders, the person who has had the longest amount of time between orders was Lee. With this green one. It's green. It is green. It's green. It's green. It's green. It's got a lot of ingredients in it, though. I'm thinking, too, of the different things we have here, honestly, I wanted to do some more espresso drinks. And we haven't used the espresso. We haven't used Brooks in so long. And if you guys don't use Brooks, either way, I'm going to use the espresso machine on Wednesday. Because I have a recipe for it. Your power is green. My power is green. My power is whatever damn color I want it to be. Whatever damn color I want it to be. I'm going to look and see what recipes seem intriguing. Lee's recipe has got so many different things in it, dude. It's got so many different things. Matcha, crab whiskey, overproof rum. We got the green raisin syrup, lemongrass in there. We got the cardamom in there too. Come to think of it, where's the lemongrass coming from? Oh, lemongrass cardamom bitters. That's where that's coming from. That's where it's coming from. Topped with green chartreuse too. Topped with green chartreuse. Hacker's got one that also uses blueberries. Cypress uses the espresso, but it's espresso with Jägermeister too. by all logic for prioritization that I have here, the recipe that I should be doing is Lee's. And the last one you gave us was that ant crown, and that was a fun one, dude. That was a fun one. The one before that was Ao Long Syne, which was also very fun. Might I add. Might I add. Lee, if you're confident in this recipe, I'm confident in it too. I think we can give this a try. It's got a lot of ingredients. It's got a lot of prep work. Or not even prep work. It's just got a lot of, it's got a lot of steps. It's got a lot of steps. We'll see if it works out. We'll see if it works out. I'm in for it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's pop back over here. I gotta do some linting on this recipe over here to make sure everything looks okay. Oh, hello there. That didn't, that doesn't look proper. That doesn't look right. Hold up a second. I have a streamer bot thing for that. Oh, but I can't see my streamer bot because there we go. Because for some strange reason, Star Wars is making everything act weird. Let me fix that. I know how to fix that. I know how to fix that. Lee out there saying, this is a Star Trek inspired beverage. Is it Star Trek or Star Wars? I can't tell. I think you added a period somewhere. Twitch is thinking it's a link. Star Wars or Star Trek? I think it was Star Trek, if I'm correct in saying. Order over here, display. This one's overused over there. And then, oh yes, that's what I have to do. Okay, hold up. Over here, we got to do that as not the Infini character, the infusion character. Okay, now if I click this button, yeah, there. Oh, nope. Okay, hold up. I got to get another one. Hold up. One more thing. One more thing. Infusion text. There we go. Star Trek. Star Trek cocktail. I want to know where that came from. All right. Anyways, so this is what we're going to do. I need to go through the recipe, and I need to kind of clean it up a little bit just to make sure that it looks good on the screen over here. Let's make sure that we have everything that we need. Honestly, there is a lot of text here, so I'm going to do myself a favor and bring the guy with glasses on so that I can properly see the screen. I apologize for this here. At least, like, it makes it so much funnier that you're doing a Star Trek drink while playing Star Wars. Yeah, no, that is kind of funny. No, that's fair, that's fair. We're playing Star Wars, but you gave me a Star Trek drink. If that ain't a slap in the galaxy, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Anyways, I need this just so I can see better. My parser is not doing a very good job of separating like 1.5 ounces from 1 ounce plus a half. So there was a lot of cleanup that I need to do over here. But I'm here for it. Let me just make sure I have everything understood, Lee, right? Base layer. Bottom layer is bison grass, green crab, overproof rum. No, hold up a second. Chill glass thoroughly. Okay, hold up. Lightly moisten outside rim with citrus peel or neutral spirit. Roll exterior and matcha powder. Citrus oil could work there. I've never tried that before, but that could work. That could work with matcha powder. There's not going to be a lot to stick on there. Lee, for the garnish here, I didn't catch this earlier, right? Neutral spirit, like grain spirit, is going to evaporate. If it evaporates, it's not going to adhere to the glass. If you use orange oil, it'll work, but we don't have a lot of orange oil to work with. Admittedly, these are the state of our oranges right now. There's not a lot of oil to be garnered, but we could make it work. Could make it work. Could make it work. Roll exterior and matcha powder. Avoid inner rim to prevent bitterness. Chill glass thoroughly. Preparing the glass first ensures visual impact, aroma delivery, and proper temperature for later frothing. Ready all ingredients for base, body, build, final foam, floating step. Step 2, build base and body ingredients. Zabravka bison grass. This is our base. So we're putting vodka, whiskey, high proof rum, flavored whiskey, and syrup, and green tea, and all that stuff. Wait, is this layered anymore? I thought those were 2 different layers previously. This changed a little bit. Hold up a second. Lee's saying too, other thing I was thinking is if you take powdered sugar and make a powdered sugar syrup or use the raisin syrup with matcha powder. Raisin syrup with the matcha powder might work. The raisin syrup is not very thick. It's going to drip down the side of the glass unless you really, really thin it out. But if you're thinking green raisin syrup, that could possibly work here. So originally you had it layered. Oh, is it not layered anymore? I could have sworn this was layered. From what I can see here, it looks like the vodka, the whiskey, the rum, the black pepper whiskey, the raisin syrup, the green tea, and the cardamom bitters, and the saline solution, and the MSG solution are all together. That's all combined together. Is that still the case? Still a layering effect between the chartreuse and the foam. The foam. I see. There is foam. Okay, I hadn't gotten there yet. Extra sugar if needed in a milk frother. Insert frother just above liquid surface. Froth gently pretty stable, creamy foam. What are we foaming exactly? Any flavor from the base mixture. MSG and sugar. Stabilize bubbles, creating a glossy, dense froth. Luster dust disperses with foam for visual sparkler. Where's the luster dust in here? I don't see the luster dust in here. Lee, this is a bit different from what the recipe was previously, and I'm kind of getting confused here. I'm getting a bit confused. For the sake of keeping the show going, I'm going to pass this back in your direction and ask you to just reformat this a little bit. I don't need to know, like, I don't need the ABV. I don't need the ABV in here. But I do need clearer instructions than I have right here. It's difficult for me to know exactly what is foam and what isn't. So I'm going to throw this back in your direction to change up a little bit again. Only because it's very hard to follow. Very, very hard to follow. I'm having a really hard time following it. So I'm going to say that for another time. I'm going to move on. I'm going to do somebody else's recipe. So I'm going to look at... What else do we got? Brick's one is inspired by another music thing. Kind of like the sound of that. It's been a hot minute since Brick's last recipe. The last one we did from Brick was Amber. This was during our co-ed stream, right? I dig that, but I know you've been asking for this drink for quite a while. These 3s and 7s have been on the docket for trying since the beginning of the month. Or actually, this happened at... It's since the beginning of the month. I see that out there. I see that. I dig that. I kind of like the sound of that. Sound, get it? Sound of that? KT out there saying hi. Hello there. I don't see a drink from you, KT. Otherwise. So let's see. We're going to do 3s and 7s inspired by Queens of the Stone Age. I don't have the light bulb. But we're working with what we got, right? Oh, there's KT's recipe. But I already gave it to Brick. What are you doing? Also, do I even have all the ingredients for KT's recipe? I do actually, and it is a better blended drink. But you didn't bump it in time, my friend. You did not bump it in time. It also specifically uses the pumpkin ale, and we haven't used the pumpkin ale since the last pumpkin theme stream that we did. We're gonna go with that one. So we got the Lancaster Spice Rum in that one. Lancaster Distillery, right? Yeah, dude. Distilleries. Ancho Reyes. That is the brand. We got Ancho Chili Liqueur. Ancho Reyes. Cinnamon syrup. We're gonna have to, like, to make a cinnamon syrup, we kind of gotta do that real quick, like, to do a cinnamon syrup. So what I'm going to do is, while I'm doing this other stuff over here... Oh, we also need vinegar as well. We got the apple cider vinegar. What I'm going to do over here is I'm going to very, very quickly make some hot water and try to make a very quick cinnamon syrup by basically taking cinnamon tea and adding some sugar to it. So I'm going to do that real quick with Lady Yixing while I'm linting out the rest of the recipe. That'll get things going. Luckily, I've got a jug now. This jug makes heating up water real easy. Admittedly, it is still kind of slow, but we really don't need that much of it, to be honest. We don't need that much of it. Oh, hello there. Wow, did you just take that? Wow, what the hell? That was fun. I just learned that a part of my water filter apparently comes off on demand. That's incredible. Bert, man, thanks for joining us, dude. Thanks for joining us, as always. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Let me plug this guy in down here. I'm going to basically heat up some hot water to prepare for a cinnamon tea that we're just going to add syrup to. Get that all nice and hot as I lint out the rest of the recipe. Cinnamon syrup, how are we doing it? We're making it ourselves. 7 dashes of I have apple cider vinegar. What brand is that? I have no idea. I have no idea. We're going to garnish this with lime juice plus cayenne powder plus turbinado sugar. Great. Give it a little mix, then sip with a smile. I love how these instructions are sip with a smile. Method. So this is not a drop cocktail anymore. Not a drop cocktail anymore. It is now all combined together. Scorch a cinnamon stick. Oh, you know what? Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. Brick, I hate myself for this, but I need to let you know that I don't have any cinnamon sticks right now. Chunks work too. Chunks work too. I am so sorry. I literally I ordered more this morning that will be here tomorrow. This is all I got. This is all I got. I'm so sorry about that, dude. I am so sorry. Wow. The chunks will work though. The chunks will work. Scar's like, that would be my fault. I was the one who burned it. No. It's my fault for not getting them. I was planning on going to the store and then I realized I can buy so many more cinnamon sticks from Amazon for a hell of a lot cheaper. I'm getting 7 ounces of cinnamon sticks, dude. As opposed to the, whatever ounces they give you. How many ounces is this guy? It's 3 ounces. I'm getting twice as many cinnamon sticks. Gosh, yeah, I'm at everything over here. All right, it'll still work, though. Scorch a cinnamon stick and drop it in the glass. We'll take some cinnamon. Actually, how about this? How about this, Brick? Instead, we smoke the glass with cinnamon. Like, we put it in the smoker, we put it in the cloche. We put it in the glass cloche, the plastic cloche, and we smoke it with cinnamon wood. Gosh. What do you think about that? If that works well for you, then that's what we'll do. Smoke it with the cinnamon? Fuck yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We wound up making it into something even better. Okie dokie. So we're gonna shake all except pumpkin ale. All except beer, right? Shake it with ice, mix the Lancaster, ancho, use lime in the beer glass with turbinado and cayenne. Pour the shaken spirits into the rim glass and top with dogfish pumpkin ale. Scotch the cinnamon stick, drop it in the glass. We're gonna smoke the whole damn thing. Along with a light bulb with a silly face drawn on it. I will draw that right on the glass, dude. Shake all except beer, right? Lime juice, cayenne powder, turbinado sugar, and cinnamon smoke. Cinnamon smoke. That's what we're gonna do. And what is the brand of my cinnamon smoker? Homia. We're gonna use our Homia smoker. Shake all except beer. Strain into a beer glass. A beer stein. How does a stein work for you, Brick? I got, actually, I need to do some comparison of sizes. I need to know what size I'm working with. Hold up a second. Let me think. Let me think of my tall-ass beer steins. My tall-ass beer steins. Oh, come on. Get open. Open. That's not where you are. How about over here? That's a beer stein. Will this work? That'll work. That'll work. I don't know if it'll take all the beer, though. I don't know whether that's gonna take all the beer, though. Let me see that. Brick's saying, I'll say this. Look at the Era Vulgaris album and recreate the face on the light bulb on the right. Remind me about that in a bit. When I'm drawing on the glass, remind me about that. How does this glass look to you? This is not gonna be big enough for your drink, for the whole thing. But it does fit with the cloche. No, wait, actually, no, what am I doing? I'm stupid. No, hold up a second. No, sorry, scratch that. No, I don't need to use this thing. I don't need to use this thing. I know exactly what I'm doing here. Processing. Hold up. I got it. There's another thing. There we go. No, silly me. Boop. We put the smoke right on the inside. Duh. So, your choice, Brick. Smaller glass, smoke cage, larger glass, smoke pushed in from the top. You tell me. I think that might work better. By the way, Howie, welcome to the Bar on the Next, my friend. Ooh, we're making it work. Let's go with the big glass. Let's do it. Unfortunately, I can't remove what I've written on it, but I will. What I will do is I'll draw a light bulb on the side. Taking our time on this recipe, chat. Taking our time. 7 dashes of apple cider vinegar. Use lime juice to rim the glass. All right, cool. Lime juice, cayenne powder, turbinado, cinnamon smoke. Shake all except beer. Strain into a beer stein. Strain into a garnished beer stein. Smoke. Let's see. Cover in cinnamon smoke. Then serve with a smile. Serve with a smile. That's the idea. Lime juice, cayenne powder, turbinado sugar, cinnamon smoke, silly face. That's the other garnish here. Okay, it's all coming together, chat. It's all coming together. Otherwise, we're shaking spirits over there. Lime juice in the beer glass and the vinegar. There we go. 3s and 7s. Inspired by Queens of the Stone Age. Okay. Brick, does this look correct? I have 3 ounces of spiced rum, half an ounce of ancho chili liqueur, half an ounce of cinnamon syrup, 7 dashes of apple cider vinegar, topped with pumpkin ale from Dogfish Brewing. We're going to shake everything except for the beer. We're going to strain it into the garnished beer stein, which has been garnished with a silly face, lime juice, cayenne powder, turbinado sugar, as well as being smoked with cinnamon after it's strained on the inside and topped with beer. Looks good? Excellent. Tinker saying, what are we doing for April 1st? More Star Wars. Duh. There's definitely no April Fool's joke in here somewhere. Anyways, so that's the recipe we got over here. I need to go grab the spiced rum is actually down here from Lancaster. Where is my Lancaster? Hello, buddy. We got our spiced rum from Lancaster Distillery. It's fresh out. It's not fresh, actually. I was tasting it with some friends over the weekend. Ancho chili liqueur. We got our Ancho Reyes. Hopefully we got a half an ounce left of that. I think we do. Our cinnamon syrup is going to be made with cinnamon and literally syrup. Bishop, are you still here, by the way? Your infusion is proceeding, and I need advice. I need direction. So this is what we're going to do. I also need the apple cider vinegar, and I also need to grab the cayenne powder, the turbinado sugar, and the cinnamon and whatnot. This is where we're going to start things. I'm going to make my own cinnamon syrup by taking this hot water, putting it with cinnamon, and then adding some sugar to it. Effectively making a rapidly infused cinnamon tea. That's what I'm going to do first. So that's what we'll do. So we'll make a very quick cinnamon syrup by taking some cinnamon chunks, some hot water, letting that steep like a tea, and then adding enough sugar to bring it up to the sweetness level of a syrup. That's the audio we want. That was the audio. Bring that down a little bit. Take my hot water. Was there any inspiration for this one? It's inspired by a song by Queens of the Stone Age. That's what we got for this one. How many cinnamon pieces? Not too much, because we need more for garnish. Actually, yeah, all this is going in here. I have more cinnamon pieces in the closet. Let's see. That's about 2 grams, by the way. What's some over top of this? About 150 grams of water. Let that go. That will eventually become a syrup, and we'll get to that a bit later. I do need to grab our other ingredients, though, and for that, I'll be back in a hot second. I'm not going to put you guys on ad break. I've done that enough today. I need to grab apple cider vinegar on my way back, as well as the pumpkin ale on my way back. I need to take cayenne powder, turbinado, and more cinnamon. Cayenne, turbinado, more cinnamon. That's what we're doing. Cayenne, turbinado, more cinnamon. I've got the cayenne. I got the turbinado. It's hanging over here. More cinnamon I had somewhere. I think it's in the smoke container. I think it's in the smoking container. I think I have more cinnamon in here. Yes, maybe. 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 That's not cinnamon. That ain't cinnamon either. That's not cinnamon either. I found more cinnamon. I found the other ingredients. For the rim, do more turbinado than cayenne. You got it. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. The lime. The lime for the rim. Cool. So, while the cinnamon syrup is infusing, grab a Stein glass and rim it with about a 2-to-1 ratio of... Nah, actually, it's not that. Oh no, I also need the image, right? I need the image. What is the image that I'm drawing on here? Something vulgaris, right? Something vulgaris. Queens of the Stone Age vulgaris album cover. Oh, these guys are funky looking. These guys are funky looking. I kind of dig that. What color is this going to be? We're going to top it with ale. It needs to be visible. It needs to be visible. I have a black marker around here somewhere. All right. Grab a Stein glass and draw on it a funky little light bulb like the album cover. Then rim it with some lime juice and some turbinado sugar and cayenne powder. Add a bit more sugar than spice. I got a black marker in here somewhere. Probably. Where are you, buddy? I know I got a black marker in here somewhere. Where's my black marker? I might not actually have a black marker, come to think of it. Brick, if you had to pick another color other than black, which one would you pick? I see a green one. Actually, I see a green light bulb. I'm going with green. Please tell me you work. I really hope you work. Hell yeah, you do! I got it. Let's bring this cocktail angle over, shall we? We're drawing on the glass first. Oop, you're a little bit to the side. You're a little... Whoop, hello there. That was fun for a hot second. Whoops. Sorry, everybody. That was uncomfortable. A little roller coaster ride. Because I didn't tighten this properly. If green would be visible, green works. Green will be visible. Sorry, chat. I don't know if you caught earlier, but I'm inebriated. That's what the breathalyzer says for 20 bucks. For 20 bucks? That's what I am. All right, I'm going to draw this best as I can. This is what I'm going for. One of these guys. It's got a little eye patch over here. There we go. A little draw on the eye patch a bit. There we go. I'm going to put that across. Got a little eye over here. You're looking down to the side a little bit. Got a little eyebrow. Can we even see that? Yeah, we can. He's got a little happy, dippy looking mouth there. Zoop. Got a little tongue. Got a little buck tooth. And he's a light bulb. Yeah. And he got a pirate hat. Yarg. Put a little X up there. What do you think? What do you think of my doodad? I hope this works for you, because this is what you're getting. I hope this works for you, because this is what you're getting. Now let's rim it with lime juice, some cayenne powder, and a little bit of turbinado sugar as well. This turbinado sugar is very much not accommodating. I have to do that every single time. I really do. Let's rim it with the lime juice first, right? That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Oh, actually, no, we'll make our mix first. We'll make our mix first. So let's grab a little thing over here, pop that over, get that down a little bit, move it down just a touch, refocus. Here we go. Feels good to me. Slap this down. We'll do some cayenne pepper powder and some turbinado sugar. Plenty of sugar. And then put some cayenne powder in there too. Where did I put that? There you are. I remember the turbinado from my infusion. Brown sugar tends to want to become brick. Yeah, it do. Yeah, it do. There we go. A little bit more. I think that'll work. It might not, but I'm gonna try. I'll try my best. Now we'll rim it with lime juice. Let's pop over here, get my lime juice on a little paper towel. This is the way that I tend to do things. There we go. I'm gonna douse this paper towel in lime juice to rim. I want it to be seeping, sopping wet for this little light bulb. Go for it. See if this works. It's not working super well. I need more lime juice. Admittedly, chat, the tactic of using a dabbed paper towel for lime juice doesn't really work super well. And I think that's one of the reasons I just need to have like lime wedges like on standby. Turbinado sugar is also very, it can be better. It can be better. Also, that out of focus. Did you fall out of focus? I think you fell out of focus. Oh, because I didn't push you far enough. Rip. I didn't push you far enough. There's like a knob on my camera that stops autofocusing, and I need to get it to the right point. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. Put some more on there. I'm gonna try to get a really nice rim on this. I'll try my best. Try my best. It's getting better every single time. How are we feeling about our rim here, Brick? More? Not too bad, all things considered. It could definitely be better. It could definitely be better. I will eventually need to experiment with like having an actual fresh lime just for garnishing purposes. Just for garnishing purposes. Rim's looking good? Perfect. That's what we're gonna go with. Alrighty then. This glass also needs to be thoroughly chilled, so put your light bulb glass in the freezer and grab a shaker and start with 3 ounces of spiced rum. That's what we're adding next. I will also need some more ice eventually. Never mind. Good to see you, dude. Welcome back. Actually, we'll put you to the side just in case we need a bit more. Just in case we need a bit more. We didn't need lime juice in this part, right? Nope. Great. Okie dokie. Ram's looking good. Perfect. All right. For this next part, grab a shaker and just start with? No, okay. Put that glass, Put that glass in the freezer and grab a shaker and add to it 3 ounces of spiced rum. Try to get this down to a level. Even it out a little bit. There we go. There we go. Pop this down. And now we'll do our 3 ounces of rum. It was okay. It was alright. I thought it was going to be a better sound, honestly. It's because I cracked this open over the weekend. I stole the fresh bottle crack from you guys. Sorry. Cool. This one about music? Damn right it is, never mind. Damn right it is. Okie dokie. So now we also need the ancho chili liqueur. Before I move too far, I have this cinnamon syrup here that's been quietly infusing. The question is whether or not this is infused enough with the flavor of cinnamon. It is as good as it's going to get. It's effectively cinnamon tea. So we'll dissolve that in a hot second and then strain it out. Also, honestly, I'll fine strain this. We'll just put the whole thing in there. I'll fine strain it. We'll get there. Anyways, next we'll add half an ounce of ancho chili liqueur. Add a bit of spice to the drink itself. We're at the bottom of our bottle here. Cool. And now, half an ounce of cinnamon syrup, which again, I'll make by taking, half an ounce of cinnamon syrup, which I'll make quickly by taking the cinnamon tea that I just brewed, add equal parts sugar, and pouring it right into the shaker. So I put 150 grams of water. I need 150 grams of sugar. I have a scale over here. Let's pop back over here. It's still warm, so it should dissolve relatively quickly. Should. Quick cinnamon syrup. 150 grams of it. It's a lot of sugar. Will it dissolve easily? We'll see. Even if there's a bit of granules left over, it's okay. Oh, actually, it doesn't need to be 150 because, recall, I put like however many grams of sugar in there. I'm sorry, of cinnamon. That should be enough. I put about 130 grams in here. I forgot how many grams the cinnamon was. Shall we use the bean? I'm thinking about using the bean. If this doesn't dissolve relatively easily, I will use the bean. But I think we'll be able to get away with it. How are we feeling about our rim here is certainly something out of context. Nah, I see that. The sugar is dissolving rather quickly. I don't think we need the bean for this. Is it in a fine cinnamon syrup, though? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, dude, that's cinnamon syrup. That's really tasty, dude. That is really tasty. Test it out just to make sure. Oh, yeah. Sweet and cinnamon. I dig that. We'll take half an ounce of this and pour it right in our shaker. That worked out perfectly. Bring it back over here. Over there. I'll double strain this to make sure we catch those cinnamon pieces. Very quick and easy cinnamon syrup. And you know what? Might as well put that into a little container just in case anybody else wants to use it too. Here we go. Just in case anybody else wants to use some cinnamon syrup, we just made some. Sweet spice and everything nice. Pretty tasty. Pretty tasty. It's still got some particulates in it, but honestly, I'm not annoyed with that. Cinnamon simp. I'll put you over there for later. In case anybody else wants to use it. Oh. Don't know how long it'll be good for, but we're going with it. Okie dokie. Next we'll add 7 dashes of apple cider vinegar. Which I need to go get. I forgot about it. Oh, and the pumpkin. And the pumpkin. I got you over here. I got you over here. Hacker saying, gotta add that to the stock later. Make sure to tell the guy with glasses. I mean, it's cinnamon and hot tea. Effectively, it's cinnamon tea. It's easy to make. It's easy to make. We don't. Maybe I'll add it. Maybe I'll add it. Or maybe you guys remind me to add it later because I can do that in real time. Next, we'll add 7 dashes or 7 pipettefuls of apple cider. Actually, you know what? 7 pipettefuls, by the way. 7 pipettefuls is about 7 milliliters. So that's about 1/4 ounce. That's about 1/4 ounce. I'm going to call it 7 milliliters because 3s and 7s. 3s and 7s. Add 3 milliliters. Excuse me, it's not 3. Add 7 milliliters of apple cider vinegar. Or about 1/4 ounce. About 1/4 ounce. I see the inspiration here for 3s and 7s. I see that. I'm gonna make sure I have a measuring jigger that actually measures out 1/4 ounce. There we go. There we go. I see that inspo, specifically with the 3s and the 7s. I like that. Bonus points. Bonus points. Okie dokie. Put that down there. What are the songs of... What was the song here again? Give it a little mix. Say it with a smile. Yeah, that's it. Say it with a smile or to shake it with a smile. I like that. I like that. Throw some ice in here and shake it with a smile. That's a reference. I dig that. I dig that. Ooh, do we need one more? One more. Shake it with a smile, boy. Oh, I will. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. That's smile enough for you, boy. Double strain this into that glass from earlier, topped with pumpkin flavored ale. Pumpkin flavored ale, right? I'm just going to make sure we get everything. Okay, and then okay. Double strain this into that glass from earlier, topped with pumpkin flavored ale, and smoke the glass with a bit of cinnamon wood. Cinnamon smoke. Cinnamon smoke is what we want, not cinnamon wood. I mean, technically we're smoking it with cinnamon wood. It all works out. It all works out. Chat, if you have guesses on colors, now would be the right time to pitch your guesses. Make sure that that's all lined up for the edits with my fancy, my fancy looking light bulb. Fancy looking light bulb. Looking all right. Let's put it down. Okie dokie. And I'll double strain it because I might have cinnamon chunks in there and I don't want them there. That's why we double strain. Okay. Now top it with the beer. Where the beer at? Over here. All right. Whoop. Hello there. Nice to meet you. Very fizzy. That's a fizzy looking light bulb. Oh, don't go over. Please don't go over. Oh, you were doing so well. Oh, you're doing so well. Let it sit for a little bit. Let it sit for a little bit before we top off with more. It went over. It went over a little bit. It's red. It's red. That's not amber at all. All right, let's see. Let me go grab my smoker while that's settling a little bit. I got all my pieces ready. I also need headspace in the glass in order to smoke it. If there's no space in the glass, I can't smoke it. We're gonna make this work. It'll be just fine. It'll be just fine. There we go. A little bit more. The fizz is beautiful, dude. I love the fizz. Thinking maybe what I should have done. Now, let me go back over here. I'm thinking maybe what I should have done was smoked the other ingredients before adding the soda, or before adding the beer. I'll think about that for next time. It's almost done. It's almost done. All right, let me restate this a little bit for the clarification of the ingredients, right? Double strain this into that glass from earlier and top carefully with pumpkin ale. Allow time for the foam to settle before smoking with cinnamon. That's what we're going with. I am going to put it over top. I'm going to force smoke into this. I'm going to see whether or not that works because I've never done that before. Let me grab this guy over here. Oh my gosh, I now realize that it has dripped all the way down the glass. It ruined my beautiful arts. All right, let's do this here. And then that's the thing that I hate about these particular smoking things, because it gets kinks in it. Let me grab my cinnamon. Grab my cinnamon. My cinnamon. Cinnamon. Pop that in there. We'll set it on fire. Set it on fire. Come on, buddy, stay there. Hold up, that needs more cinnamon. That needs some more cinnamon. One of the things that I don't really like about fog hat style smokers like this is because if there is no friction, then there's no way to keep this thing on there. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's the good point. It could put some weight on there. Put some weight on there. We'll see. Okie dokie, let's try this again, shall we? Try it again. I'm gonna do this the good way. I'm gonna use this double-handed. Double-handed. That's what we're gonna do. There's the smoke. Smoky enough for me. That didn't work as well as I was thinking it was going to, but, you know? This light bulb's on fire. Check that out. Oh, man. All right, this is what we got. This is what we've got. I feel like I lack context because I've not listened to this song before. But it's a very pretty drink. I wonder who the artist was. Cute little light bulb guy. I'll sip it from the side with the light bulb. And correspondingly the turbinado and cayenne. Woo! Ooh, there's the heat. Ooh. That's got some heat in there. That's got an interesting flavor. That's spice forward. And spicy. It's aromatic. Aromatic's the wrong word for it. It tastes like the pumpkin ale with a bit of extra spice to it, not only in the spice cabinet category, but also the spicy pepper category. It's got a bit of a kick to it. It's bubbly, tastes like pumpkin, but spiced pumpkin, with a note that kind of reminds me of specifically the crust of a pumpkin pie, but with none of the filling. Maybe a little bit of the filling. Maybe a touch. Sorry, I got a piece of cayenne in the back of my throat. Whoa. Do the flavors feel symphonic? Symphonic? The flavors feel raucous. I don't know how the song goes, but based off of this drink, I sense an inner conflict that occurs within the song's lyrics. With zero context. That's what I'm getting. Perhaps a heated argument, a debate of sorts, or a power dynamic. That's the impression I get. Effectively, you boozified and spiked up a beer. Effectively, you've boozified and spiced up a beer. With a bit of extra sweetness. And spice. I kind of dig it. I feel like if you could make banana bread, or not banana bread, I feel like if you could make bread out of this, like pumpkin bread, this would make a really cool bread. I dig the inspiration there, Brick. I'm curious, like, do the notes represent the notes in the song? Do the flavor notes represent the notes in the song? Either way, dude. Cheers to the inspo. I don't know if I've ever drawn on one of my glasses before for a cocktail. For the sake of inspired beverages. Cheers. I dig it. Nevermind out there saying, I guess smoking before adding the beer would have allowed us to keep the foam head. That's what I'm thinking. That was a little bit of an implementational blip on my part. I think you're right though. I think you're right. I think I should have smoked the glass before adding the beer, because then we would have been able to get more smoke in the glass and then poured the beer through it. I'm also curious too, only because I'm literally standing right here. Where did I put my cloche? Did I put that back over here? Back over here. I don't know about, where did I put the cloche? Where did I put my cover? I don't know where I put my cloche. Cloche, by the way, is the term that we use for the thing that goes over top, like the dome, but not quite dome-like. It's a little taller than a dome. I don't know where the hell I put it. I was gonna test whether or not it goes over top of this glass. Anyways. Never mind, like, what's that written behind you? Nothing. Just another infusion on behalf of Food Hub, which I do need to taste. And I'm probably going to separate it out because Bishop disappeared. Bittertree said if alcohol-infused cupcakes can be made, we can make alcohol-infused bread. Oh, it's been done before. I've seen it. I've seen it. I have seen it. All right. I'm going to pop these. I'm going to clean up the bar a little bit. Because admittedly, I do need to clean a little bit. Is it a jam infusion? It is a jam infusion. It is. You clocked that pretty quickly, never mind. We got lingonberry jam, strawberry jam. What's the other thing in there? Oh, and stone apple. Stone apple. Okie doke. Let me do a bit of cleanup over here at the bar. We'll get back to a bit of Star Wars. I'll publish out this recipe, but not before having a little bit of fun time. Sayonara, sucker. It's out there now. Let's publish out that recipe, shall we? Thanks for the recipe, Bid Brick. Appreciate that. Let's see. I see Lee out there saying, I'm going to try to fix this order. I'll work with you, Cam, when you have time. If it's okay in Discord, being there's only 62 days left till Pride, do you think I should hold off on it, putting any orders in until the one has been accomplished? I don't want to risk not having made one for Pride Month. That's up to you, man. That's totally up to you. If you have something that you want to do I think you've probably been keeping track of these recipes like locally too. Like you could have, like, don't get me wrong, chat. You guys can have as many recipes as you want to. The recall just gives you one in the chamber. That's all I was saying earlier before. But you can effectively have as many recipes as you want to submit during whatever streams you want to. But you have to keep track of that locally, at least right now. Trying to think any other thoughts that I had in regards to that. I think that was pretty much that. Yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you. It is up to you. I know Pride Month is coming up. If you want to celebrate Pride Month with like a multi-layered cocktail with a couple of different layers, all representing something a little bit different. I know that one had like 7 or 8 layers. That would require some prep work ahead of time. And again, like we're getting to a point where there are recipes that are getting complex enough that it's almost like it's hard to be able to accomplish that during a single order segment that is thrust upon the streamer at a moment's notice. Oh, hello, ad break. Hi there. So I'm open to trying to figure out, like, for more complex recipes that do require a bit more prep work, how to actually get to a point where we can showcase that on the show. That honestly strikes me, for things that are really complicated, as a pre-game level drink. As in, all the prep work and whatnot is done ahead of time. Way ahead of time. But that's not something, honestly, I've got too much booze in me to think clearly on that right now. And I don't want to lead you astray with my lack of thought processing. Let's see. Bishop's been planning that infusion for a while. Oh, the jam one! No way! Oh, that's cool, actually. I'm glad to finally be able to get it on the stream. Get myself some more water, sober up a little bit. I'd say it's necessary. Oh, I have some cinnamon syrup, so I think what I'll do is I'll add that while I'm on break. I think I'll add that to the stock. Pop that on there real quick. I can add the cinnamon syrup to the stock real quick. That's pretty easy to do. Pretty easy to do. Add cinnamon syrup, cinnamon tea, plus sugar. Not infusion eligible, all down there. Mixers and syrups. This is a syrup. Flavor is cinnamon. Cool. All right, it's up on the stock now. I've added the cinnamon syrup to the stock in case anybody wants to use it. Never mind saying, would you ever have a way for people to submit recipes inspired by a particular game and have it in the backend so you can utilize it for whenever you play said game? Yes. Yes, I would. KT saying, kind of like the any % speed run requires you to make chocolate covered bacon beforehand. Exactly. See, you get the idea. You get the idea. You get the idea. KT gets the idea. That's because he's seen the back end before. Lee's saying as well, the Pride Month cocktail, that means you talked about the one that has the multiple layers, right? But yes, the cocktail that you're thinking of with the 7 to 8 layers, right? gonna take a lot of work, and that's why I really haven't been putting in orders. I may put in a jerk order now and then, but I realized to accomplish that pregame one. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you know right here. That order is too complicated for chat orders a drink. It is too complicated. It's too complicated for me to reliably get all the ingredients and do all the prep work in a way that makes sure that we don't monopolize the time segment from other people. That's a lot of work. Not to say that it's not worth the effort either, right? Not to say it's not worth the effort. And admittedly, the stream is not set up in such a way that we can really give a lot of appreciation to these very high prep work recipes. And actually, when the ad break ends, oh, it's about to end right now, actually. Welcome back. I was kind of talking a bit about one of Lee's recipes in chat is a 7 to 8 layer cocktail that has a lot of prep work added to it. And I just want to make sure that I kind of state here the way that I see very complicated recipes, or rather recipes that require prep work far beyond the stream. Here's my thoughts. It's nigh impossible to be able to take those drinks and spin them up on a moment's notice based off of the resources that I have here currently. I don't exactly know what resources I need to be able to spin up a 7 to 8 layered cocktail that's perfectly mixed out in a way that the density works out perfectly with different layers all representing different things in different colors and various different ingredients. That's tough to do improvisationally. More so, it's tough to do complicated orders like that because it monopolizes the time away from other people who also kind of want to get there. They just want to get their rum and coke in there, right? That's one of the limits that I see on that. The other alternative, right, is what we can do is we can prepare all of the ingredients, all of the prep work ahead of time, right? Every single layer is prepped all the way ahead of the stream, and effectively all we do on the stream is just put it together, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, I guess we get to watch the failure happen. But what that doesn't show is all of the prep work that goes into it, right? For your 7 to 8 layer cocktail, right? I want to be able to get to a point, at some point, I don't know how that looks right now, but for a drink that takes a lot of effort, I mean for the ingredients, I mean for the sourcing of how to build every single one of these layers together separately, but also together, I would want to be able to do that on the air in some way, shape, or form, so every piece of the process is captured. The pregame segment right now, as it's built, does not accommodate that. Chat orders a drink. The way that it's built right now doesn't accommodate long things. I mean, take a look at an example of the tepache, for example. The tepache takes a couple of days to ferment. It takes 2 pregame segments just to make a cocktail out of it, right? That's a lot of time. And a lot of the stuff that you get to see, like there's no time lapse. You don't get to see all the stuff that happens in between. And unless we took a whole stream to prepare the drink, I don't know whether or not we would be able to like do that drink justice. And by justice, I mean like there are some really awesome drinks out there that take time. They take prep work. They take a lot of effort, and sometimes the minds of not just one person, but multiple people all involved. And I would love to be able to represent that on this live stream. However, I don't think we can do that right now. Not right now. Then again, I've been drinking a little bit. Maybe my problem-solving mode is not very in gear right now, right? Hackers like a Tom and Jerry. Yeah, you need to make like a bakery batter ahead of time. It takes time. And there are a lot of cocktails out there that just take time to do. And if I'm being honest, that is another issue that I've been trying to figure out myself. For these more complicated ingredient preps, how do you capture that in a stream? And with the 2-day schedule, like, it'll take weeks to make a single drink. All the ingredients for if a single drink had 4 to 5 different custom ingredients, that it takes a month just to make the drink, and I think that's ridiculous. Not ridiculous for the concept, right? We should be able to make these really, really awesome drinks, but the way the show works right now, I don't want to feel like we have to wait 5 weeks to make a recipe, all because we had to sacrifice a couple of different pregame drink segments just to make one ingredient at a time. I think it's not worth anybody's time. It's worth my time, and it's worth the time that I spend with you guys. But for the people who are just like, can we like get to the game? Can we get to the recipe? Can we make sure that we actually be able to put content out on the platforms the way that it is right now? I don't know. I'm rambling right now, but that was kind of my stream of consciousness thought, you know? Anyways, Brick saying, sadly I gotta go to bed, but I'm really happy that my drink was paid. Dude, Brick, thanks so much for it. I appreciate your patience. We need more beer cocktails on the stream, dude. You've contributed to that. I appreciate that. Now, before I move on, let's try this infusion, right? So, it's been like 2.5 hours. Let's give it a try. Tinker saying too, I'd say we're here for the drinks. I'd wager more so than the game. That's another topic entirely, right? Bitter Trees out there closing the tab for the night. Have a good night out there, Bitters. Thanks so much for popping in. And Nevermind saying too, would it be better than that if a particular recipe has a lot of steps, we can have that as a pre-game drink instead, though it would be correspond to the current game being played? Yeah, no. I see that. Yeah, I get that there. But like even for the pre-game drink, even for some of my recipes, I do a lot of the prep work ahead of time. I would like to show you guys the prep work. Take you along the ride for the prep work. And the streams in general just kind of are not able to accommodate for that right now. For now. It's been like 2.5 hours. Let's give it a try. It still smells like cognac. But a little bit less so. Ooh. I get the fruity notes in there now. It's like cognac forward. Well, it's cognac, but strawberry forward with a bit of tartness from the lingonberry and this sort of resinousy and this sort of resinousy sweetness reminiscent of the stone apple candy. I bet there's probably still one in there. I'll try to find one. Well, hello there. Hey! For science! That's a weird kind of sweetness. But I kind of like it. Grainy. Boozy. Like sap. But sweet. And maybe a touch of pine branch. If that makes sense at all. I kind of dig that. I think we'll strain this over a coffee filter. Actually, I know we're going to strain this over a coffee filter. We'll strain this over a coffee filter, bottle it up, and put it on the stock and see what you guys can make of this. I like the idea of that. Never mind saying too, Bishop already has a recipe lined up for this infusion, if I remember correctly. Super excited to see what he'll come up with. I wish Bishop were still here so I know whether or not he wants me to strain it out or keep it in the jar for ad infinitum. When we started this, I think Bishop kind of left a little bit early, so I'm just kind of working on my own here. But I'm thinking we could put this into a bottle. That's what I'm thinking. Strain it through a coffee filter, just like we did previously. And strain it out completely. That's what I'm thinking. And then we'll move on with some more Lego Star Wars. Lego Star Wars. Tinker saying too, Cam, I promise you the next one after the initial burger cocktail will have beer in it. Yes! I want more beer in it. I want more beer. More beer cocktails, chat. More beer cocktails. Never mind saying he usually comes back around this time, so we'll see, but I think straining it should be good. That's what I plan on doing. I think of it this way, chat. If you wind up leaving during your infusion, which you're totally allowed to do, you put all trust in me, and I will proceed with whatever I think is best. And I think straighting this is probably a good idea. Let's see. What does this look like on my angle? Turn this around so you can watch things happen. Boo-doo-boo. Cheeseburger in Paradise needs beer in it. Oh, yeah, dude. Paradise has beer. I think that's like a well-known fact. All right, let's straighten over top and see where we get with that. Get out of it. Whoop, there's a lot of... Wow. There's a lot of leftover, dude. There is a lot left over. Wow, dude. Check this out. This is all we have left over. There is so much left. I found a lingonberry. Oh my gosh. Oh god, it's so boozy. That is so boozy. Wow. Hacker like, what is the best part of the Oreo? The cookie, the filling, the what? The whole damn thing. That's the beauty of the Oreo. It's the Oreo itself. Oh, man. I'm going to let that sit for a while. I'm going to let that sit. With some extra air. I'm going to let that sit with a bit of extra air. Using this strategy. Come on, buddy. Yep, get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Yep. Don't knock it over either. That wouldn't be fun. Okie dokie. I'm going to put that over there to continue filtering out. It is coming every so often. Ever so often. Slowly but surely. It's coming. Entropy saying you might need to keep the leftover chunks in a jar and put them in the fridge so the person who asked for the infusion can make a decision on them later, since they are technically infused candies. They are technically infused candies, but if you don't provide me instructions, I will do whatever I want with them. That is what you give me, chat, if you don't provide instructions. That's the way it'll be, chat. That's the way it'll be. Unless you tell me otherwise, it all becomes trash. And Bishop did not tell me, so far, what to do with the infused things. So it will become waste. At least for now. At least for now. Anyways. Never mind saying, too, I literally told you last week I was thinking of using the Food Hub infusion in a recipe, but I want it more fruity. This is actually perfect. Dude, it's like all the stars aligned. Okie dokie, we're going to get back to the game. Grab another coaster for my Infini cocktail. Over here. There we go. And up over here. Did I miss anything in chat? Cage is like, yay gaming. Sure. I don't know what. It's suspicious that you're celebrating, my guy. That's suspicious to me. Let's continue, shall we? Ba 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 da ba ba. Anakin out there contemplating life. Well, after what has been occurring in Star Wars so far, that makes a lot of sense. That makes plenty of sense to me. Look at all the droids! Hey, yo, bud. It's Luke! Young Luke Skywalker, yeah? Katie's like, whatever do you mean? Oh, about it being suspicious? I don't know. I mean nothing aggressive by it. Nothing bad. Never mind asking, how sweet is the infusion, by the way? Close enough to a liqueur? No. It's mildly sweet. I wouldn't say it's liqueur level sweet. I'd say, like, for this particular infusion over here, the one that we're working on right now from Bishop, is not sweet enough to be considered a liqueur. It could use more sweetness. If you use it as a liqueur. It's somewhere in between, like, the sweetness level, like just a general flavored spirit and a liqueur, but it's not enough for a liqueur. Like, there was no added sugar to this, just the residual sugars and the jams and the candy. Oh, killed. KT, like, what defines a liqueur? Once upon a time, I heard that a liqueur is defined as an alcoholic spirit that has more sugar than it does alcohol. I don't think that's accurate across the board. I don't think it's accurate across the board. I would say a liqueur is a sweet flavored spirit, generally speaking. Oh, can we, like... Oh, what are we doing? Oh, wait a minute. I can break the fence, right? Yeah, I can break the fence. Oh, alright. Well... Definitely need more sweetness for balancing a drink. I mean, it depends on what's in the drink, right? This in a drink with, like, no citrus, I think would shine relatively well. There's enough sweetness to give it a bit of body, a bit of texture. Like, tactily on the tongue, right? And a bit of extra, like, sweetness just to kind of let some other flavors have their way in the drink. But, like... It depends on what you're doing with the drink, honestly. Right? Typically, when you're developing a drink, right, you take into account the sweetness level of your spirits, your liqueurs and whatnot, and you balance based off of that, right? But it also depends on what the drink is. If you take this and top it with just, like, soda water, I don't think you need any balancing. I don't even think you need any extra sugar, either. You'd probably be just fine. It'd be a bit dry, though, possibly. Because it doesn't have a lot of sugar in it. Oh, hello there. I don't know if I was keeping track. I might have missed the death earlier, by the way. But yeah, in terms of what defines a liqueur, sugary sweetness, generally speaking, I think. And alcohol. Oh, hi there. And it all kind of depends on what kind of drink you're going for, I think. That's what I be thinking. Oh, can you go up? Can you grapple hook? Oh, you can grapple hook. Just like your Mazda. Just like your Mazda. Your Mazda can also use those things. And those require droids. Do you have the Force? Nah, you don't got the Force, but this guy does. Oh, Ben Kenobi. I'm sorry, this is an Obi-Wan. Who the heck is Ben Kenobi? I don't remember that from the movies for some reason. Like I've said before, chat, like, I've watched Star Wars before, but I've not watched Star Wars in a way that allows me to remember exactly what has or has not happened in the series, let alone have an idea of who the characters are. Oh, Ben is just an older Obi-Wan. Oh, so... Oh, did he just change names? He just changed names? That actually makes a lot of sense. He just looks like an older Obi-Wan. Old and undercover. Old and undercover. That makes a lot more sense now. And, like, for a moment, I thought, there's no way that Obi-Wan had a son. Not yet, at least. He seems just like the other guys. Wild, dude. Absolutely wild. Oh, shit. Also, I forget that I have blocking ability. That's probably a good idea. Stop. I don't want a staircase for you. He never had one. No sons for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Nope, it's just him. Couldn't possibly pass on the duties of his generational line to the next generation because he never had a next generation. What is this? Oh, he was digging it up from the ground. Cute little thing. Cute little thing. Firewall out there saying something Jedi can't have attachments something. Yeah, sure. I don't know if that's a thing with like the Jedi Order in general, but like, you know. I mean if it ain't, then Anakin out there doing that thing that he did with Padme to have Luke and Leia, like, oof. No good, dude. Not nice. Not nice. Alright, shoot him down, little boy. You got him. And hopefully they don't come back again. Nevermind out there sharing from a quick search, it seems like a liqueur is generally low ABV and is sweetened. However, different countries and continents have varying definitions from the amount of sugar to the ABV itself. That makes sense to me. Again, to my knowledge, when I originally learned what a liqueur is from a set of bartending classes that I took while I was still in college, which honestly I learned a little bit from, but I don't know if it was really worth my time, all things considered. I think it inspired a love in mixology or a language to speak to begin learning more on my own, more so than actually gave me the skills to start mixing / bartending. But I feel like I remember from those courses that the liqueur is generally going to be a spirit that is low enough in ABV that the general level of sugar is at or higher than the alcohol percentage. But again, that depends on the jurisdiction, right? I wonder, actually, Alexa, what is the legal definition of a liqueur in America? If you know. I don't know if you do. And I guess you don't. Sounds good. Yeah, no, it didn't hear me. That's the advantage of having the machine behind you. I literally can't tell whether or not it can hear me. In any case. What's been nice about planning the Star Wars streams is that there are a lot of Star Wars recipes out there, chat. There are plenty of Star Wars recipes. If I hadn't shared with you guys already, the way that I've been kind of going back through and scheduling out the streams fully relies on having a set of recipes that I can cover as mapped to any particular game. For example, a Final Fantasy inspired cocktail, as in one inspired by Aerith or Cloud or Barrett or otherwise, can be a really nice pregame beverage for the show. However, the Seventh Heaven cocktail, which is not inspired by Final Fantasy, was also a pretty nice drink to cover during the stream because it is a drink that shares a name with something in Final Fantasy, and it also gave us a little look at what people were drinking back in at least American Prohibition, right? Granted, I probably could have done a little bit more research on the drink for the more like the cocktail history nerds out there, which I myself am. I wasn't really a cocktail nerd, to be honest. Like a cocktail history nerd. Previously did not want to know the history of a cocktail, but I'm starting to realize that like the history of a cocktail allows you to kind of map how drinks develop over time. And if you're a mixologist like I am, then knowing where a cocktail came from gives you further context on how to make drinks of your own based off of the way that people have been drinking over X number of years or X over a particular time in history. Nope, not there. I want to go up here. Nope. That's what I want to open, and then I come up here, and I go up there. Oh, and then you can, and then you climb up there. I see now. I see now. Let's see. Anakin out there saying, most side characters don't usually have children because of the simple fact that they, like many others, don't have the plot necessary like main characters or MCs do. Yeah. When it comes to a character, like, what does a child, what does offspring, what does children, like, give you to work with the side character? Unless it's something about, like, their development, as if they have, like, space in a story arc to actually have change. And for something like Star Wars, at least like as it pertains to movies, right? You have less time to work with to expand upon a character's individual plot arc. As opposed to a TV series or a storybook or something else entirely. At least that's the way that I think about it. There we go. Never mind saying too, here's what it is for the US. The Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau, the TTB, regulates liqueurs similar to Canada. Liqueurs and cordials are defined as products created by mixing or redistilling distilled spirits with fruit, plant products, natural flavors, extracts, or sweeteners. These additives must be added in an amount not less than 2.5% by weight of the final product. Gotcha, that's helpful, never mind. So you have to add a very particular amount of fruit, sweeteners, other byproducts in order to call it a liqueur or cordial. And on the note of cordials, I know I've done a little bit of research on what is or is not a cordial, and generally speaking, I found that the expression of a cordial is not just sugar. Like aside with the notable exception being like what is it? Rose's Lime Cordial? Is it Rose's Lime Cordial? Rose's Lime Cordial, otherwise, I don't remember what it is. But, like, typically, your cordials are going to have more than just sugar. It's going to have a little bit of acid in it, for example. Or juice. Or juice. Juice might be a part of it, too. Oh, hello there. Oh, hey there. Oh, I don't have one of the... Oh, we're inside the ship. I get that now. Gosh. Hacker saying you wanted to sip, not wanted to drink. Now you drink before you think. Adding random details to background characters also makes the universe feel more believable. Yeah, especially nowadays, too. I feel like people are much more inclined to want more details for their characters nowadays than they were back then. I don't know. Maybe that's just general impression. That might just be like my general impression. I feel like when I was younger, you could, quote, get away with introducing characters or plot points without completely explaining what those plot points were or how it connected to the main storyline. And I feel like not that you can't get away with it, but like there is enough interest in all of the pieces that make a plot, all the pieces that bring together a plot that people want to know. But I digress, you know? Bliss saying, Cam, seeing how the stream is already 5.5 hours long, will there be another order that is going to be made? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If I'm being honest, chat, I'm not really feeling another order tonight, so I don't think I'll take one. That's based on state of the body, state of the drinks so far, also the time that we spent on the drinks too. What time is it actually? Like 1:30 in the morning. I might call it a little bit earlier tonight, chat. Depends on what the drinks are, though. Depends on what the drinks. We did like I was looking through one complex recipe, and then I did another relatively complex recipe, so I can do another simple recipe tonight. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Let's see. Hacker out there saying, back then, there was some very detailed media. Nowadays, it's actually quite the opposite. There's not as much there. I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're consuming, right? Maybe it's just my own impression of what my particular interests were. Perhaps, when I was younger, I didn't want story explanation for every single piece of every single character, every single event that happened, every single item that was found in a particular location. When I was younger, I didn't want that. I didn't need that. Nowadays, I want it. I want all the lore. I want to know exactly what is the reason why, let's say, I don't know, why everybody has so many damn clay pots in the Legend of Zelda. Why? Why clay pots? Why clay pots specifically? I don't know. This is a random thought. Bliss out there saying, mine's got espresso, and I don't want you to stay awake when you don't want to. Bliss, I don't want you to stay awake later than you have to. And it's what, 4 o'clock in the morning for you? Chat, I want to let you guys know that don't feel like you can't add espresso to a beverage, even though it's 1:30 in the morning for me. Don't worry about that. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. 6:30 a.m. That's what I'm saying, bro. Gosh. Never mind saying, I think game theory and channels like it are to blame for the mindset. We're all a lot more invested in the games we play, movies we watch. That's why retrospective and analysis videos are quite popular. That's a good point. That's a solid point. Maybe that's what it is. As I've gotten older, have come to a point where all I really want to do is learn and know about all the reason behind all the things that happen. Oh, that didn't work. All right, hold up. Oh, I see. I understand. I understand what's happening right now. Push it onto the thing. Open the thing. Ah, now I get it. Now I understand. KT out there blaming game theory as well. For poorly thought out theories based on loose details like characters have similar color palettes. I mean, like, is that a poorly thought out theory? If color theory is a legitimate way for people to, like, map details of a character or explain their lore a little bit? I don't know, like, I feel like there really is a good basis for the idea that if two characters share similar colors, then there might be a connection there, you know? And of course, like, the way that I see game theory is something that is kind of the way that I see even my own cocktail inspirations, to be honest. Sometimes there is literally a single hair's worth of inspiration that we can pull from to bring a character or concept to life as a drink, right? So, for example, if I'm being honest, if I can be self-critical for a second, my Sonic the Hedgehog cocktail, its entire identity as peach-flavored is drawn from an energy drink. Some people don't even like it. Is it even really that good? No, I don't think that it is. That draws from such a fine hair of inspiration rather than diving deeper into, let's say, well, Sonic the Hedgehog loves chili dogs. Surely we have to have chili dogs in his drink inspiration. And how do you do that, right? What if it's not just chili dogs? Maybe it's just the meat and the chili dogs to begin with. How do you capture that as a cocktail while also, yada, 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 whatever, right? Then again, I also did the same thing with the Roxas cocktail, too. Something in me felt that Ventus mapped to, tea. Ventus mapped to tea, and Sora mapped to coconuts. Coconuts because Destiny Island. And coconut because Destiny Island, therefore Sora. Tea because Ventus, because wind. I think in some cultures, tea is reminiscent of, like, respecting the wind or something. I pulled on some very, very thin hairs back then for inspiration, and you roll with it. Sometimes it's all you got. But sometimes I feel like it's a matter of just taking a step back and being like, you know, we're all doing this for fun anyways. That's just a theory. Actually, you know what? No, you know what? Game theory encapsulates it perfectly. But that's just a theory, a game theory. All in all, at the end of the day, that's just a theory. That's all that it is. And we're here to kind of have fun with it and use it as a thought experiment at the bare minimum. That's the way I like that. I like that. It doesn't take itself too seriously. Because it was never meant to. Let's see. Hacker saying, I say this as an artist. Color theory is not for everyone, and lots of people, as I even struggle with it, that's why many people use it wrong and get bland designs. Yeah, for sure. I think of it this way. I am in no position to use color theory to make a beverage. I don't know jack shit about color theory. If anything, what you can use for color theory is a way to kind of trick the eyes in a way, trick the impressions. If blue is a cool color, and you use blue Curaçao in a spicy drink, is that not, like, kind of tricking people in a way? Giving them something to think about a little bit more? I don't know. I don't know, man. Hacker like, changing topic. Cocktail theory when? When I write my book, dude. When I write my book. KT saying the color thing was just an example. I'm also sick and tired of almost every show having some variation of everyone's in limbo or this character is actually dead theory. I think that started with Lost, didn't it? Oops, sorry, you're actually all in purgatory. Whoopsie! Is that not working? That ain't working? That's not working for some reason. Alright. Now, real talk, chat. I have a, like, I would love to develop a, not a theory is the wrong word for it. The theory is a wrong word for it. I would love to be able to write a book on, quote, my preferred ways, not even the best ways. No, yeah. My preferred ways of embodying a character as a drink. I've got my own personal philosophy on it, and I use that to architect almost every drink that I personally make. Granted, again, I haven't made a drink in a hot minute. An original drink, I mean. R2, are you good, bud? Are you? Okay, there you go. Okay, you keep getting striked down by this guy. That's annoying. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch. Damn it. Oh, man. Never mind out there saying, for you, regardless if a particular connection is relatively loose, if it allows you to streamline your thought process on an inspiration, then go for it, right? Making inspired anything is very daunting, so if theories allow you to just focus on 2 to 3 aspects, sweet. Exactly. It focuses you. I'm of a firm belief that restrictions, maybe not restrictions, right? Guidelines, rules, things that are constants, right? Give a really, really great way to funnel your creative efforts into something that makes a little bit more sense, right? Or, you know what, makes it a little bit less daunting. I like the word, I like the phrasing that Nevermind used. It's less daunting to make an inspiration if the inspiration ultimately doesn't have as many variables to work with it. Which is why I really like characters with a lot of lore. I like characters that have a well thought out lore base because it gives me a lot of information. It gives me a lot of space to work with for pulling from inspiration. And not every single piece of inspiration has to dial back to a cocktail. Like, has to dial back to an ingredient. Oh, now I get it. Now I get it. And these guys are causing problems. So I'm just going to kill them. Everybody. There you go. Hacker saying, one of your friends is obsessed over using random colors that look like something like skin, for example, but are another color entirely, like blue, of course. That's on the context of the temperature of the color surrounding the character, and something you just realized. Do you mean like taking random, like that's the whole, like, from far away, it looks like one color. From up close, it looks like a bunch of smaller colors. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I dig that. I'll go backwards, buddy. Backwards. Swap. There we go. Stop hurting my droids, dude. Stop hurting my droids. Let's see. Bliss out there asking, was my freerun following the direction in which you would make your own cocktail? Try to think back to the free run drink. Let me look at the free run drink real quick and let me see. What I'm gonna do is basically give you my recollection of free run. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you all of the things that I recall about free run as she is portrayed in free run at Journey's End. So, she is an elf. She is a mage. She has magical powers. She's been around for a while. She's older. She's got experience. She has white hair. She's got pointy ears. She's got a white cloak. She's the white mage. She represents that character archetype as the white mage, I think, quite clearly. She takes on... She acts as a teacher. She represents an adventure that has already ended. I don't remember whether or not she vibes or has an affinity for any particular type of magic. I know that she is a teacher. She's very, very knowledgeable by nature of her age. I remember that she studied underneath another person that I want to say she took great inspiration from, and I think it had something to do with a tree. If I recall. It's been a hot minute since I've watched any of the free run shows, by the way. Granted, everything that I've thrown in your direction so far could be used to map to a particular motif. Rather, let me put it this way. Everything that I've said so far could have a tie back for something that exists in the real world. She likes to collect grimoires. That's another really good aspect there, right? She's got an affinity towards collecting books, spell books specifically. Her favorite smell is one that creates a field, or her favorite spell is one that creates a field of flowers. That's a really good inspiration too. That's a really, really good thing too. And actually, hold up. Let me take a look at your recipe real quick, because I still have that. I can reverse look that up. Bliss's recipe for free run, right? So, free run's recipe, magical adventure, right? Included Japanese gin, coconut rum, peach liqueur, blood orange juice, lime juice, edible glitter, cubed with shaved coconut, rimmed with shaved coconut, and then dragon fruit cubes. And then garnished with the pineapple fronds to make it look like her ears, right? Like, she's an elf. She's got ears. That feels good. There is a visual representation of the character that vibes with the drink. Granted, she, to me, strikes me as the white mage, and the drink was very, very pink in color. I would say that is potentially, an opportunity to capture the physical likeness of the character in some way, shape, or form. Coconut is white. If coconut is white, is a representation of her as the white mage, then I dig it, dude. I dig it. I can see that. Let's say Roku Gin has those flower notes most others don't have. That's fair. That's fair. Now, for Roku Gin, for example, I know Roku Gin is very prominent in its use of let me go grab the bottle because we're talking about this, right? Roku has got. I know to your point, Roku Gin has sakura flower, yuzu peel, sencha tea, gyokido tea, sakura leaf, and sansho pepper. So, as it pertains to floral notes, I could make the argument that it's just that. It's just the note. It's just the note. You could say that Roku Gin is, let's say, a reference to one of her favorite spells. But I want to go even, I would even think about it from the perspective of the character itself, right? I don't yet know, and maybe it's because I'm not as far into the anime, why the flower spell is Friren's favorite spell. I want to say it was a reference to her mentor, but maybe on like a physical level, she really likes the smell of flowers. And if she really likes the smell of flowers, the drink smelling like flowers could be an opportunity for you to capture that aspect of her. Granted, As it pertains to other spirits that exist out there, yeah, Roku Gin includes sakura flower as a botanical, but it also includes tea where other gins do not. There's probably an argument that could be made about Roku Gin being a Japanese gin and Frieren being a Japanese animation. I can see that. It's a very easy motif to draw upon. Anime is typically Japanese. Use a Japanese ingredient. I see that. That's a motif that I've drawn on, right? Sonic the Hedgehog is made by a Japanese game manufacturer, and I used that to inspire using Japanese shochu. I see that. I did the same thing myself, right? Then again, Hendrick's Gin, for example, is known for being weird, wacky, and wonderful. It's got rose petals as a main botanical, as opposed to sakura flowers seemingly imparting a subtler note. To me, the biggest note that I get off of Roku is a subtle florality, and honestly, it's that yuzu characteristic that is most prominent to me. But that's just my interpretation, right? The dragon fruit, I think, could be a reference to the enemies that she's fought, for example. I don't remember if they actually fight I think they fought a dragon in the past life, right? But it seems to take up such a wide aspect of the drink, and Frieren's whole story doesn't end at the dragon. I would even say that from the perspective of an elf who's going to live for potentially 200 years, the dragon was almost insignificant. The big bad evil boss that they fought was almost insignificant. Right? Let's say in my recipe, gin was about the bottle that it sells in. That was about the bottle that it seals in. The multiple sides of the bottle share the different ways Frieren can behave in situations. Also shows her love of approaching problems from various angles. Huh. That's a fun way to think about it. The bottle itself of Roku, the 6-sided bottle with the 6 main botanicals. You know, that's it. Honestly, this gives me... I'm going to go back to the bar for a second. This gives me a further appreciation for this bottle of Roku Gin that I never even noticed. And I know you really like Roku Gin. I don't know if you noticed this either. I'm just noticing this now for the first time. This is actually really cool. Especially because we have the 3s and 7s cocktail here. It's very number focused. Check this out. So we have our Roku Gin here, right? To Liz's point, we have a bottle of gin that has 6 sides to it. I would usually consider that to be relatively insignificant. Why would you use the shape of a bottle to inspire something about a recipe? Right on the front of this bottle, it says the number 6. Right on the back of the bottle, it says the 6 botanicals. Sakura leaf, sakura flower, yuzu peel, sencha tea, gyokura tea, sancho pepper. 6 botanicals. 6 sides. This is a 6-sided bottle. There is clearly intent. Roku Gin clearly had intent with their bottle. Also, even more so too, I don't know if you noticed that every single side of the bottle references each botanical. These are yuzu fruits. These are leaves of sakura or otherwise. I don't know exactly which one it is. I don't remember which one it is, right? These are yuzu. These are sakura flowers. These are the peppers. Every single one of them. And Roku is literally 6 in Japanese. I had no idea. The kanji is 6 as well. You know what? I've learned something today, chat. Let's say, and I noticed it from the start, I just thought it was a known fact that you knew already. I had no idea. Crafted by Japanese artisans, Roku is multi-layered, perfectly balanced gin combining both traditional and 6 uniquely Japanese botanicals. The number 6 is significant to the bottle. No, that never clicked with me. That never clicked with me. And you know, I would throw back in your direction, Bliss. That inspiration for the number 6. I don't remember the one spell that Frieren uses in the show that she teaches, I can't remember her name. Purple hair lady. Purple-haired girl. I think it's Zoltrak. Is it Zoltrak? In the anime? It's defensive spells. It's something that they use to inspire the recent level of magic. The most prominent level of magic that they currently use in the world that they live in, right? Fern, that's the name of the character. Thank you, Firewolf. Fern is the character. But like, I don't remember what the shape of the spell is, right? But in my head, I imagine the spell that she uses, the very basic defense spell that she uses, being represented by hexas. 6-sided shapes. But then I would make the... So if that is the case, right? I would want to see... Instead of the reason for the djinn being, oh, I picked the djinn because of the flower. Well, nah, dude. You picked the djinn because of the magic. Right? And I'm actually genuinely curious about this. I'm going to look this up right now, dude. I'm looking this up right now. I need to know what this is, because it's racking my brain, dude, because this is really awesome inspiration. Freerin Zoltrak? Zoltraak. Simple spell, and it involves a blast. And when I look at the blast, I see a... Okay. So, image on my phone, I see a rune, a spell circle that has 6 petals. I mean, I see 6 petals. That's good enough for me, dude. That's good enough for me. I see 6 petals on that spell circle there. 6 petals, 6 runes, if you will, 6 sides of Roku Jin. The Roku Jin specifically representing Freerin's magic. Not because of the flowers in there. The flowers being represented by something else. It could also be a combo, right? It does include and singular flower, but like the flowers seem to be so much more significant to Freerin than that. And this is what I mean. I'm gonna take a big step back for a hot second from this particular inspiration here. This is why I would like to have a lot more time to talk cocktails with you guys. Because the inspiration could go as deep as the spells that a character uses in a particular animation maps not just to her favorite spell, but also the shape of the number of leaves on the rune, the spell circle that she uses to cast the spell. That's cool, dude. And nobody else is gonna look that deep into an inspiration. But we will, and we do already. That's the level of inspiration I think is encapsulated by my particular philosophy to cocktail mixology. We should be able to know everything about a character and map it to something that has a real life application, right? The idea that a character is adventurous, and so is Mezcal. Vodka's adventurous, dude. Vodka's an adventurous spirit if you take vodka with you into the jungle to heal your wounds. If you trip and fall on a branch and you have an open wound that you can't cauterize, instead you disinfect it with vodka. That's adventurous. But also, like, putting roses and geraniums into a still where otherwise gin typically is categorized as juniper is also adventurous. It's very ambiguous. Ugh. Anyways. Bliss saying, my infusion might be the new, just need to see it in order, and I need Cam's help for, yeah. Your infusion will make it into an order someday. It will. Hacker saying, true. By that logic, whiskey is also adventurous. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. So, if you asked ChatGPT to make a drink inspired by, let's say, Link from The Legend of Zelda, and I've done this before, actually. It's like, well, to represent Link's origins in Kokiri Forest in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and his adventurous nature, you should use a London Dry Gin. It was adventurous for the time to create a spirit that was regulated, and it uses juniper, which is very vegetal to some people. Yeah, alright, dude. Yeah, sure. Mezcal's also adventurous, you know? It's all adventurous. I get that, right? I think of it this way. My philosophy can be encapsulated very, very simply as you take what you know about the character and use that to map to a spirit, not the other way around. An ingredient, not the other way around. Zoltrak, the spell that Freerin passes on to Fern, I guess Fern kind of already knew that, right? Has 6 petals. That number 6 is perfectly encapsulated by this sense of balance. Balance in, like, you can even argue that, like, if magic has changed significantly since the days of Freerin being younger, so has distillation technology, and it took up until this point to craft the beautiful balance that is Rokujin, the beautiful balance that is the fundamentals of magic. Or the fundamentals of, I don't know, a lot of drinks are based off of gin. You could consider gin to be fundamental. I'm just thinking that you've got so many different ways that you can go with this. That doesn't open. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Let's see. Bliss out there saying, I liked using the dragon fruit because of the seeds. The white one would have done better than the red one, though, in my opinion, since the blood orange would show much better. That's a good point. That was also a bit of a, that was a limitation on my part, right? The seeds. What's the significance of the seeds? KT out there saying, it's kind of like my college illustration class where my instructor made a point about portrayal through symbols, not exact visual qualities. He drew a cube with a Roman sash and a few symbols around it, and we all understood it was portrayal of Hercules. Interesting. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, there are certain symbols and whatnot that we have learned to recognize as Herculean, for example. Or Venus, or the different gods and whatnot. Symbolism. Motifs. It's all motifs. It's all motifs. Oh, let's see. Hacker out there got a gin today. It's made Q Mezcal, though. Now, that's adventurous. It's made a gin made with Mezcal? That's not gin, then. That's just a juniper-infused Mezcal, I guess. Right? Nevermind saying, with the amount of infusion we currently have, and since most of chat have not tasted them, would you be down to do a chat orders a drink stream, but specifically utilizing people's infusions? Stop reading my mind, Nevermind. Don't read my mind like that. Stop. Ooh. KT out there saying, Lily and I were putting together a drink, and we wanted an ingredient to represent someone, and we were considering brown sugar, not because the character was sweet, because the character crumbles under pressure. Sure, but what about a cookie? What about a cookie ingredient, KT? The phrase, that's the way the cookie crumbles, already establishes that cookies crumble. If the word you're looking for, if your phrase you're looking for is, this person crumbles under pressure, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Use a cookie. Use like a cookie syrup, for example, right? A biscotti, like biscotti makes like a spread, for example. That might represent the crumble. Or perhaps you take the motifs already established by recipes for an apple crumble and you include literally pieces of crumblies in there. Yeah, turbinado sugar, brown sugar crumbles, but like, so do cookies, and so do pastries, and so do a bunch of other things. A bunch of other things crumble. Is what I'd throw in your direction. Hacker like it's something weird. I haven't read the bottle yet. We love weird shit here at the X Bar. I imagine it's infused with juniper, right? That's fun. Another reason, chat, that I would like to have just chatting streams where we talk cocktail mixology is because this type of discussion would be a lot better discussed if I weren't... I'm gonna breathalyze myself, honestly. I feel tipsy right now, chat. I really do. I really do. I'd be able to have... I would be able to give you guys much better direction and also go along with you guys if I weren't drinking right now. Alright. 0.046. Excuse me. Mildly tipsy. Mildly tipsy. It's one of those nights. More water, chat. More water. I gotta say, chat, every single time that I burp, I taste those stone apples. That is a potent flavor. Welcome back, chat. Nevermind out there pitched an idea of doing an entire chat orders a drink stream using chat's infusions. That was already the plan. Not yet, though. Not yet. Excuse me. Get it, mannequin. Nevermind say, plus depending on how our infusions are used, it'll give us context for when we actually make the infusions ourselves with what we could make with them. That's the point, right? I mean, granted, the whole point of making infusions is, first of all, for us to have a little bit more granularity on our own inspired recipes, right? I like that idea. But the other part of it is that it gives us the opportunity to learn what does and what does not work. Or if what doesn't work could be used in a different way. That's the idea, chat. That's the idea. Even though we over-infused one of the gin-based, even though we over-infused one of the gins with the tea, I think Brad's infusion was very over-infused, right? Just because we over-infused it doesn't mean that we can't use it in drinks. But we also know for next time that if we're going to do tea in an infusion, maybe sous vide shouldn't be used for the tea. Maybe we add that at the end, just like what we did for Sapphire's infusion. I think that was Sapphire's infusion. Methinks. Oh, shit. Let's see. Hacker out there saying that your juniper mezcal says fresh and bright profile with subtle agave notes. Subtle agave notes? It's a fucking mezcal. What do you mean subtle agave notes? Lol, what? Go on. An interpretation of Oaxaca in gin. Oaxaca is a state in Mexico. Yeah, in Oaxaca you can make mezcal. You can make I think what is it? Yeah, you can make mezcal in Oaxaca. What is it? Tequila has to be made in, what is it, Jalisco, I think? There might be other regions too. I can't quite remember off the top of my head right now. It's very basic tequila knowledge, and I really should be able to recall that. But yeah. Nevermind saying, just saying, for charity, we take a pipette of each infusion and do something with it. Charity infinity bottle again. Don't have to tell me twice. That was fun the first time. Oh, I see. It absorbs the water. Ah, it absorbs the water. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Hacker saying, for what I can find online, it's finished in mezcal barrels. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. It's a gin that is finished in mezcal barrels. That makes a lot. That's why the agave characteristic is subtle. It's not made from agave like mezcal is. That makes so much more sense. So, okay, so it's a finished gin. It's a finished gin. Okay, I got that. I love finished gins, by the way, chat. First of all, I also just love gins in general, and let me make that very, very clear. Every gin I've had has a different story to tell and has a different flavor characteristic to go for. Then again, I haven't done a lot of comparisons of London dry style gins or dry style gins across the board, but every single gin I've tried tastes completely different. Every single gin that I've tried that has been barrel aged could taste completely different. Although admittedly, the of the gins that I had recently, They both kind of tasted a bit like birchwood. Birch bark. Birch beer. The Botanica 9, the BFG from Manchester Distilling when I went up to New Hampshire, that one has a prominent birch characteristic to me. When I went to Lancaster Distilleries, I didn't bring home the barrel-finished gin. We brought home a different gin. But when I tasted their barrel-finished gin, I also got some notes that reminded me of birch beer in a way, and I really liked that. In addition, I think Entropy earlier in the stream, I think got for us the Hoja Santo. I think is oh, what was it? Let me look at it. I put a Mexican botanical, a Mexican tea on the throne literally yesterday, and Entropy snagged it at the beginning of the stream. No, that was epazote. Hojas de epazote. That's not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of... What was I thinking of? I'm going to look at the throne and tell myself it, because I was doing research on this literally last night. What was it? It was called... I'm scrolling to find it. I'm looking at my own wish lists. Hoja Santa, Mexican pepper leaf. Also known as, apparently... the root beer plant. Because of the note of root beer that it tends to give to teas and whatnot. I've been looking at recipes that utilize bugs, chat. That is all I'm going to say about that. And it involves those two botanicals. The epazote and the hoja santo. Seeing Hacker out there saying, Hendrix is the gin that has stuck to you the most, that tasted so much of the scent of pine resin. Interesting. That's really intriguing to hear, actually, Hacker. Only because Hendrix is oftentimes touted as being a very unique gin that really much goes away from those typical pine-forward notes that you get from a London Dry that is very potent on juniper notes. Hendrix gin is made with rose and also made with cucumber as its two main botanicals, and they also have a bunch of different representations. Oddly enough, people would say that London Dry gins are the most, quote, pine-forward, because people tend to describe juniper as having a very piney, resinous, mildly sweet flavor to them. Hendrix, quite the opposite. Or maybe not the opposite, but in a completely different realm of its own. Hendrix was super-duper unusual for the time. Can I really, like... Wait, what can I do with this guy? Stay calm, young one. Stay calm. Alright, I gotta get these things across. Drain the water! Oh, it's a bridge. That makes sense. Never mind, like, a recipe with bugs? Silk Song drink? Dude, stop reading my mind! Never mind! You keep on doing this! Nah, it's been such a hot minute since we played Silk Song. When I was planning out streams the other night, I was like, I want an excuse to play Silk Song, and I have locked in already. I am not playing Silk Song again unless I have a drink that uses actual bugs. I've locked it in. Silk Song is the bug series. We have bugs at the bar. We can use them. I know we can. Although, admittedly, I think we need some more. What is going on here? Okay. That was intriguing. Hacker out there saying, bottles of Hendrix are expensive as fuck. It's true. It's a whole menagerie, dude. To you, the most prominent note was resin, followed by, like, lemongrass. No, I dig it. I want to say off the top of my head that the main botanicals in Hendrix gin, just the regular Hendrix gin, the botanicals are juniper, because it is a gin, right? A very specific type of rose. I don't remember what type of rose. I don't remember what varietal it is. And I think it's cucumber. I think it's the other one. That's what I think. There we go. Never mind, Sam, we have a psychic link today, which I find hilarious since you're quite inebriated, and I've never been more sober. I've also I know how I'm feeling right now, so I've been taking it slow in my drinks right now. Hacker like cucumber? Cucumber! Yeah, cucumber! Let's say, Cam, you bookmarked my Stray game suggestion. Does that indicate that it will be streamed sometime in the future? What the bookmark means is that I have tracked that you have suggested it. That's what that means. It doesn't guarantee that we're going to stream it. I have a lot of suggestions. However, what that does mean is I know that you have requested it. Your name is attached to the game Stray as a suggestion. If you suggest Stray again, I'm going to give you a thumbs up because I already know that you want us to play it. Somebody earlier in stream is just like, I'm going to keep requesting a game. I was like, go for it, dude. It doesn't make it any more likely to happen. You're more than welcome to. It ain't going to change nothing. Alright, that didn't work. Go into the building. Oh, fuck. There we go. Hacker saying, see, there was another freshness I couldn't quite identify. Probably cucumber. Possibly cucumber. I'll say this, dude. I had a gin at, I don't know if I talked about it on my journey. I think I did already. Yeah, I did already. It's out of the hat already. It's out of the hat. We stopped at a place called Lost... Was it Lost Roots? Deep Roots? Deep Roots. Deep Roots Distillery in, Massachusetts. I tried their gin, and I swear to you, chat, that gin tasted and smelled like... Or actually, off the nose, it smelled like broccoli rabe. Like boiled broccoli. Boiled greens. And I was like, you gotta tell me what botanicals you use in that gin. Gin and cucumber and lemon peel. That's it. Gin, cucumber, and lemon peel. Well, if Hendrix also uses cucumber, you would think that I would have gotten similar notes off of that gin as Hendrix. Nah, dude. Completely different. It was completely different, dude. It was unlike any gin I ever had before. I felt like... I actually felt like kind of an idiot. I was like, your gin is unlike anything I've ever had before. You gotta tell me what the secret is. And he's like, there's no secret. I was like, okay. That's awesome. That is awesome. Gosh, let's see. Chat, it is about 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll admit, I'm getting real tired. Latter half of the stream has been an absolute joy to chat with you guys. But I think I'm going to go back to the cantina and call it a night. My apologies that we weren't able to get to more orders this evening. We were able to make a pretty banging infusion. We got to finish off Tinker's infusion as well. And we got a bunch new spirits in today that you guys have full creative freedom with in the future. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue letting this infusion strain overnight. But to save myself the effort, I am going to get the footage we need for the infusion segment now. And then I'll continue letting it filter out until Wednesday. That's what I'm thinking I'm going to do. Anyways. I'll grab a separate glass real quick. Do one of these guys over here. One of these tall glasses. Put it into another container. What do I see out there? Bliss and, I see Bliss and Nevermind talking about their anxiety and OCD. Always have something play in your ear whenever you're working on something. I need music to help keep me focused, chat. I need focus. Anyways, I don't know if I said this already, but let's bottle this up, put it on the stock, and see what chat can make of this next time. Right? Let me get the on here, right? Let's give a little bam. Bam. And I'm just going to write on here exactly what this is. This was Food Hub's Fruit Drop Cognac. That's what this is. And I'll let this continue filter up until Wednesday. Food Hub's Fruit Drop cognac. That is lingonberry jam. Plus strawberry jam. Plus stone apple candy. Infused cognac. That's what we got. Hooray for food up. I dig that. Hacker out there saying, sooner or later you will try all my lightsabers. Oh, I'm sure I will, sir. I'm sure I will. Bliss saying, get a good rest, Cam. You need it. The espresso can wait for Wednesday. Oh, we are having espresso on Wednesday. I don't know if you looked at the pregame cocktail for Wednesday. Though probably even then, I might have to wait even longer. Yes. Yes. That is how it goes on the stream, at least for now. This is worth optimizing, chat. This is worth optimizing. Anyways, let me take this, and I'm gonna, again, put it over here and allow this to infuse, or allow this to continue, filtering. I don't want to lose a drop of this, bro. Food Up knows what's up. It's tasty. It's a delightful infusion. It's not complicated. It's got a characteristic that is very tasty. And there's quite a bit of liquid left in there. There's still quite a bit of liquid still left in the funnel, so I want to make sure I get every piece of it. Alrighty then. I'm back at the cantina. Chat, I'm going to let you go for the nights. Thank you for joining me during this evening. Again, I apologize that we didn't have more recipes this evening. I'll admit, I wanted to let you guys know that I've been fighting a very, very small, like, upper respiratory thing for, like, the last week or so. And if I'm being honest, I slept for, like, 4 hours straight in the middle of the day over the weekend. So I think I'm getting to the end of this little thing that I got going on here. But we'll be back at it again on Wednesday for some more of your own drinks. And as I've said, I am getting very, 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 very close to doing an idea for a stream that I've had. Maybe we test it out once or twice, right? Of streams that are just chatting focused, where all we're doing for hours at a time is just talking about the cocktails. You guys can make orders just as you have been doing, but those orders will not be acted upon. They will not be acted upon during those streams. During those streams, it is about talking about our orders, consulting on those orders, researching on those orders, and also being able to just like make some more inspired drinks that really abide with this philosophy that I'm still trying to work out one step at a time. I'd love to write a book on it one day, if I'm being honest. I don't want a recipe book. I have a website for that. You don't need to buy a book for a recipe book. You don't need to buy a book to have all those recipes. That doesn't make sense to me. But it would make sense if at least packaged along with this way to take characters, concepts, items, landscapes, or otherwise from video games, movies, TV shows, and encapsulate them as really well thought out beverages. I'm working on that. I'm also a little bit drunk, so I'm kind of rambly and whatnot today. Rest up, Cam says never mind. See you all again on Wednesday. As always, it was a pleasure being your bartender this evening. The drink inspirations were quite nice tonight. The first one that we had at the evening was a Tatooine Sunset by Cassandra, writer of the Geeky Bartender, one of my first inspired cocktail books. The drink was beautiful. It had 3 vibrant layers, effectively almost a sort of deconstructed tequila sunrise in a way. Still just the way that I remember it to be. Tasting like a tequila sunrise, beautiful in color, unless you mix it all together, in which case it kind of gets a little bit muddied, as I imagine would be the case if you collapsed the midnight sky, the sunset sky on the planet of Tatooine with both of those suns intact. We also added, tonight for our infinity bottle, we did a drink called what was our infinity drink this evening, Cam? You got this. Surfer on Acid. was our Infinity cocktail this evening, our Infinity on Acid, where we also added brown butter bourbon for the second time for Infinity bottle number 119, which we'll be opening up again on Wednesday. Honestly, not a bad drink. I was going to drink the whole damn thing before I got to one of our recipes this evening. Our only order this evening was the 3s and 7s, a cocktail from Brick Puncher inspired by a song by the Queens of the Stone Age. Took a little while to make some cinnamon syrup, which I've popped up on the stock, and to bring the cocktail together and whatnot. And we played a bunch of Lego Star Wars tonight as well. Thank you all so much for joining me, as always. I appreciate Hacker out there with a little reminder of what the drink was. Foxworks Studio, Renzo out there saying, Cam, I just got home. Have a good night. Good to see you out here, Renzo, as always, as always. To everybody out there, if the sun is shining where you are, may you have a wonderful rest of your day. If the moon is shining, have a great rest of your night, dawn, evening, twilight, or otherwise. Either way, the drinks continue flowing, whether or not it's a cocktail, a spirit-free beverage, soda, tea, coffee, or otherwise. I'll see you all next time. But until then, y'all, it's been a pleasure. Bye.